Three, two, one. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another exciting episode of What's in My Room here on
Ooh.
Illusions of Grandeur. And I am back with my good friend Krol because we have some stuff to share with you. And I showed y'all, and he showed you some of what he's gotten last week Saturday, and I have a whole bunch more to show you now. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to be showing this time, at least like the first half of it, is probably stuff you saw me show on our good friend Mo's channel, Retro Cult Media. But because this is my own channel, I hadn't gone on about them yet here. So, but I have a whole bunch of new stuff as well. So hopefully you enjoy what we show you, and let's get this started. So.
Just let you, my pick new, but it's an inheritance. Basically, my mom passed away in January, and I got her DVD collection, and I wanted to go through it and showcase the stuff that my mom had bought and that I now own. So that's what I'll be showing you as well.
Definitely. So we'll definitely be dedicating this episode to your mom as well. I feel like that's appropriate because um, it's because she passed away that you have these. And if you're listening, Mrs. Kroll, out there, uh, I'm very happy to have met your son, and hopefully we do you justice here. But I have some things to show the audience here. I guess the first couple of things that I have here are some anime that I picked up from Dollar Tree, and Asian stuff that was put like kind of. I don't know why Mill Creek does this shit, but they kind of do like a greatest hits type thing from time to time of stuff, kind of like a preview. But the first three things I have here, these were going around in Dollar Tree for a time. These are episodes of what's called Digimon or Digimon Adventure Tree. This one is called Coexistence. It says the adventure continues, so that's evidently part of this trilogy, I guess. Of I guess these are episodes or movies, I think. So
Hey, I've
this
heard.
one is called Reunion. This is the only one that I found with a slipcover. Um, Ty, look how big you've grown. Original Japanese language track, interviews with members of the original voice, English voice cast in here. So looks okay. So these are movies. They're not. They're not TV episodes. I was trying to figure out whether they were movies or television show, but this one is called Digimon Adventure Try Confession. And those are the three that were going around in Dollar Tree for the longest time. Um, and I was able to pick them up. Also, this is the greatest hits type thing that I was talking about that Mill Creek ended up putting out. I guess it's called um, Pop Culture Bent Box, a taste of Japan's sci-fi, superhero, and animated favorites. On the back here, it says It has the Little Prince and the Eight-Headed Dragon, which honestly, that's the only thing that I care about on this. But it also has Battle in Outer Space, which I don't think
Cool.
I have anywhere else. It's got the movie Mothra on it. Um,
I
it's
got
got the animated anthology called Memories on it. It's got 4 episodes of Astro Boy. It's got 4 episodes of Viper's Creed. And it's got Godzilla the series, 4 episodes of that. So, like I said, it's kind of a greatest hits of like Asian cinema that they thought like might be cool. And I thought it was kind of unique.
and the other
So,
sucker,
huh?
and the other sucker that bought it.
Well, it's unique, but I have Viper's Creed on something else, the entire thing, and I've also got
I get greatest hits.
Godzilla.
I don't get greatest hits with TV shows and movies because you're only getting part of the TV show when you want all.
Yeah, I
Um,
know.
so it just to me it doesn't quite make a sense. I mean, maybe movies is fine and music is fine, but TV shows, well, you're only getting part of it. And if you like the series, then you have to go out and buy the whole thing, in which you'll own it twice. And so it just to me it just seems redundant. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on it. You know,
Yeah, it does seem redundant, and honestly, that is kind of bullshit. Uh, because I fully agree with you. If you're only getting part of it, why the fuck put it on it? You know, they did. Mill Creek did that with a bunch of TV Western shows. With some of their Western box sets that they have out
like a
there,
little
and I
stamp.
think
Hey,
that's
you like these?
yeah.
Copies
They did
from
the same thing there, and it was like, really? And they did some like with their sci-fi box sets. They have like a sci-fi TV television box set out there that's like kind of
the
got snippets of
they're trying to drug dealer thing, Here, try a little and get you hooked on it, and then you gotta pay the real money.
exactly. It's marketing, basically. But Mill Creek, I have to give them something. They archived a lot of shit. In fact, we wouldn't have the Arrow set of Gamera if not for them and their archiving. So um, that's partially why we have that. I think what Arrow did is that, hey, we like your copies. Okay, why don't we do you one better and give it a box set? So um, other than uh, I ended up
We
buying
really need it.
I ended up buying an anime movie, I guess, which has one other movie out there, which eventually I'll just probably buy the other movie eventually. Um, this is called Urusei Yatsura, movie one. And I guess at least I bought the first one because if I'd have bought in the second one, I would be in a different like end of things because then I would want the first one probably more. But yeah, um, this is the first movie to something. It looks like there might be some anime girls with some skin showing. I don't know. It looks cool. I guess it's called Only You. I guess I'll check it out eventually. But I guess this was this and this next one are like extras. Oh, these three are like documentaries. One of them is a documentary on Walt Disney World. Nothing special. Probably something you would have gotten if you went down to vacation with them at one point in time. I also ended up getting a comedy movie.
What's it called?
I guess this is greatest or best bits of Shonda Pierce. I've never heard of this comedian.
Me
Looking
either.
forward to checking it out just to see. And I guess there's something in here as a bonus feature saying Pierce seen the darkness. And Shauna talks about her journey in and out of depression and offers encouragement and hope for those suffering with depression, which I guess is an
Is that
encouraging
another
thought.
comedian with depression? It's
Yeah.
weird. These people that make us laugh so hard are so depressed. You know.
And then I also have this this Babe Ruth story. Um, a thing. It says 100 anniversary tribute 1914 to 2014 Babe Ruth story, a historic classic. And I guess this is about the Sultan of Swat. I guess it's rare with archival film, and it captures um,
I'm sure
some of.
I'm sure they talked about the curse on there. If anyone doesn't know what the curse is, uh, Babe Ruth was on the Red Sox, and the manager was a real idiot and didn't like Babe Ruth, and traded him to the Yankees, basically nothing. And then that's when Babe Ruth ended up breaking all kinds of records and becoming one of the best baseball players of all time. And ever since we traded him, we couldn't win we couldn't win a championship or anything even come close, and it took 100 years to break that curse. It finally got broken, and we actually beat the Yankees to get there. Which it had to be that way. Um, Called that, even though I wasn't a huge fan of watching baseball. I knew it was going to happen. Um, and I knew they were going to win, and they almost lost, and but they pulled it out, and and then they won the whole thing, and uh, yeah, I called all that that was going to happen. So just a little interesting side note about Babe Ruth, and of course he's got a candy bar named after him, Babe Ruth, which has nuts, so I'm not a huge fan of, but
So Severin Films is a boutique label, another boutique label out there. And I ended up getting a set that has some of these movies that you'll see here on it. And at the time, that set was over $200, and I was not I did not have the money for it at the time. So I went to my folks and asked them for it for a Christmas present, and they got it for me. But then later, a friend of mine said, "Hey, I've got this smaller set." Actually, before I even thought about it, I think this he had it. This was the first set that came out with the stuff or some of it on, and it's called Hemisphere of Horrors. This box set. Um,
see,
it's
apparently
got the movies Curse of the Vampires, The Blood Drinkers, Brain of Blood, The Black Cat, and The Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism.
I like
So,
the vampire ones.
so these are older 70s films. Adam Adamson, I believe his name was the guy who see. Though best known for their legendary Blood Island trilogy, the Philippine U.S. production distribution company, Hemisphere Pictures, was also responsible for some of the most provocative and insane films of the 60s and 70s drive-in. Uh, Potential masterpiece from the father of Philippine horror, Gary D. Leon, Brain of Blood, is the all-star grade Z classic from the infamous exploitation auteur Al Adamson, The Black Cat, and Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism. I knew Al Adamson had something to do with it. And Al Adamson, if you know anything about him, he was in fact murdered.
Never heard
So
of
there
him.
was a big controversy about his death.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was an independent filmmaker, and from what I understand, the guy who took care of his uh, he was redoing his basement or something like that, and the guy who redid his basement actually killed him and uh, uh, bricked him up in his own foundation.
Wow.
Yeah, that was quite something. And this was like in the
Critic for his movies.
early 70s, like I think it was in the 80s when that happened. But
Wow.
yeah,
That's crazy.
so it's cool to have this set. I know it's got some other stuff that's not on that other set, and I do have the Blood Island trilogy on a different set because they came out with a Blood Island box set. Severin did before this, so it'll go with the other sets that I have for sure. So next, I have another film that I ended up picking up from Dollar Tree. I like war movies or films dealing with war. So I figured I'd check it out. This is called Greyhound Attack. Says in the skies above, the war will be won. This looks like it's set in World War II,
It's
and it's
funny.
directed by
I don't
Christopher
like war,
Forbes.
with, of course, the exception of Star Wars. Excuse me. So,
Well, yeah, and I know you don't like war films, just like you don't like westerns, right?
yeah. I mean, well, I guess it depends. If it's like medieval war, like Lord of the Rings, fuck yeah. If it's like obviously Star Wars, futuristic, uh, I do. It's just when it's like regular guns, I'm not a fan. I did like Rambo though. It's just Rambo was just kind of different. And missing in action, but again, that's kind of different. Some nice martial arts with Chuck Norris in there, and but yeah, for the most part, like you know, Hamburger Hill and things like that. I'm just not a big fan of watching. But
I
one
still have not seen Hamburger
real
Hill.
on real wars, I definitely don't like. I think the fake wars are fun. Uh, Real wars are not, and I don't really enjoy. I mean, to me, it's like reality movies. Not the reality as in the fake stuff they have on TV that they call reality, but actually real. You know, based on real things. Um, and war is just not something that is entertaining to me. And I watch movies and TV shows to be entertained. So,
Next, I have a movie. I think I got it from my good friend Tito. Uh, Movie with Patricia Arquette in it.
what's it called?
Uh, it's called Goodbye Lover. It's got Bermont Mulrooney, Ellen DeGeneres, Mary Louise Parker, and Don Johnson.
Wow.
The building was very tall. The time it took to fall, it was very, very short. Goodbye, lover. Hello to the feverish scramble to latch on to the millions of victims left behind. Mystery combines with backstabbing humor and chick style melds with neo-noir attitude when Roland Joff from The Killing Fields and The Mission directs this glossy plunge into La La Land glitz and murder. Just follow the trail of a stiletto-heeled sexual adventuress, played by Patricia Arquette. Stay on the case with a wisecracking detective, played by Ellen DeGeneres, and keep your eyes on the rest of the gifted ensemble, including Don Johnson, Ray McKinnon, Dermot Mulrooney, and Mary Louise Parker. Don't miss a single devilish moment. So it sounds interesting. I do kind of like neo-noir type stuff, like mystery. So I haven't seen it, but I know Patricia Arquette. I from a show called Medium. I don't know if you ever saw it. But yeah, I picked this one, this next one up. This one is an action movie from Dollar Tree, I believe, called Goldstone. It's got Aaron Pedersen, Alex Russell, Cheng Pai Pai, David Wenham, David Gulpilil, and Jackie Weaver. And it has a tagline of Where Worlds Collide. It looks like it's written and directed by Yvonne Sen. It says Detective Jay Swan arrives in the frontier town of Goldstone on a missing persons inquiry, and what seems like a simple investigation unearths a web of crime, corruption, human trafficking, and the exploitation of Aboriginal lands. So it might be interesting if I get a chance to watch it. Next, I have a documentary that was put out by Echo Bridge Acquisition Corp, which there were a lot of movies in Dollar Tree at the time from Echo Bridge swimming around. But this one's called Looking for Lennon. So I guess it's based on John Lennon.
Nice.
But I thought it might be interesting. Some documentaries can hold your attention, some can put you to sleep.
I mean, I like that one I would check out. I'm not a big fan of documentaries, but again, entertainment thing. Watch for entertainment, but
Yeah, I don't necessarily like someone talking at me all the time. It depends upon the documentary. If something can hold my attention instead of like dictating to me, I can watch it.
yeah.
But it's got to be interesting. It's got to be something that holds my attention, and I don't know whether it will or won't. I haven't checked it out yet, so and I will. The only reason why I haven't checked it out yet is because I haven't documented it yet.
I absolutely
know it is.
Beatles special on Disney Plus. Oh, that is just so freaking awesome. 4 hours of just 4 or 6 hours.
I watched the first
last
disc of that. That was actually pretty cool.
Disney Plus, but yeah. Unfortunately, my mother watched half of it, and she never got a chance to watch the other half.
Oh, sorry about that. But I guess it was called Get Back, correct?
Yeah.
So, if you get a chance to check out Get Back, it is phenomenal.
Get back to where it once belonged.
Next, I have this 10-episode miniseries set. I picked this up at Dollar Tree as well.
What is it?
It's got John Voight in Friends of Chabad, a worldwide adventure into the birth of Israel, mysticism, cooking, and a whole bunch more. It looks like it's supposed to be comedy, and
What
I
is
guess it was written and directed by Stephen Paul.
it? Only 10 episodes of a show?
Uh, uh, it, it was only 10 episodes, anyways.
Oh, okay.
So this is 10 episodes of a mini series that was only 10 episodes long.
Okay.
I don't know whether it was supposed to have anything more afterwards, but it looks like it might actually be comedy. And John Voight, if you know anything about him, he was on National Treasure 1 and 2.
Like,
And I know he's been in other stuff. Oh wait, no, he wasn't on National Treasure 1 and 2. He was in uh, Tomb Raider. Uh, he was in Tomb Raider 1 and 2 with Angelina Jolie as her father. Yeah, that was him. So, but yeah, that's a little bit into some of the stuff that I have for you, ladies and gentlemen. Krol, why don't you show us some of what you inherited?
all right. Well, I figure since you said we're dedicated to my mom, I may as well start with her favorite movie, and that is Gone with the Wind. And this is actually Gone with the Wind, the making of Gone with the Wind, overture, intermission, and exit music. So it's a big special edition here. And of course, Gone with the Wind stars Clark Gable and Vivian Lee, Leslie Howard, Olivia de Havilland. It's a 1939 film. The making was made in 1988. So, yeah, this is
That's
Dave
very cool.
Nick's production of Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind in Technicolor. So originally it was black and white, and she got it in color because I guess she'd rather watch it in color, which I agree with that. Color is better. Okay, now we
Yep.
have a very big movie that actually I have not seen myself, and that's Schindler's List. Of course, I've heard about it and know what it's about, which is probably why I haven't seen it. Again, based on
If you're not ready for it,
real,
it is
real,
a very
real. This is real horror. Okay,
yeah.
this is real horror. This is definitely not something I just would want to pick up and watch because I like to be entertained and yeah, um, not
It
real.
does have one thing going for it. It has Steven Spielberg directing it.
Yeah, I mean, still Bill
So
is a master. So I know this movie's a master. It's a classic. Um, just like I said, I have issues with it because of the content. Um, you know, being real and being real horror. Okay, now speaking of horror, here's a different kind of horror movie I've not seen. Um, The Watcher in the Woods, and this has Betty Davis, Carol Baker, David Malcolm, Lynn Holly Johnson. Um, it's, the most legendary monster of all can now be seen for the first time. So here we go.
what is it called again?
It is called The Watcher in the Woods.
Oh yeah, the original.
I didn't know there was a remake, but yeah.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I believe Melissa Joan Hart actually
Or like her.
redid. I think she directed the remake
I
because
didn't know,
there is a remake out there.
I didn't know she directed. Okay. Here's another movie that I might have seen. I'm not sure. Enemy Mine,
Oh,
and
fuck
this
yeah.
is Dennis Quaid and
Okay,
Louis
now
Gossett.
I love your mother.
Told you, has very varying taste, man. I mean, just when you're like, okay, you see a pattern, there's no pattern. So,
My own mom, with as religious as she was, that's one of her favorite movies.
okay, here we go. Here we have special edition of Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore. Of course, I've seen this movie many times and absolutely love it. I've not seen the special edition, so I will have to check this out sometime.
Oh yeah, definitely. I
Doesn't play golf. He destroys
My
it.
copy, I think I have with a double feature with Billy Madison.
Nice. Nice. Okay, here is another comedy, an old comedy. This is one of my favorites. And I believe, yeah, it is in black and white. Despite that, I love it. 1941, based on 1941 Broadway hit. And that is Cary Grant in Arsenic and Old Lace. If you've never seen it, it's hilarious. You must check it out. Um, these nice old ladies, that they decide that there's old men that have nobody to live, nobody around, and they want to put them out of their misery, so they they poison them because they're nice old ladies, and that's what nice old ladies do. They poison old men. So at least according to this movie. So yeah, hilarious movie, lots of antics, and of course Cary Grant is great leading man. And
Oh yeah. I like him in several movies too. I think he was in North by Northwest
yep, yep,
and also in a movie called Charades that I know.
yep, I've seen that. Hey, here is I actually watched this when I got these movies. I actually opened it. Some of these movies have not even been opened. Which the first time I saw that actually made me really upset that she bought movies that she didn't get a chance to watch. Um, maybe she's seen them before. I don't know. Um, but yeah, just I don't know the idea of it that she got these movies and then she get to see them. It upset me, you know. Um, but anyways, this one is George Lopez, and it's Why You Crying? It's his comedy special, stand up. Uh,
Okay.
hilarious.
I haven't seen any of his comedy specials, but I love George
And you
Lopez
know what?
as a comedian.
I definitely recommend it. If you like George Lopez's comedy, you'll definitely love this. It's hilarious. I love the show. Um, so I'd never seen stand up comedy, so I was very curious, and I loved it. It was great. And here's another one that is unopened, 3 disc collection of the Bourne Files, and it's the first 2 movies with a bonus disc. Uh,
Okay.
so probably before the third movie had come out, but a nice little package has 2 movies with some bonuses to it. So
Yeah, believe it or not, those were not, in fact, the first born things. There was a TV movie that was made into like a two-part event that had Richard Chamberlain in the starring role.
uh,
I'll have to,
remake pretty much.
yeah, they did remake it with that. So
Okay, so here we are. Here we have 32 features, 6 DVDs, Masters of Comedy. This has featuring Three Stooges, Laurel and Hardy, Buster Keaton, Abbott Costello, Bob Hope, Bing Crosby. Pretty sure Red Skelton might be in here. Um, it's basically the who's who of old comedy. Amos and Andy, yeah. So I have not seen. I've probably seen some of the features on it, but I have not gone through this yet. But yeah, it's got a lot. I mean, I personally love Laurel and Hardy. They're my favorite. Albert Costello probably next. I'm sure this probably has the Marx Brothers too. Um, but yeah,
Yeah, that's the greatest hits thing that I've seen around. It's cool,
yeah.
uh, but I know I definitely have some box covers that look similar to that too. Um, that I know that are out there. I know that Charlie Chaplin has a few box sets out there from that particular distribution company.
Now,
So,
mom was horror, but she was never big on murder movies like Texas Chainsaw stuff like that. So this one is a little surprising that she got. Um, but I guess she does like the Halloween movies. This is a new Rob Zombie Halloween unrated. So
okay.
I've not checked out this unrated version yet, so I will have to unrated director's cut. So this is it also has alternate endings, deleted scenes with optional director's commentary. It's got bloopers, mini maps with Michael Myers, reimagining Halloween, meet the cast, and all kinds of other neat things in this one. So I actually love Rob Zombie's Halloween. I actually like it better than the original. Don't tell Mo. No, I've already told him. It's just my thing. I like it. I really enjoy it. Um, I like but this one I just liked better because I like the fact that they explained Michael Myers. Um, Mo thinks that it was better him just killing for no reason and no explanation needed. But that's just the difference. Okay, and here next movie we have is Iron Man. First Iron Man. Like I said, very taste. You never know where it's gonna go next.
Now, is that a
I,
VHS?
what? No, this is a DVD.
That's a DVD?
See?
Is that animated?
No?
Huh. Maybe I just haven't seen the slipcover in a long ass time.
Yeah. No. No. The original Iron Man. The slipcover.
Okay.
My love is superheroes. Actually, Superman and Batman comes back from my mother. She was a fan before I was even born. Um, she was a nerd before there was such a thing as the word nerd. I think nerd was, as far as I know, I think it came out until the 80s, but maybe it came out sooner. But yeah, my mom definitely would have been considered a nerd. And I followed suit. I always say I was a nerd before it was cool, but in reality, my mom was a nerd way before it was cool. So, um, and I am not a fan of this actor, but obviously my mom is. And we have four film favorites with Clint Eastwood. Uh,
Okay.
we have Dirty Harry, Magnum Force, The Enforcer, and Sudden Impact. I'm pretty sure
Respect.
I've seen Dirty Harry and Magnum Force. I don't think I've seen the other two.
Respect, at least.
Yeah.
Someone has good taste.
Yeah, me. But, mom has good taste too, just sometimes she doesn't. And this one I was really surprised she had too. Um, but then I found out this is actually supposed to be a gift from me that she never got around to giving to me before she passed. But I got it anyways. And that's Family Guy Blue Harvest Star Wars edition, which I actually have.
Nice.
So I'll look forward to seeing this. So, but
I
this
still have to pick up those, and eventually, you should get the Robot Chicken Star Wars trilogy.
that one. I've
Oh,
seen
you
that.
haven't?
No, I have. I've seen that. I just haven't seen the Family Guy one. And last but not least, my mom uh, was a huge Star Trek nerd when it came out. She absolutely loved it. She was one of those few rare people that love Star Wars and Star Trek. Nowadays, it's common. Even I like Star Trek now. Was not a fan before. I was definitely a big Star Wars versus Star Trek person, and always on the Star Wars side. Star Wars is still way better, but I see the now this is the new Star Trek though, and the second one, Into the Darkness. Um, but my mom absolutely loved everything Star Trek. Um, she obviously her favorite is original. She was not a big fan of the Next Generation, but she only watched the first season, which pretty much rehashed everything from the original series. So that's probably why she didn't like it. She watched further on, she probably would have enjoyed it more, but she didn't. She loved Enterprises, but she loved Scott Bakula from Quantum Leap and then into Enterprise. I also enjoyed Enterprise myself. But so there's a movie I've got for the moment. I have more, but why don't you show us some more movies you got?
Sure. Let me grab my next uh stacks here. Uh, I'll do three. I'll do three stacks here. That I have.
How many movies is that?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
All right, I'm gonna do 20 because I don't feel like doing 25.
That's fine. All right. So next I have this is another Dollar Tree pickup. It's a horror movie. I'm sure you've seen it going around. It's called Evil Little Things.
What's
It
it
looks
called?
like it's called Evil Little Things,
Nope, never heard of it.
and it's got Zach Galligan, Hannah Fierman, and Courtney Lacken in it, and it's got a tagline of it saying "Time to Play." It's directed by Matt Green, and I guess it's from Creepy Doll Films. Oh, okay. A young boy finds a mystical toy maker with stories to tell. The first is of a leprechaun seeking revenge on a defenseless family. The second is of a doll who works evil on her fragile owner. The toy maker gives the boy a clown named Giggles. Clowns are supposed to be the guardians of happiness, right? These evil little things will cause you many sleepless nights. So, in a sense, it kind of sounds like an anthology of some kind. So, um, looking forward to checking that out. Next, I have a movie that comes from the same company that I got. Um, what was it? The Alien Dead from. Um,
Yuck.
this was a straight to video film called Evil Spawn.
If it's anything like the
This
other
is
one,
a
I
this
video.
is a Blu-ray, and it takes on the kitchen sink approach to storytelling. A faded, once desirable top tier actress, Lynn Roman, played by Bobby Breesy, desperate for a comeback movie role, allows herself to become the subject of an experimental drug developed by a mad scientist played by movie screen icon John Carradine. Amazingly enough, the formula works and Lynn Roman regains her youth, along with the unpleasant side effect of periodically turning into a large bug-eyed monster. It's produced by cult filmmaker Fred Olen Ray, from writer-director Kenneth J. Hall, who is of a director of Ghost Writer. The movie features everything you would expect from a sleazy B-fest like this: boobs, blood, and beasts. And I guess there's a new audio commentary track with producer Fred Olen Ray, and I guess this is a 2K HD transfer. And I guess there's a making of video, a John Carradine takeout reel, and a behind the scenes video, and a bonus second movie of a movie called The Alien Within. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, the first one you can second one too. Just kidding. I haven't seen it, so I don't know if it's on.
Next, this is a Blu-ray upgrade from a DVD that I have of the film. It's got Christian Bale, Emily Watson, and Ty Diggs in it, called Equilibrium.
Good movie.
Which is a futuristic movie.
Yep.
So glad that I'm able to get a copy of it from Lionsgate and Miramax.
Christian Bale is good. I mean, Hardy was horrible to work with, but I don't have to work with him, so I enjoy watching him on TV or movies, I should say.
Next, I have an MVD visual Blu-ray. I guess this has Martin Sheen in it, Bridget Fosse, and Sam Neill in a movie called Enigma. He was a spy without a country, a face they couldn't trace, a man without a chance, an enigma. And I guess trapped behind the Iron Curtain, Alex Hallback, played by Martin Sheen, a double agent, tries to find the key to 5 pending murders by locating a Russian-coded microprocessor holding information that could unravel the assassination scheme. His mission becomes both hauntingly romantic and punishingly dangerous as he encounters his former mistress, Karen Reinhardt, played by Bridget Fosse, the man who loved women. I guess she was in a movie called that, who becomes torn between her love for Alex and Dmitry Vasilikov, played by Sam Neill from Jurassic Park, a Russian KGB officer who, while ensnared in a game of subterfuge and danger.
Sam Neill played.
This actually sounds cool. What?
As a Sam Neill played a great Merlin.
Well, yeah. Probably before his Hunt for Good October days.
No.
This is also an upgrade from a DVD that I had picked up from Dollar Tree as well. But this has Christina Ricci in it and John Cusack in a movie called Distorted. Don't fear the lies, fear the truth. And it's directed by Rob King. Lauren and Russell Curran decide to move away from the bustle of the city and into the peaceful oasis of Pinnacle, a coveted luxury condo that boasts ultra-modern design and state-of-the-art features and security systems. When Lauren starts to suspect that the building has a dark side, she seeks help from Vernon, an investigative journalist who has an interest in cyber conspiracy. Together, they come to believe that the Pinnacle may be brainwashing the unsuspecting residents. Now, does that sound good? It sounds like it might be good to me. Next, this is a Kino Lorber release of an Orion film. Uh, guess it is directed by John Flynn, and it's got Jan Michael Vincent, Theresa Saldana, and Art Carney in a movie called Defiance.
Thanks. I don't know what the heck. I was talking and then poof. But yeah, the other movie does sound interesting, and that one I've seen. That one, Defiance, is a great movie. I think it's part of a trilogy, isn't it?
It might be. There comes a time when we have to stand up and be counted. This is the story of one man who did. Action veteran John Flynn, Rolling Thunder, directed this tough as nails thriller about a merchant seaman uh, taking on a gang of thugs. Merchant mariner Tommy is stuck in New York's tough Lower East Side, waiting for his next ship to sail. He mostly keeps to himself, though he takes a liking to a pretty local woman named Marcia, played by Teresa Saldana. Uh, she's from a movie, The Evil That Men Do, and befriends a kid by the name of Fernando Lopez from Frankie and Johnny, and an old veteran, Art Carney, who played in The Late Show. But he also finds the neighborhood plagued by a tough, violent gang called the Souls, led by Angel, played by Rudy Ramos of Quicksilver. Tommy stands up to the gang, and his behavior encourages others in the neighborhood to fight back against their tormentors. The supporting cast includes Danny Aiello from Fort Apache, The Bronx, Frank Pesci from Killer Fish, and Tony Sirico from The Sopranos. So, looking forward to checking this film out. I have not seen it myself, but you say you've seen it. Might
Actually,
be
no.
cool.
I'm thinking of something else that sounds probably close to Defiance. Um, yeah, not sure what that is, but no, it's not.
Next, I have another war movie called D-Day Survivor. Lost, Scared, and Alone is the tagline. And it's written and directed and produced by Ian Vernon. And I'm wondering if this is like one of those. Okay. So D-Day, a British paratroop squad is dropped off target and wiped out. Private Johnny Barrows is the only survivor. Inexperienced, scared, and lost behind enemy lines, Johnny must grow up and become a man on his perilous journey to safety. D-Day Survivor is a tale of courage and survival set during an offensive that would prove to be the turning point of the war. So, um, curious whether this one will be good or not. They Dollar Tree seems to be getting a lot of like uh war movies that look like they're newer, but obviously they're directed by independent directors, and you never know whether they'll be good or they'll just suck. So, um, looking forward to checking that out eventually. Next, I have Severance, uh, Blu-ray copy of Burial Ground, which the gates of hell have opened. Uh, For his only foray into the zombie genre, psychosexual sleaze maestro Andrea Bianchi, who directed such film as Malabimba, the Malicious Horror, which I do have a copy of, unleashes enough flesh-ripping, gut-chomping, and depraved Oedipal mayhem to set insane new standards in Italian horror. Mariangela Giordano of Satan's Baby Doll and Malabimba fame, stars in this splatter classic about a cursed country estate besieged by horny house guests, undead Etruscans, and the unusual relationship between a mother and her mega creepy young son, disturbingly portrayed by a diminutive adult actor, Peter Bark, that will trigger perhaps the most jaw-dropping scenes in Grindhouse history. Severin Films is improbably proud to present the definitive version of this gore hound sex fiend favorite, now packed with all new extras and featuring a 2K scan and restoration from an immaculate film element recently discovered beneath the floorboards of a Trastevere church rectory. So, should be interesting when I finally get a chance to watch this, because I have two copies of this. I have a DVD copy of it, and I have this copy, and I know I've got an 88 films Blu-ray that I've never been able to play because it's Region 2 or Region B, which is something entirely different. Haven't even opened that yet, but I got.
I was looking at
Yeah.
something only like $50 off. I was like, wow, that's great. And then I saw it said Region 2 won't play in the US. I'm like, what good is that then?
Next, another thing, another Blu-ray from the MVD Rewind collection called Boogie Boy.
Nice.
It's got Mark Dacascos, James Wolvett, Emily Lloyd, Frederick Forrest, Tracy Lords, and Joan Jett. From executive producer Roger Avery and the Academy Award-winning co-writer of Pulp Fiction.
Nice.
The Rewind collection is something that of a boutique thing that MVD Visual started putting out. And this one is directed by Craig R. Hammond. And this is a Blu-ray and DVD. I've seen the Rewind collection have straight Blu-ray in their stuff. So after being released from prison, Jesse Page backs his old friend Larry up on a drug deal gone sour. With the drug dealers hot on his trail, Jesse has 3 days to reach Detroit, where a new, clean, legitimate life waits for him. Along the way, his ties to the junkie criminal past are put to the test. What is true friendship made of? How far should loyalty go? These are questions Jesse must answer on the road to his new life in this gritty action thriller from writer-director Craig Hammond, who directed such films as My Best Friend's Birthday and Showdown in Manila. So, definitely looking forward to checking this film out. Looks like it might be cool. I have not opened this yet. It's still brand new. Next, I have this next film, which was distributed by Kino Lorber. I have this film on a Mill Creek set, but I guess this is a new 2K scan of some sort. It's called Billy the Kid versus Dracula. It's got John Carradine, Chuck Courtney, and Melinda Plowman. It is a Western, but it has something to do with Dracula.
Yeah. Probably like
it's directed by William
Bonnie and Clyde.
Bodie. Yeah, it was probably a drive-through flick.
I do like Billy the Kid, but yeah, it's probably one of those. it's something that possibly would check out if we did it or something. You know, like I said, the Bonnie and Clyde movie was pretty decent. So you know,
Next, I have an anime miniseries uh, that was done in 4 episodes. This is a two disc set of Doomed Megalopolis. It says the epic supernatural anime classic complete in one volume. So I guess it had 4 episodes: the Haunting of Tokyo, the Fall of Tokyo, the Gods of Tokyo, and the Battle for Tokyo. And I saw someone post this in a group, and then I found it at Half Price Books for $20, and I couldn't pass it up. So I had this last time, but I forgot to go on about it. So glad that I'm able to show it to you guys. That is a cool cover, at least.
what's it called?
I'm sure you can see it. It's called Doomed Megalopolis. I know it's got like a Blu-ray that's like out of print now, but very cool that I came across it. All right, so Echo Bridge Acquisition Corp at one point in time was taking their archive stuff and like just uh marketing them out in these like 3 film bonus feature sets. It's like they took their entire archive and decided, okay, we need to get these films off our shelves and like on some kind of format or whatnot that we've been like sitting on forever because we got to make some money here. So this is a 3 film set. Um, and we have Gaisha of Death, Ring of Fire 3, Lion Strike, and Blackjack. And I guess Dolph Lundgren plays in Blackjack. But
Cool.
in Ring of Fire 3, Lion Strike, we've got Don the Dragon Wilson
Nice.
in it. And I guess the Gaisha of Death, that one is about after a spree of bizarre murders, NBI Special Crimes Division agent Tony, played by Caesar Montano, finds that he is not looking for a human proprietor, but a demonic spirit that has existed in Japan since a time where samurai and supernatural beings engaged in a quest for dominance. Also starring Maria Ozawa and Meg Imperial. Uh, Ring of Fire 3, a holiday vacation for Dr. Johnny Woo, his young son Bobby, and a beautiful forest ranger played by Bobby Phillips,
Bye
turns into a nightmare when they are thrown headfirst into a whirling maelstrom of violence involving a new breed of evil, the global mafia. And Blackjack, hard-hitting Dolph Lundgren, is Jack Devlin, a top-notch federal agent who is paid to guard the lives of America's most endangered citizens. Now Jack must put his own life on the line in his most dangerous case ever, protecting a sexy supermodel from a lethal assassin. So,
So it's a comic.
So Vinegar Syndrome is another boutique label, which I might have talked about them before. They often do things that have a sexual nature to them, mostly nudity. But
Good.
so often you'll see stuff from like porn um, on their label, but they've catered to a lot of the cult films that are out there, and they've become a boutique label of sorts as well. And they're really good at putting their stuff together. So here I have, it's the hottest frat at fuck university. Good old fuck you. uh, Natural Lampoon's frat house. Starring Amy Leigh, Lisa DeLeague, Tawny Pearl. And it's directed by Sven Conrad. Fuck University, or FU, has the wildest and most sex crazed fraternity on campus. I felt a thigh. The guys are willing to try anything and anyone to get laid, which they do with great regularity and success, pulling pranks and punches to get into the pants of each and every nubile sorority girl on campus.
That's so
Sublimely
extreme.
goofy hardcore take on the post Animal House college campus comedy trend of the late 1970s. Writer, director, cinematographer, editor Sven Conrad's National Lampoon's Frat House mixes silly sight gags and slapstick comedy with stunningly photographed eroticism, starring superstar Lisa DeLeo, uh, who was in Dixie Ray and a Hollywood Star in one of her earliest roles, alongside Hilary Summers from Justine, Tawny Pearl from the movie Taboo,
Sign me up
which
on
I know Taboo, Maria Tortuga from Skin Tight, and Turk Leone from Cry for Cindy. Vinegar Syndrome presents this sex and comedy filled treat on Blu ray, newly restored from its original negative and featuring an extensive audio interview with its mysterious director. So, does that sound like it's fun?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Next, this is I believe this is a Vinegar Syndrome release. I still have to get the other volumes for it. But check this box set out. This is from Vinegar Syndrome. They started putting out these volumes of Giallo films called Forgotten Gialli. Uh, in this box set, which this is volume 2, I have Girl in Room 2A, My Dear Killer, and The French Sex Murders. Um, I don't know if you saw the back of it too. It's really cool. At least I think it is.
Yes.
I have not even opened it yet because I'm still waiting on like eventually finding the other sets because they've now put out 5 volumes to this thing. So um, definitely I have not opened them at all, but I'll just show the covers of these real fast. Girl in Room 2A, The French Sex Murders, and My Dear Killer. And I have actually seen the French Sex Murders on another label before. I believe they were, and I think the Girl in Room 2A was also on the same label that it came from. Mondo Macabre is a distribution that normally puts together like films from around the world that are like tried to put the words together because they're unique. They have a difference to them from other releases. Some of them are from other countries and stuff like that. And whenever they put out like limited like sets, they're expensive as all hell.
Right.
Maybe because they were the only the only label around that would like put stuff out and like um stuff from other countries that would play in the US. So for the longest time. But it's really cool to see them all together in like one a single set. And I know that I'll probably have the third volume coming to me eventually uh, from my friend. But I have to backtrack and get the first one. Next, I have a copy of a movie called Flesh Eating Mothers. It's got the Vinegar Syndrome slipcover for it, which uh, Vinegar Syndrome slipcovers are unique because they are put together by specific artists. So, as you know, they've become kind of a market thing that you can actually like. This right here, this slipcover will be worth just as much as this movie is.
Well, if
It's
it's different art, I can almost see that at least there's a reason for it. Um, but yeah.
But yeah, this is directed by James Martin. Something strange is happening to the mothers in a small town in upstate New York. Small and subtle changes appear at first, but soon the women are transformed into deranged, demented, and cannibalistic, flesh-eating mothers. With no one safe from ending up as a key ingredient in the next Tupperware party luncheon. It's up to the town's young people to uncover the shocking truth behind the carnage and put an end to it once and for all, especially as dinner time approaches. A decidedly absurd and tongue in cheek mix of zombie film and Cronenberg esque body horror. James Martin's direct to video 80s cult classic Flesh Eating Mothers offers a non stop barrage of over the top splatter courtesy of special effects wizard Carl Sorensen of Child's Play and Tremors, and Pitch Black Humor, co produced by Peter Litch, who did Splatter University, which is another film that I have not as of yet picked up yet. And photographed by future VFX guru Harry Eisenstein. Vinegar Syndrome presents Flesh Eating Mothers in its North American Blu ray debut. Freshly restored in 2K and featuring a new batch of exclusive extra features. So, definitely looking forward to checking this one out. Next, I have the Uber out of print copy of Fade to Black, which is also a Vinegar Syndrome release. And the nifty thing about this Blu ray release from Vinegar Syndrome is the fact that it didn't just come with one slipcover, it came with a interchangeable slipcover.
Just in case you want a little different.
No, just in case you wanted to change it for something different.
I just said that.
Yep.
Different.
Which is something that caters to that collector that's out there who loves that shit. But just to be certain and sure for those who don't care, is that the one that's interchangeable is also the same fucking art as this art that's inside the case. Uh, just so you're aware. And I'm pretty sure that that is that the insert is also interchangeable. as well, and probably shows that other slip cover on the other side. But uh, saying that already, Fade to Black is directed. Looking for the director. Okay. Eric Binford lives for, and he could have it his way in the movies. He works at a 35 millimeter print depot as a delivery boy, but spends all of his free time watching classic films and collecting Hollywood memorabilia. Endlessly tormented by his colleagues, Eric drifts further and further into a dream world where he embodies the silver screen characters he so deeply worships. However, when the teasing pushes him too far, he snaps and literally goes into character, donning the outfits of his big screen idols and slowly but surely killing off his tormentors in outrageous recreations of his favorite film scenes.
Alrighty
This
then.
one sounds interesting. A slasher that's profoundly infused with cinephilia, an old Hollywood iconography from its first frame to its last. Vernon Zimmerman's Bobby Joe and the Outlaw, Fade to Black, is an often haunting examination of the terror that can occur when fantasy and reality collide. Starring Dennis Christopher from Breaking Away and the original It, alongside Mickey Rourke from The Wrestler,
And $1 billion.
and featuring cinematography by Alex Phillips Jr. from Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. Fade to Black is a masterpiece of psychological horror that's making its long overdue worldwide Blu-ray debut from Vinegar Syndrome in a new 4K restoration of recently uncovered 35 millimeter negative elements. So I know that was a lot to say about one particular film, but I had to share the two different stuff. And it came to me all rubber banded together, so I'll keep it that way. Next, I have another film that came from Echo Bridge Acquisition Corp. This, I guess, is called Behind the Movement, Rosa Parks story. It might be interesting to watch this. It stars Meta Golding, Roger Winvor Smith, and Isaiah Washington. I would almost call this an urban film, but it looks like it's got some white people in it. Uh, but it's directed by Eric Avellino, and I do like biopics from time to time. So I wouldn't mind checking it out. What about you?
Yeah.
But it's about the first black woman who stood up on a bus and said, "I want to sit here."
Literally. Yes, and all.
Next we have it looks like a war film, and I guess it's based on a true story. It's called Lancaster Skies. This one is directed by Colin Byrne, and I guess it's a loving homage to the classic British war films of the 1940s and 50s. Douglas Miller, a broken solitary Spitfire ace who survived the Battle of Britain, transfers to Bomber Command, determined to take the war to the skies over Nazi Germany. Miller must take the place of a Lancaster bomber crew's cherished and respected skipper, who was killed in action. Though the crew is against him, he will try to gain their trust and overcome the darkness in his past to become the leader they so desperately need in the pivotal aerial battles that await them over Berlin. So I'm looking forward to checking this one out, even if you weren't. Uh, but this next one might be something that you might want to see yourself. I guess this is a superhero film. It's called Invisible Sue. She's the toughest girl you will ever see or not see.
That's Invisible Woman.
This is Invisible Sue.
Right, but I'm saying Sue Storm from Fantastic Four is the Invisible Woman, and her name's Sue Storm. So it's basically a ripoff of Sue Storm from Fantastic Four.
Sue, a teenage girl, craves for her mother's affection more than anything in the world. Her mother, a world renowned scientist, prioritizes her work over her daughter. When Sue goes to her mother's lab in order to surprise her on her birthday, she accidentally gets exposed to a secret chemical that her mother has been developing and gets the powers of invisibility. Being a fan of comic books, she gets to realize her lifelong fantasy of being a superhero. But things get serious when her mother is kidnapped by people after her research. It's up to Sue and her two friends to save her mother and protect her life's work from falling in the wrong hands. So, does that sound interesting?
Yeah, but it's still a ripoff of Sue Storm.
That I believe this is something that I picked up from Dollar Tree. It's called Intruders. It is a horror film from the executive producer of Paranormal Activity and Insidious. It has a tagline of "They should have left her alone," and it is directed by Adam Schindler and suffers from agoraphobia, so crippling that a trio of criminals break into her house. She cannot bring herself to flee. But what the intruders don't realize is that agoraphobia is not her only psychosis. So that sounds interesting to me. What about you?
Possibly.
Okay. Promising. Next, I have Arrow's copy of Horror Express, which Hammer alumni and bona fide horror royalty Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee reunite for this tale of mad monks, primitive humanoids, and glowing eyed zombies aboard a train bound for Moscow. You've never experienced a ride quite like the Horror Express. Renowned anthropologist Professor Sir Alexander Saxon, played
No.
by Christopher Lee, boards the Trans-Siberian Express with a peculiar cargo, a crate containing the frozen remains of a primitive humanoid, which he believes may prove to be the missing link in human evolution. The professor is soon to discover that he is wildly mistaken. However, as the creature promptly thaws out and reveals itself to be the host of an alien being capable of jumping from passenger to passenger. A Spanish British co production with the director Eugenio Martin, Horror Express, which strongly anticipates the shape shifting terrors of John Carpenter's The Thing, remains one of the most thrilling science fiction horror efforts of the 1970s. And I guess this is a 2K restoration of the film. I've seen it before. It's definitely weird, and it is entertaining to a point. But the copy that I saw it on was uh, an old copy. Next, I have, and I believe this is a Vinegar Syndrome release of a movie called Hollywood Horror House. And it has a tagline of a new high in terror and shock. It is directed by Donald Wolfe. It is a 4K scan. Vic Valance, played by David Garfield, is an enigmatic young man who has manipulated his way into working at the decaying mansion of a once prolific but now reclusive and alcoholic movie star named Catherine Packard, uh, played by Miriam Hopkins, while the rest of the house staff becomes suspicious of Vic's intentions. The aging movie queen finds in him a companion and she hopes a lover. But as Vic begins behaving in more and more erratic ways, it becomes clear that he's far more sinister than his demeanor implies and might, in fact, be a vicious serial killer who has been murdering and dismembering middle aged women in Hollywood. A psychedelic proto slasher of the by way of Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood Horror House, also known as Savage Intruder, was shot on and off between late 1969 and mid 1973 by producer director Donald Wolfe, with funds from his star home bus tour company chock full of lurid, candy colored freakouts shot by John Merrill, a boy and his dog, along with surprisingly grisly murder set pieces, plus a supporting cast including Gail Sondergaard, Virginia Wing from Law and Order, Florence Lake from Welcome to Arrow Beach, and John Besser from The Three Stooges. In his final role in a feature film, Hollywood Horror House ramps up its weirdness all the way to its through its demented final act and comes to Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome. So, does it sound interesting? Krol?
Maybe.
Okay. Next, I have Hitchhike to Hell, which is a Blu-ray released by Arrow. There's no such thing as a free ride. Cult director Irvin Berwick, director of Malibu High, The Monster of Piedras Blancas, takes you on an excursion into death and depravity in 1977's Hitchhike to Hell, where all roads lead to terror. Howard is a mild mannered mama's boy whose job running deliveries for a dry cleaning agency affords him a lot of time out on the road. But when he happens across young runaways, particularly pretty nubile girls, he transforms into a twitching homicidal maniac, hell bent on meting out punishment for their transgressions. Can the cops put a stop to Howard's demented spree before he claims yet another victim? Influenced by the depraved crimes of the likes of co-ed killer Edmund Kemper, Hitchhike to Hell is a sleazy, queasy, all-American nightmare from the vaults of legendary exploration producer Harry Novak, who put out such films as The Child and Toys Are Not for Children. And last but not least, before we head over to Kroll with some more of his inheritance, this is a film directed by Josh Ridgway, and I do believe that I bought this from Dollar Tree. It's a movie called High Moon. I believe it might be a werewolf type movie. It stars Michael Collins, Chelsea Edmondson, and Sean Patrick Flannery. Colt, a gunfighter from the Old West, rises from the grave only to find that the band of werewolves that brutally murdered his wife is still running rampant generations later. Aided by a beautiful widow, a broken down sheriff, and a corrupt mayor, Colt must face off with the bloodthirsty creatures once again to save a sleepy southern town from destruction.
That sounds good.
It does sound good,
I like.
but in any case, heading over to you, Crow. What do you have for us?
All right, here we go. First up is Home Alone, the complete collection. So we have Home Alone 1, Home Alone 2, and the other two movies that aren't really Home Alone, but 3 and 4. So we have the all four movies. In case you ever really
I
wanted
think
the two, but who does?
I think that's the set that I have too, because I don't really count any of the other ones that are out there.
No. Okay, and here we have High Tension. Uh,
Oh, good
it's a
movie, French
true
movie.
horror classic. But the best horror, a must see movie of the year. I don't know what year, but yeah. So never seen it,
I
but
have seen it.
there we are. I have it. There we go. And next we have here another movie I haven't seen. Jodie Foster, The Brave One. An exhilarating and supremely crafted thriller. Why don't they stop me? Uh, Erica Bain wonders. Being a popular New York radio host, watched her fiance die and nearly lost her own life to vicious random attack. Now she discovers a stranger within herself and an armed wanderer in the urban night, and for vengeance at war with her own soul. Two-time Academy Award winner Jodie Foster as Erica Jones, Oscar nominee Terrence Howard as a determined cop hot on her trail. Erica's future is unpredictable. Is uncertain, but one thing is not. The Brave One is a high tension thriller that peaks a visceral and emotional punch. So there we go. 1 second, guys. I'm going to turn my light on so I can see a little bit better.
That's one movie that I haven't seen, but I've seen it around.
That was interesting. I've
It does sound interesting.
never heard of it, but yeah, it does sound interesting. Okay, now we have the original movie, Jack Lemmon, Walter Matthau, The Odd Couple. The movie. Do, 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 do,
Is that
do.
the TV show?
No, this is the movie
Okay,
that the TV show is based on. You've never seen it?
I have. I
This
have
the
both.
Hill collection.
I
Uh,
have both
Special
the.
Features.
Does that have both of them in that?
It has commentary by Charlie Matthau and Chris Lemon. Um, Memories of the set inside The Odd Couple. The Odd Couple, a classic, galleries, production, movie, and theatrical trailer.
Okay, that has to be like an older copy that they put out because I
Yeah.
have a later printed copy.
Here we have Elysium.
Elysium.
Yes, Elysium.
I
Matt,
believe that is part
I have
of.
seen this movie, and it is a good one. And this also Foster as well as Matt Damon. Um, yeah, it's a good movie. I enjoy it.
I believe it's part of the Bomb Camp trilogy.
Don't know. Uh,
Uh,
we have I've not seen any of these, but there's Big Mama's House too.
okay. I have not seen those in their entirety.
I've not seen any of them at all. There's a new movie. I've seen this one, The Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith.
Okay.
For his
That's actually a good movie.
for the Impossible. Will Smith stars as the inspirational true story of Chris Gardner, a San Francisco salesman who's struggling to make ends meet when his girlfriend Linda walks out. Chris is left to raise their 5-year-old son Christopher on his own. Chris' determination finally pays off when he lands an unpaid internship in a brutally competitive stockbroker training program. Only 1 in 20 interns will make the cut. Without a salary, Chris and his son are evicted from their apartment and are forced to sleep on the streets, in homeless shelters, and even behind the locked doors of a metro station bathroom. With self-confidence and love and trust of his son, Chris Gardner rises above his obstacles to become a Wall Street legend. And again, I've seen this, so good movie.
It is a good movie.
Okay, and here we have Sandra Bullock in The Blind Side.
That's one that Tammy really likes a lot.
I have not seen it. Oh, it's Blind Side.
Yep, it's a football movie.
I can see that. Hey, here we go. We have Tarzan Volume 2, Greatest Classic Films Collection. And we have Tarzan Secret Treasure, Tarzan and the Amazons, Tarzan's New York Adventure, and Tarzan and the Leopard Women. This is presented by Warner Home Brothers, Warner Home Video, of course, Warner Brothers. These are the Johnny Weissmuller Tarzans, which my mother loved. Uh, Johnny Weissmuller, the most of all the Tarzan actors, and
Damn it, she's
he was
making me fall in love with her again.
one of the best actual swimmers, and his yell was right up there. Was perfect.
And the only other one who could imitate her just as him just as much was Carol Burnett.
Okay, here we have another Cary Grant movie. This one is Amazing Adventure. I've not. I may have seen this when I was young. Um, Ernest Bliss is a rich young man with too little to do, not realizing that the depression he's in is due to boredom. Ernest consults a doctor, Sir James Eldred gives Ernest a prescription that he doesn't think Ernest can fill. Ernest must earn his own living for 1 year, using none of his current wealth. Ernest bets him 50,000 English pounds that he can. Sounds interesting.
It does sound interesting.
Kind of
And one thing that you might like to know is that
thing.
Platinum Disc Corp, if you look on the bottom of the back of that disc, Platinum Disc Corp was from La Crosse, Wisconsin, and it is no longer in existence as a distribution company anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Platinum Corporation. You knew that just looking at the DVD.
Yep.
Good on you. And now we have the special collector's edition of the War of the Worlds. And this is the original War of the Worlds, not the remake.
Yep, that is the original War of the Worlds.
Carried by actors and
I still have my copy on DVD because that's one of my favorite science fiction
this is one of
films.
my favorite science fiction as well.
Um, my copy is a double feature with When Worlds Collide,
Okay.
which is another a decent one.
Now we have a raunchous and hilarious movie, The Hangover.
Okay,
They
yeah.
claim Vegas bachelor party that they would never forget. Now they really need to remember why they down. Whose baby is on the closet of their Caesar's Palace suite? How did a tiger get in the bathroom? Why is one of them missing a tooth? And most of all, where's the broom? What partying can't compare to what they must do sober in our that has them piecing together all their bad decisions from the night before, one hazy clue at a time. Directed Todd Phillips, old school, and an all-ages comedy cast bring it big time with unpredictable situations that somehow all fit together. Tie one on with The Hangover. And in case anyone didn't know, there's also Hangover 2 and Hangover 3. And I recommend all three movies.
I do too. I actually think that's one of the comedy trilogies that's out there that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You know.
Uh-huh. This movie I've not seen. This is The Missing. And this is with Tommy Lee Jones and Kate Blanchett. So nice cast right there. Oscar-winning team of Ron Howard and Brian Grazer.
It's a good movie.
Spine-tingling thriller. Okay. I believe I've seen this movie. From the studio that brought you American Pie. Accepted. This generation's Animal House. Three irreverent bonus features. Gag reels, deleted scenes, rejections, and more. Yep. Does not sound like a movie that a 70-year-old would like, but that's my mom. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Shit, I don't think I've ever seen the third movie. I didn't realize it was. Triple feature of Crocodile Dundee 1, 2, and 3. Which the third one was just called Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles, and I don't think I've seen it. Crocodile Dundee is Paul Hogan. If you never checked him out, you should. He's great. And a knife. This is a knife. You'll remember that line when you see the first movie. Yeah, I definitely have to check. I'll have to watch all three. But I have not seen the third movie. I didn't realize it existed. So I missed that one somehow. Okay, here's an older movie. William Holden, Alec Guinness, The Bridge on the River Kwai.
Oh, that's a war movie. My
Yeah,
dad.
yeah. This is my mother wasn't huge on war movies, I don't think, but obviously this is one she did enjoy. I think I've seen it. I watched a lot of stuff when I was a kid. I've seen this one though. Rob Snyder, David Spade, John Hader, The Benchwarmers.
Benchwarmers is a good one.
Be able to beat 9 young ducks, right? For anyone who's ever been picked on, put down, and pushed around, your heroes are here. Great movie, great comedy, great cast. Okay, now we have now this is pure classic. Alfred Hitchcock's collection, The Birds. The Birds, the Birds, the
Oh
Birds,
hell yeah, the birds.
the Birds, Birds, the word not different.
Which
Alfred Hitchcock is The Birds, which is a fucking classic, and yeah, this
which
is
I still have to pick up a
this
copy
it
of
was, it was this is signed by Alfred Hitchcock. Wow.
Yep.
Signed Alfred Hitchcock movie right here. It's birds.
Yep. It's from his signature collection.
Makes sense. Okay, here's a movie that Mom didn't open, but I know she's seen it, and I know I've seen it, and I know most people probably seen it. Dustin Hoffman, Tom Cruise, Rain Man.
Rain Man, that was a classic.
Classic, great movie. Absolutely. Now it's funny, well, not funny. My nephew has what he had in the movie.
I have what he has in the movie.
Yeah. My nephew has trouble talking. He can talk now, but he talks slow and fast. So it's hard to he doesn't articulate what he says, so it's hard to understand him sometimes. But he'll get there. So he's come a long way. Okay, and here is another classic movie. Francis Ford Coppola presents Apocalypse Now. Another war movie.
Apocalypse Now, very good movie.
Another war movie. But yeah, definitely a classic movie.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I have at this particular moment. How about you, Dave?
Oh, you'll hand it over to me?
Yeah, handing it back to you.
Alrighty. Cool. Well, I definitely have a lot more. Let me grab them. All right. One that take some of these. Okay. So this is another Dollar Tree pickup. I'm not going to read the backs like I normally do, but I'll try to do the at least the director if I can find the director.
Yeah, one of these
But
is I couldn't see what the director was, and it's like, oh, yeah.
this one is definitely uh, along the lines of Fast and the Furious. I think this came out. They put this out when Fast 9 was, out or whatnot. But here's the thing: I've got it twice, and I'll show you why. Because here I have it under the title "Young, Fast, and Fierce," and I'm trying to look at the director. I can't really read the director, but it's from Echo Bridge Acquisition Corp. But if you see this uh, video right here, unless it's a totally different one, but it stars George Salzer, Maya Lauterbach, and Samuel Jacob, and it has a tagline of "The Ride of a Lifetime." But same place. Here's a double feature, and the title is V8 Start Your Engines. And it has the same the same tagline as The Ride of a Lifetime. But the second feature on this double feature here is called Wild Bunch on Ice: The Legend of the Sure Shot. So SP released these, and I think these are definitely along the lines of like the Mighty Ducks or something on that range or whatnot. I'm curious as to whether those are the same movie or not. So I'm pretty sure that they are because the pictures are the same, the tagline's the same. So
Just different names. That's weird.
yeah, it is a weird thing. Next, I have a boxing movie here from Dollar Tree called Underdog. It stars Becca Buckaloo, Kim Estes, Amber Wagner, Sherry Hersey, and Brian Krause.
Underdog, underdog.
It has a tagline: "Is she wasn't fighting to win, she was fighting for her life." And it's directed by Richie Greer. So I'm sure it's on the lines of like Rocky type thing, except with a female. So
She's fighting for her life.
next, I have another movie that I picked up at Dollar Tree, called Trumbo, and I know this is a universal release. It's directed by Jay Roach. In 1947, Dalton Trumbo, played by Bryan Cranston of Breaking Bad, was Hollywood's top screenwriter until he and other artists were jailed and blacklisted for their political beliefs. And it recounts how Dalton used words and wit to win 2 Academy Awards and expose the absurdity and injustice of the blacklist, which entangled everyone from gossip columnist Hida Hopper, played by Helen Mirren, to John Wayne, Kirk Douglas, and Otto Preminger. The film also stars Diane Lane, John Goodman, Louis C.K., Ellie Fanning, and Michael Stolberg. So I watched it. It was interesting. I thought it was interesting the negative light that they put on John Wayne during it. So the more that I hear about how John Wayne was as a real person, the more I don't like put him on a pedestal as much as I used to. You know, it's not that I dislike his acting like you do, but I don't know. There are certain films that I remember from my childhood that I'll still remember the Duke for. But now that more and more comes out, I don't entirely like say, yeah, he's the greatest man ever. You know. So
Right.
next, I have
Right.
an action film called Transit 17, which stars Guy Blayarts, Zara Pithian, Lee Charles, Silvio Simac, and Themo Melikidze, and it's a film by Guy Blayarts. I guess it says fighting to save the only cure. After Europe is hit with a virus which infected 60 million people, General Ratzinger, played by Jean-Paul van der Velde, and his military aim to control the survivors, hidden in secret outputs known as transits, led by the commander Silvo Simac. His sniffers continue to look for those who refuse to be confined, while insurgents known as the Free Fighters, led by Vanguard Christoph van Sandik, aim to evade and destroy this oppressive military, which, instead of looking for a cure, continues to kill the infected as they grow in numbers. Meanwhile, a separate resistance team led by Tex, played by the director, Eve, Brad, Dina, and Daniel, sets out on a secret operation to find Jen, a 15-year-old girl who was infected with the virus but survived. She may be the only hope for a cure that causes the Free Fighters and the Resistance to join together. They will stop at nothing until she is safe and the cure to save mankind is discovered. Does that sound interesting at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So definitely willing to check that out eventually. Next, I have a mermaid movie that
Flash.
stars. It's called The King's Daughter.
Ah.
It stars Pierce Brosnan, Kea Scodelario, Benjamin Walker, Rachel Griffiths, Julie Andrews, Fan Bingbing, and William Hurt. And this was before Pierce Brosnan died, I think.
Well, I would
I
hope
think
so.
I think he's dead.
When did he die?
Um, or wait, it wasn't him who died. I think it was William Hurt. Let me uh, let me let
Oh,
me
it's
look that up real quick.
Pierce Brosnan's
Because
was.
there was an actress who was supposed to play in this, and I think she was an Asian actress, and I think she was supposed to play the mermaid. And the reason why this movie took so long to come out, because it's a 2021 movie, but it supposedly was from, let me see, Pierce.
Yeah, Pierce Brosnan's only 69. He's still alive.
Okay, so it's not him who died. It was William Hurt who died.
Yeah, William Hurt, like I said, is a lot older.
He died at the time that this film was being filmed, and the production was put on hold. But then, like, one of the main actresses who was like supposedly playing like
Yeah, he
a
died.
mermaid.
He died March of this year.
Yeah, and pretty much his death is basically what kickstarted this movie to coming off the shelf. You know, like they were still like putting it together. It's another one of those movies like Grizzly 2 that was on the shelf because it was in production hell, you know. And one of the actresses that was involved with this originally, she had scenes that were cut because she got in serious trouble for something. And I'm trying to remember what she got in trouble for. But I remember it being like a big thing, and it had something to do with whatever country she was in and whatnot. But it ended up not being a bad movie. But I don't know. I wish I could have seen what it looked like before, like they edited it just to, because I hate it when something happens to a movie and they take scenes out, you know,
All right.
and then they try to edit it back together and try to say, voila, we have a movie, you know. So, but it was interesting. I wish I could have seen it in its original element. It was pretty. It was beautiful. I mean, but I guess it was released by Gravitas Ventures, which has released a lot of films before. Okay, so next I have this 4 film set from Severin. Uh, and it involves it's called the Blood Island Collection,
Oh, that's the
and
one you were talking about.
yep, this has Terror is a Man, the Mad Doctor of Blood Island, Brides of Blood, and Beast of Blood. And actually, I'm not sure if you can see this, but on the bottom here is a number. It's a limited edition.
Uh,
It's a limited edition of 3,500 made at the time of this particular set. And this is number 1,295 out of 3,500 made. So they've been called defiantly lurid, delightfully depraved, and blood soaked and naked broad filled. And for more than 50 years, these four monster shockers from Filipino directors Gary De Leon and Eddie Romero have stunned drive-in, grindhouse, and VHS audiences and become the foundation of infamous exploitation distributors such as Hemisphere Pictures and Independent International, and remains among the most insane esteemed classics in horror history. Severin Films is now proud to present the Blood Island trilogy and its celebrated prequel, all featuring uncut scans from recently discovered film elements and oozing with all new special features. So I just want to show the audience what each of these covers looks like. Here is Mad Doctor of Blood Island. Here is Brides of Blood. Here is Terror is a Man. And here is Beast of Blood. So, what do you think about that set? Does it look cool?
interesting. I mean, not sure if I like them or not, but you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I haven't checked out the set yet, but I'm curious about the transfers and all that jazz. Next, I have a Shutter release of a film that has been in the works since 2013, to be honest. Um, but it is a 2021 release. It's called The Spine of Night. It says it's one of the sickest, coolest, most mind-bending animated films we've seen. It
Anime.
stars Richard E. Grant, Lucy Lawless,
Oh,
Patton Oswalt, Betty Gabriel, and Joe Manganiello. Lucy Lawless.
Magnolia, which
Yep.
if people don't know, that's the guy from what's that movie that girls like? Uh, can't think of it. There's the stripper one.
It's along the lines of films
Magic
like
Mike.
Wizards
Yeah.
and
Joe Manganiello was in Magic Mike, and of course he played the werewolf in True Blood.
True Blood.
Yeah, which I loved. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out. I love Lucy Lawless, and Joe Manganiello is really cool.
Well, and if you know Ralph Bakshi as a director,
I don't,
he did stuff like heavy metal. That wasn't Ralph Bakshi, but heavy metal and heavy metal 2000 were like some of that roto uh, classic animation that was on similar lines with like Wizards and trying to think of some others. There was definitely a horticulture of animation in the style. I think Fire and Ice was another one that was in the style of this particular animation. But I watched it it's definitely unique and interesting. But also on here are um, two short films that the director of this actually did in the world, called Exordium and Mongrel as well. Like these were like beginning before he began making the feature. So it's cool. Next, I have John Voight, Jamie Kennedy, Vale Bloom, and Aidan Cullen in a movie called Surviving the Wild. I picked this up from Dollar Tree. I haven't opened it yet, and it looks like it's like, and it's directed by Patrick Alessandrin. And this was also put out by Echo Bridge Acquisition Corp. And following the untimely death of his grandpa Gus, 13-year-old Sean, played by Aidan Cullen, disregards his parents' wishes and embarks upon a great journey into the wild with his dog Riley to spread his grandpa's ashes from a remote mountaintop. Throughout the journey, Sean is guided by the spirit of his grandfather, and together they overcome challenge after challenge as Sean traverses whitewater rapids and tries to evade two crazed hillbillies that are on his trail. Sean must use all of his wits and tricks that his grandpa has taught him over the years, and they share in this one final great adventure together. So it actually sounds like it's a fun family film, but it's also a survival kind of film too, you know?
Right.
That actually sounds like out of my Dollar Tree pickups, that one is one that I'd probably watch first. You know, just to see whether it is good. Another one that I picked up from Dollar Tree is called Suburbicon. I remember it being a movie that uh, might not have made very much money at the time. It's got Matt Damon, Julianne Moore, and Oscar Isaac in it.
Isaac.
From director George Clooney. The
Really?
yeah, the small idyllic town of Suburbicon is the perfect place for Gardner Lodge, played by Matt Damon, to make a home. But beneath the tranquil surface lies a disturbing reality where nothing is as it seems. When a break-in leads to the shocking murder of his wife, Gardner must navigate the town's underbelly of deceit and violence to protect his family from further harm. Julianne Moore and Oscar Isaac also star in this darkly comedic, suspenseful thriller full of twists and turns. So it actually does actually sound like it might actually be interesting, but I don't think at the time it got very many good reviews.
Right.
Next, I have a movie that is directed by Woody Allen called Stardust Memories. I guess it stars Woody Allen, Charlotte Rampling, Jessica Harper, Marie Christine Barrault, Tony Roberts, and I'm not sure what the movie is about, but I'll be checking it out eventually. Um, does it look like it might be entertaining at all?
Maybe.
I suppose it's always possible. Our friends, Brandon, who is also Septon Sin versus the World, um, he likes Woody Allen a lot, and
Yeah, I like Woody Allen.
I found out that many of his films are a little bit more artsy, and I know that Woody Allen, in general, especially lately, is a controversial director. But next I have a Vinegar Syndrome release. Another one that has not only one slipcover, but two.
Wait, there's more. Hello, price of
Where you have
1999.
one, there's more. Correct. And this is a movie called Spookies. And trying to see. Okay, so it is a 4K scan this is. After their car breaks down, a group of travelers find themselves stranded in a remote part of New England. After taking shelter in a spooky old mansion, complete with a graveyard, they discover a Ouija board and decide to spend the night attempting to summon some spirits. But the group soon learns that playing with the forces of black magic isn't fun and games. And it's not long before they're head to head with all sorts of demonic creatures, shapeshifters, and other forms of evil, all of whom are more than happy to pick them off in the most gruesome of ways. Of all the bizarre horror films made in the 1980s, Spookies easily ranks among the weirdest. Produced by Michael Lee, founder of the adored UK home video distributor Vipco, the film became a fan favorite thanks to its expertly rendered creature effects and notorious for its bizarre production history, in which its original creators, co-writers, and directors Brendan Faulkner and Thomas Doran and co-writer producer Frank M. Farrell were fired and replaced by Eugene Joseph, who added new scenes and re-edited the previous shot footage, resulting in the legendary oddity Spookies. Has become Vinegar Syndrome proudly presents Spookies to the Blu-ray for the first time, newly restored in 4K from its lost and original negative, and including a brand new feature-length making-of documentary, charting its incredible and often unbelievable production history. So, I am curious, because I have not seen this movie yet, but I do plan on it. Looks like it's still in its plastic, so I have not opened it yet. So, what do you think? Does it sound like it might be interesting?
Sounds interesting.
Next, I have from Jagged Edge Productions, a movie that is directed by Scott Jeffrey. And I do believe I picked this up from Walmart. It has a tagline of "There's nothing itsy bitsy about it." It's called Spider in the Attic. Looks like it might be entertaining. What do you think?
Nah.
You don't like spiders.
No. I hate spiders.
Next,
although
I have.
I did see Arachnophobia, and that was a good movie.
It was. Next, I have a BBC production of. I'm assuming that this is a mini series of some sort because oftentimes it's mini series that are on BBC called Save Our Skins.
Never heard of that one. But yeah, I enjoy some BBC shows.
Picked this up from Dollar Tree.
Nothing recent, but Merlin, Robin Hood, quite a few different ones.
Next, I have Smurfs, The Lost Village.
Is that the second one?
This is the third one.
Live action, right?
Yep.
I've not seen it. I think I've seen the second one. Didn't see the third
It's
one.
directed by Kelly Asbury, and from what I remember, it was not as good as the other two. Next, I have, okay, this is a boutique label. From what I understand, if Twilight Time for a while was like very limited copies of their Blu-rays, and I guess this is a Woody Allen film. Like I know that I am giving my Dollar Tree copy of Shadows and Fog now to someone else now that I have this copy. I guess, but limited edition series. Woody Allen's oxymoronic German expressionist comedy Shadows and Fog features an impressive array of stars, including Mia Farrow, John Malkovich, Donald Pleasance, Kathy Bates, Jodie Foster, Lily Tomlin,
Wow.
John Cusack, and Allen himself as a classic nebbish fumbling through a Kafka-esque experience involving a serial killer, a circus, a brothel, and a vigilante mob. Gregiously photographed in black and white by the great Carlo De Palma of The Red Desert and Blow Up, and featuring the music of Kurt Weill. So, this is a Twilight Time limited Blu-ray of the film.
Nice. Wouldn't mind checking that out. I love, like I said, I enjoy Woody Allen, and that's one hell of a fucking cast right there. So
Yeah,
definitely, if I
tell me
ever
about
have a chance to see that sometime, I'll check it out.
it. Next, I have Rest in Pieces. This is another Vinegar Syndrome release. It's got a cool slipcover that has like reverse. I don't think it's reversible, but it's got two different like front and back. This is a film that's directed by Jose Ramon Larez, and Helen Hewitt has inherited her recently deceased Aunt Catherine's humongous country villa. After arriving at their home, she and her husband Bob immediately feel a sense of unease and hostility from the estate's staff and tenants, all of whom do their best to make the young couple feel unwelcome. As strange and increasingly sinister events begin to take place around her, Helen becomes determined to uncover the truth about the goings on and slowly begins to unearth the horrifying and unspeakable evil occurring at the mysterious mansion. One of a handful of films that acclaimed Spanish horror and exploitation auteur Jose Ramon Larez made primarily for the American market, Rest in Pieces plays like a refined piece of Euro horror as filtered through the trashy mindset of late 80s direct-to-video trash. Pleasantly grotesque, the gore effects earned a 1987 Goya Award nomination, and with a wry sense of self-aware humor, Rest in Pieces co-stars Dorothy Malone from The Big Sleep and Basic Instinct, Jack Taylor from Conan the Barbarian, and Patty Shepard from My Dear Killer. Never before released on disc, Vinegar Syndrome is delighted to present Rest in Pieces. And this is a 4K restoration. Which means you don't really need a 4K player, you just need a Blu-ray player that will upscale it. So that's not bad. Next, I have another one of those Echo Bridge Acquisition Corp's 3 film sets. I guess I have Rehearsal Impact with Bruce Greenwood, Deborah Kara Unger, Dean Gayer, and Rian Reese. His masterpiece has just become his disaster. It looks like it's some kind of action film. But also on here are King of California and Camouflage. Rehearsal Impact is faced with financial ruin, an aging theater director struggling to stay relevant must cast a young action movie star in his new play. When the director's theatrical nature clashes with the movie star's Hollywood attitude, they must figure out how to make this work, because one way or another, the show must go on. King of California, manic depressive Charlie, played by Michael Douglas, has just been released from a mental institution. His 16-year-old daughter Miranda, played by Evan Rachel Wood, expects him to get a job. Instead, he convinces her that there is Spanish gold buried under their local Costco. Okay. Camouflage, an unemployed actor, Marty McKenzie, played by Lachlan Monroe, with an interest in detective work, takes a job with a crusty private investigator, Jack Potter, played by Leslie Nielsen, in an attempt to foil a murder plot, also starring Vanessa Angel and William Forsythe. Okay. I've never seen Camouflage, but that sounds cool.
I have not seen it either.
I love Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Next, I have from the Warner Brothers Archive Collection, which I would say is a boutique
What's it called?
collection. This is Philo Vance Murder Case Collection. It includes the Bishop murder case, the Kennel murder case, the Dragon murder case, the Casino murder case, the Garden murder case, and Calling Philo Vance. Those are mystery noir films that were like during the 40s and 50s. I'm definitely curious about, and I guess Basil Rathbone
Nice.
starred in the first one. Trying to see if he's starred in any of the other ones.
I like him.
Doesn't look like it, but at least he starred in the first one as him. Basil Rathbone played the original Sherlock Holmes, if I remember correctly.
Well,
Next,
I enjoy him, of course, in one of my favorite comedies, The Court Jester.
Next, I have this Blu-ray set of animated Batman stuff. It's the 80th anniversary of Batman. It's an 18-film set. It has Batman Gotham Knight, Batman Year One, Under the Red Hood, Bad Blood versus Robin, Son of Batman, The Dark Knight Returns Part 1 and 2, Assault on Arkham, The Killing Joke, Batman and Harley Quinn, Gotham by Gaslight, Batman Ninja, Batman Return of the Caped Crusaders, Batman Mask of the Phantasm, Mystery of the Batwoman, Superman Batman Public Enemies, Superman Batman Apocalypse.
Wow, I've seen most of those. Where'd you pick that up from?
Walmart.
How much was that?
$30-$40.
Not a bad deal at all.
No, definitely not. And
most of those movies I've seen on HBO Max I have not watched the Batman Ninja. I've heard it was really horrible, so I just haven't even bothered. But yeah, actually, I watched them when it was still DC streaming before it went to HBO Max.
Okay. Next, I have a sequel to a independent movie uh, called Bad Nun: Deadly Vows. It's the sequel to Bad Nun. A
Okay.
World Unholy Secrets.
No nonsense.
It's a film that's directed by Scott Jeffrey and Rebecca J. Matthews. And says Catherine and her family, looking for a fresh start, move into an old converted church in the country. However, their hopes for a peaceful new life are soon dashed when a religious stalker dressed as a nun begins to harass them. Claiming them sinners, the nun returns night after night until the final night when she plans to release them of their sins permanently. So I'm looking forward to checking those out. I still have to check out the first one, which I know I have around here. I think it was called The Bad Nun. So in any case, next I have a science fiction film with Antonio Banderas in it called Autom- Automata. This was also a Echo Bridge Acquisition Corp's release, but I remember seeing like the trailers to it for some reason. Don't know why. Uh,
Yeah.
Insurance agent Jack Balkan investigates whether the automata robots have been illegally modified to harm humans and finds answers that could hold the future of humanity in jeopardy. Starring Antonio Banderas, Dylan McDermott, Melanie Griffith, and Javier Bardem. So, should be interesting to check this out eventually. Uh,
Mhm.
Next, I have a film that you know about.
What is it?
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Just the first
This
one?
is this is the first one, and it is still unopened. A Blu-ray
You need the
of
collection.
the MVD rewind release of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
You need the collection.
Well, I'd love if they had a collection out there, but they do not.
Why
But
not?
because they were done by several directors, and not all of them are of the same caliber.
Who cares? They're all Killer Tomato movies.
I agree, but I also seem to think and remember that there was an animated series based on that stuff too.
Yeah, I think so.
But if they ever put out a complete, they better put that on there. So,
I doubt they would.
but this is directed by John De Bello. UFOs, Bigfoot, communists. The government has swiftly dealt with many a crisis, but can it survive the diabolical attack of the killer tomatoes? Just when you thought it was safe to go back to the supermarket, you're face to face with terror so bold, so frightening, it has never been seen on screen before, or not until the sequel, anyway. After a series of bizarre and increasingly horrific attacks from pulpy red seeded fruit, Mason Dixon, played by David Miller, finds himself leading a crack team of specialists to save the planet, but will they be quick enough to save everyone? To save you? You can't run. You can't swim. There's nowhere to hide. The killer tomatoes are everywhere. So yeah,
I said
ended up
squash from the make ketchup.
ended up getting ended up getting a copy of the the new Blu-ray, and that's a new transfer too. So relatively new, at least. So next, I have Sandra Winters presents Annette Haven in 1001 Erotic Nights and 1001 Erotic Nights Part 2 of the Forbidden Tales
Okay.
in a Vinegar Syndrome release. Of these erotic features. And I guess they were directed by Edwin Brown as Stephen Lucas and Edwin Durrell. I guess he didn't really want people to know that he was directing them at the time. After the Sultan, John Leslie, or played by John Leslie, defeats his cheating wife, the Sultana, along with his treacherous general. He no longer trusts women and orders they be put to death after spending the night with him. This all changes when he meets Scheherazade, played by Annette Haven, whose sensual stories knows no bounds. Can she use her storytelling skills to delay her looming execution? Also, while winning the affection of the Sultan. An explicit adaptation of the classic Middle Eastern collection of stories, 1001 Nights. Stephen Lucas of China Girl, 1001 Erotic Nights is a critically acclaimed and elegantly produced classic of erotic cinema and co-stars Lisa De Liao, Mylin, Joey Silvera, Herschel Savage, and others. In its sequel, 1001 Erotic Nights Part 2, the Sultan, played by Francois Papillon, is bored and lonely, and in an effort to spice things up, his advisor and confidante, Jamie Gillis, or played by Jamie Gillis, creates a contest to find the most titillating women in the kingdom, and a new consort to the Sultan as well. A woman named Shahrazad, played by Carrie Fox, enters the contest and may have a unique talent none of the other women possess. Both of these sensual classics are making their Blu-ray debuts from Vinegar Syndrome, newly restored from their 35mm negatives. So those actually sound interesting to me.
First one does. I don't know about the second one.
Because I do like the Arabian Nights. There was a version of Arabian Nights that was a mini series that had John Leguizamo as the genie. That was pretty cool in the 90s. Next,
Yep.
I have one of the Asylum Home Entertainment's mockbusters in a movie called Ape versus Monster. Yes, that's right. Ape versus Monster. Fight till the death. It's a
So it's
cool
like King
cover.
Kong versus Godzilla. Got it.
Basically,
The monkey better win.
it's directed by Daniel Lesko. And I'm assuming that this was actually played on Sci-Fi Channel. because a lot of the Asylum films play on the Sci-Fi Channel. In fact, I'm almost pretty positive that the Sci-Fi Channel is somewhat related to the Asylum at home entertainment films. Next, I have a movie that stars Ethan Hawke in it, and I think this is the one shortly before the black phone that we get. It's from Blumhouse and the producer of Whiplash. It's called Adopt a Highway. And it looks like it's. I'm trying to see who the director is. Executive producer. John Lang might be. No. Sometimes they actually. Okay. Tang Media Partners. Okay. So Russ Millions has just been released from prison after serving 21 years for a third strike conviction for possessing an ounce of marijuana. As he tries to adapt to a world he doesn't recognize, including trying to learn how to use the internet, he finds an abandoned baby in a dumpster behind the fast food restaurant where he works as a dishwasher. Unsure of what to do and caught between impulses of kindness and panic, Russ soon realizes this could be a chance, his chance at redemption. Starring Ethan Hawke in a critically acclaimed performance, Adopt a Highway is equal parts tragic and triumphant. So, this was a Dollar Tree pickup.
Interesting.
It sounds interesting. But did you have anything else to show?
Oh, yeah. And there's more. Had to plug my phone in, so I had to go sideways here. But here we go. We have Man of Steel. Of course, reimagining of Superman. Again, like I said, my mother introduced me to superheroes, starting with Superman. I remember when Superman the movie came out with Christopher Reeve. She went on in a red carpet event for adults with champagne and stuff. I was a little kid, and all I knew was Mom went to Superman without me, so I was very upset. Mom took me, I think, the next day or a couple days later to go see it, but I was still upset she went without me. But like I said, I was a kid and it was Superman. I didn't realize that it was just for adults and kids couldn't go, but you know, I'm sure it was fun. But yeah, this is obviously the different version. It's one with Henry Cavill, Amy Adams, Michael Shannon, Kevin Costner, Diane Lane, Lawrence Fishburne, and Russell Crowe. One hell of a great cast. And I love Henry Cavill as Superman as well. Different kind of Superman than Christopher Reeve was, but you know, that's the way you get it. Okay, now a completely different movie. And I guess some people maybe a superhero, but I've not seen this. Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ.
Okay. It is in subtitles, just so you know.
What?
It is a subtitled film.
Yeah, I probably didn't want to watch it even if it wasn't. So, it's one of those things. Okay, now we have a TV show. We have the season 1 of Happy Days. 3 special discs that aren't in a box for some reason. So I don't know, but this is season 1 of Happy Days. And now we have season 2 of Happy Days. So she picked up, but she has the first 2 seasons of Happy Days.
That's cool.
Yep. Next we have The Best of Red Skelton, Volume 1. Red Skelton, of course, is an old-time comedian. Very funny. I enjoyed some of his stuff. I have not seen this particular thing. Has Red Skeleton show Vincent Price. Lost Episodes. Lost Episodes Volume 2. Amanda Blake, Billy Gilbert, Frank Lovejoy. Next we have Red Skeleton, American Clown Prince, 2-disc DVD set. Over 5 hours of Red Skeleton estate. Contains Red Skeleton's famous Pledge of Allegiance.
Hey, at least she had the smaller version.
Huh? Oh.
There is a larger version of that set, which I have.
Okay.
That I'll have to show you eventually. But
Right. Another
at least she has a little bit of it.
Another show is looks like season 1 of Laverne and Shirley. Unopened. She never got to watch it, but I know she watched this when they were live. I watched them as well with her, and Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, Bulk and Mindy, Johnny Love Chachi, all the Happy Days spinoffs. Here's another TV show. Actually, it looks like it's just one episode. Oh, okay. So the series finale and the original pilot. I'm not sure why she didn't buy anything else, but it's like my mom bought, and that's Everybody Loves Raymond. The final episode and the original pilot.
Okay.
Don't know. Okay. Now we have first season of Goldmer Pile USMC. My mother enjoyed watching these and MASH and stuff. And we have season 2 of Goldmer Pile MC.
I'm going to be honest. I have the complete of that as well myself. And he is annoying as fuck.
He is. I never was not a fan. Now here is ER, the 10th season, and there's no 1 through 9 anywhere. So she bought the 10th season. That was it. I never watched ER. I know she did. She was a big fan. Here is a full movie collection. We have King Kong, The Mummy, The Scorpion King, and Van Helsing. And just a mix.
Okay.
This was the new
the Peter
King Kong.
Jackson version of King Kong.
Is it? Yes, it
Yep.
is. It is the Peter Jackson version. Yep. And the Mummy and Scorpion. Isn't Scorpion King the third movie? The prequel? That was the prequel, right? Yeah. That was the third movie. It's got the first Mummy and the third Mummy, which was the prequel. And then Van Helsing.
Yeah.
It's all good movies.
Oh yeah.
Weird mix.
That's the Mummy with Brendan
I don't
Fraser.
know why they wouldn't put Mummy 1, 2, and 3 on
The
there.
first of 5 Scorpion King movies.
Yeah, I was not a fan of The Rock in Scorpion King, or at least in that movie. The others were fine. Okay. Yeah, I like The Rock. I love his acting. Especially love when he's doing comedy too. But yeah. Right, here's a movie I've never heard of. ExxonMobil Masterpiece Theater. Rebecca.
Okay, that is from Annie, I believe. Rebecca is a good story though.
Daphne du Maurier's classic tale of romance, suspense, and jealousy. Rebecca is brought to you in this lavish adaptation set in elegant Monte Carlo and dramatic Cornwall in the 1930s. So, yeah.
Good story.
Honestly, doesn't sound that interesting to me, but I'll check it out sometime. Right here is a classic film I have seen. Dustin Hoffman, Jessica Lange in Tootsie.
Tootsie is good.
Yeah.
Probably one of the better one of the better cross-dressing movies.
We have 2 copies of this one. Passion of the Christ. 2 copies, I guess. Yeah, she lost one, I guess. Huh?
I guess it's two different copies.
Yeah. Okay, here's Audrey Hepburn and Rex Harrison, My Fair Lady. And this is a Blu-ray. One of the very few Blu-rays she has.
Huh. My Fair Lady is probably my favorite Audrey Hepburn movie.
I don't think I've seen it. Okay, here's Tyler Perry's Daddy's Little Girl. I have not seen this.
I have not seen it either. I would
Okay,
call that an
and
urban movie.
this is a classic Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan, Sleepless in Seattle. I have seen this.
Heck yeah. Gotta have that in your collection.
It's a great movie. Okay, now we have Tyler Perry's The Family Therapist. Also have not seen this.
I guess she really liked Tyler Perry movies.
I guess so. This has
I would
Kathy
call
Bates
that
in it.
another urban movie.
Probably. Okay. Next we have The Wyvern Mystery, Naomi Watts and Derek Jacobi. There is
Let's see the
something
cover.
alive within the gloomy walls of Carville Grange, and it's not quite human. Based on the novel by J.S. Lee Fanu, this spine-chilling Victorian-era thriller pits bone-chilling fear against hot-blooded passion.
One that I haven't heard of.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. We have the complete series of Moonlight. Bringing fresh blood to the vampire legend. Any private eye knows a lot about people's secrets. LA Private Eye Mick St. John, played by Alex O'Loughlin, has a secret of his own. He's a vampire. Dwelling in a covert netherworld complicated by friendship with undead fiance Honcho, memories of alluring ex-wife Shanshan Sosmon, who turned him into a vampire, in a relationship with a human he feels drawn to protect and maybe to love. But no matter how tempting, Mick knows a vampire-human romance is eternally dangerous. The 16-episode 4-disc set series voted 2008 People's Choice Award. I have not seen this show. I've not even heard of this show. But definitely something I would probably like. And of course, I got my love for vampires from my mother. Okay, and here we have another show. And this is the complete season of the TV series Dead Zone. Based, of course, on the movie. I don't know if you ever saw.
That's the first season. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good show.
It was. I have the entirety of it myself.
Okay, so it looks like we have Emergency season 1 and 2. Emergency. Oh, I'm sorry, that was season 1, 2 discs. This is Emergency season 2. Never heard of the show. Looks like a doctor.
I showed that on my last video. I have the complete
Emergency volume season 3.
Very cool.
Emergency season 4.
Oh, she must have really liked it.
Emergency, season 5. Emergency, season 6.
Then she was a collector of that series.
Emergency, the final rescue. And some kind of special DVD, I guess, for the show.
Huh.
You don't have that one.
That's on here, believe it or not.
What was that?
Yep. It was 6 bonus episodes of the Final Rescues. And a crossover episode with Adam 12.
Yeah, I know she watched that one.
Which I know that I want to collect Adam 12 just
And
for
we
this.
have the first Big Mama's House.
Oh, the first Big Mama's House.
Yeah, first one. From the producers of Life of Pi
Lawrence.
and The Blind Side, we have The Shack.
The Shaft?
The Shack.
Oh, The Shack. That is a good
Sam
movie.
Worthington, Octavia Spencer, Tim McGraw.
Yep, Octavia Spencer. She played Ma in the movie, in the horror movie Ma. Oh God,
That was a good movie. The Wonders of... Oh, never mind. Couple Jehovah's Witness DVDs that I don't need to show.
The Shack is a Christianity movie. Kind of. So.
Okay. We have here the Dick Van Dyke Show. It looks like just 3 episodes. Never Name a Duck, Bank Book, and Hustling the Hustler. Shame she doesn't have more of the Dick Van Dyke Show. I love that show. Especially the classic Oodiumps. That was my favorite episode. And we have here we have Dragnet Volume 1. And we have Dragnet Volume 2. One second. Move stuff around.
I'll have to do that momentarily myself. I see Mo commented a little bit, but it doesn't look like he's trying to hop in.
Yeah, he was going to hop in, but yeah. Okay, so this one we have the classic. Looks like this is the Phantom of the Opera.
Oh, one of my favorite movies.
Yeah. I have not seen it. I do know what it's about. Then we have Hugh Jackman, Russell Crowe, Anne Hathaway, Amanda Seyfried, and Les Miserables. Was a place
Les Miserables.
That's what I said.
I didn't like.
Now
Russell
we have
Crowe.
the most biggest classic from 1983. I saw this in the movie theater. E.T.
Yeah.
Plus with Drew Barrymore and a host of other people.
And Reese's Pieces.
Yep. Boy, that popped up for a long time after. Okay, now this is one of I really love this movie. This is Woody Harrelson, Jesse Eisenberg, Emma Stone, Abigail Bryson, and we have Zombieland.
Oh.
Great, hilarious zombie, fun. Unfortunately, I don't think she ever did get Zombieland 2, but I don't know if you saw it or not, but that was good too.
I
Now
did
we
see
have
a zombie double tap at one point.
the complete series of The Night Stalker. Have you
Is
seen
that
this
the
series?
original?
Yep.
No, that might be the remake.
Let's see here. Stuart Townsend. Okay, I guess it's the remake. Ooh. And then we have a sci-fi double feature. Jodie Foster, Matthew McConaughey, Contact. And also we have Dustin Hoffman, Sharon Stone, Samuel Jackson in Spear. So we have Contact and Spear. I've seen
Both
Contact.
good
I've not
movies.
seen Spear. This is unopened. It's for $4.95 somewhere.
Both good movies.
Yeah, I've only seen one. And last but not least, I actually bought these for her. At the time, that's all they had for the seasons. I was planning on buying a box set of all of them, so she'd have it complete. But Big Bang Theory, season 1,
Okay.
and then we have Big Bang Theory, season 2, and we have Big Bang Theory, season 3, Big Bang Theory, season 4, Big Bang Theory, season 5. I don't know where the box they all came in, because I know it was a box set. But Big Bang Theory, season 6, and Big Bang Theory, season 7. Like I said, at the time, all they had was a 7-season collection, and I was actually waiting for her to get back from the hospital, so I could buy her the complete set, all the seasons, because they didn't have 8 through the rest for whatever reason. So I was just gonna buy the whole thing again, and unfortunately, she never made it back out of the hospital. So there's that. But yeah. So now at some point I will buy the complete Big Bang Theory set in honor of my mom, and of course I love the series as well. She turned me on to the show. When she told me about it, it's like Big Bang Theory. I'm like, no, like isn't that? I thought it was a science show, which I guess in a little bit of way it is, but it's way more comedy than science. And so yeah, I was like, oh, all right. And then I watched the first season, and I wasn't like that impressed. But kept watching. Second season, I started really enjoying it. Later on, going back to the first season, I laughed my ass off too, just like the rest. But I feel like season 1 has inside jokes that you don't know yet
Yeah.
because it's season 1. So you're just getting to know them. So it doesn't pick up a stride until season 2. So I have done that. I've also seen the unaired pilot of Big Bang Theory. It's not in this DVDs. That there's no extras in this. This is just 7 seasons, and that's it. No frills or thrills. So when I pick up the next one, please say hopefully I can find one that has some extras, and maybe that unaired pilot. Even though I've seen it, it'd be nice to own. And of course, bloopers would be great. Me, my mother, my sister, and my ex fiance all have the exact same favorite episode of Big Bang Theory. And that is the episode where Sheldon jumps in the ball pit and Leonard has to get him out. And he keeps yelling Bazinga. and Lana tries to jump for him, and he jumps back into the balls and keeps talking up Bazinga, and Lana's chasing him, and they said they had a blast actually doing that scene, but which I can imagine they would have a blast doing that. But yeah, that is my favorite episode, and like I said, my mother's, my sisters, and my ex-fiance's. So, oh, interesting tidbit there. But that's it. That's the full ass collection. Pretty damn big, I think.
It
Um,
is.
uh,
I am impressed with how many seasons of Emergency she got.
yeah, I
She
wish
got
she had more seasons of some of the other shows she had bought. Um,
right.
like Happy Days. I wish she'd gotten them all. And
Well,
really, I wish she could. I wish she had gotten Mork and Mindy. I know she loved Mork and Mindy too. Uh,
unfortunately, Happy Days only has 6 seasons out to begin with. So
really,
yeah, there
how
is no
about?
complete, and I know that there were more seasons than just 6.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
definitely, definitely. So we don't
so.
get to see him jump the shark. I actually saw that originally when they aired it. So yeah. So anyone that's heard the term "jump the shark" and don't know where it came from, Happy Days, because he literally took his motorcycle, used a ramp, and jumped over a shark in a stunt. That for some reason his publicist in the show thought it would be cool for the Fonz to do that. It killed the show. It killed the actual show of Happy Days, and it is known as Jumping the Shark because it was just so fucking ridiculous that any show that does something completely stupid or ridiculous, they call it Jumping the Shark. So that is where it came from. If people did not know that.
Alrighty. Um, so, in order to keep this short and brief, I'm gonna show what I've got because I've got a ton more to show. Um, I got Brooke Shields and Christopher Atkins in The Blue Lagoon,
Ah,
which I know there's a sequel to it, and I could have gotten the double disc, but it ended up being like one of the ones that a friend of mine had, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll take it, and he just added it to the pile. It's directed by Randall Kleiser, and I guess it's sort of a classic to those who like shipwrecked movies. So,
classic movie. I mean, no doubt about that.
um,
She was when she was very young,
oh yeah,
very hot,
definitely, and she was hot.
super
She
hot.
was fucking hot. But yeah. Speaking of
She's still
limited
hot.
edition box sets, here's another one that ended up being a limited edition of only 3,500 made. Um, this I haven't even opened yet.
And what is
I'm
it?
not sure if you can see the number on on the thing, but it
And
says it's number 3,330 out of 3,500. It is the Amicus collection.
never heard of it.
Um, if you know anything about horror, Amicus was the name of the company before Hammer
Oh,
existed. That became Hammer.
oh, really?
Okay,
I know that.
yeah. Amicus was the name of the studio before it became known as the classic Hammer that we know that became kind of a versus company for Universal,
Yeah,
you know.
I prefer
So
Hammer, but Hammer has some good stuff too.
and the 4 movies that were pivotal in this time period were called Asylum, and Now the Screaming Starts, The Beast Must Die, and The Vault of Amicus.
I don't think I've seen any of those.
In Asylum, 1972 on-set report from BBC featuring it's a 1972 film. See, it's known as the studio that dripped blood. The British film
Yeah.
company Amicus Productions, founded by American writer and producers Max J. Rosenberg and Milton Subotsky, built a legacy of horror anthologies and twisted thrillers that remains among the very best genre movies of the 70s in this trio of Amicus classics, featuring stars that include Peter Cushing, Herbert Lom, Britt Ekland, Patrick McGee, Stephanie Beecham, Kelvin Lockhart, Michael Gambon, and Charlotte Rampling. You'll discover the studio's legendary Portmanteau Asylum, their insane shocker, and now the screaming starts. And exclusive to the set, the infamous Who Done It? The Beast Must Die, as well as a bonus disc of Amicus trailers, TV commercials, and rare interviews and more. Which I guess the vault of Amicus is just like what do you want to call it? An extra bonus disc. It's not a movie. It's just basically like the extras on one. And yeah, it was also. I remember seeing Asylum. I know that Patrick McGee. I've mentioned his name before. Um, in fact, Patrick McGee, the same guy who played that religious zealot that was throwing the dwarf in the lake in that movie that we watched that had something to do with Hawk.
Oh, Hawk the Slayer.
Yeah, Hawk the Slayer. Yeah, when I mentioned that that was Patrick McGee, who played that religious leader that was throwing the dwarf or torturing him, so to speak. That was him. So,
McGee,
and I
don't like me when I'm angry.
he was also in A Clockwork Orange as the writer who had the wife that had his wife raped to the song of I'm Singing in the Rain. So, yeah, but in any case, that set I have not even opened up, and I'm not sure if I will. Partially because I do have this particular set on DVD as well. So I may, if I ever watch, I may open it up too because it's got extras too, but it is worth more unopened to others. So I'm trying to decide whether I want to or not. You know what I mean? It might be worth more gold later on. But here I have Peter Fasinelli, Saffron Burrows, and Burt Reynolds in a movie called Tempted. Never seen it. Know it was on HBO Video at one point in time, and it looks like it's directed by Bill Bennett or Bennett. Bill Bennett. Only a fool believes he can trust a woman, and only a fool would try, especially in a town as sultry as New Orleans. Charlie, a wealthy businessman, suspects that his wife may one day be unfaithful to him. To prove otherwise, he offers Jimmy $50,000 if he can seduce her. Jimmy isn't about to do it for the money, but then he meets the woman. Tempted. It's about hard money and soft flesh, hot sex, and cold killers. Trouble is, in Louisiana, when you start messing with another man's wife, the price you'll have to pay can be greater than any reward. That sounds interesting.
But it's his wife that he's saying to do it with.
True.
Okay then.
Still sounds interesting. Next, I have a movie that I have on DVD, but I guess I ended up upgrading it to Blu-ray. It's called Surveillance. Uh, it's got Julia Ormond, Bill Pullman, and Pell James in it. It's a releasing film, and it's directed by Jennifer Lynch. When FBI agents Elizabeth Anderson and Sam Holloway arrive at a local police station to investigate a series of gruesome murders, there are three witnesses and three different stories of the roadside rampage. However, as the agents begin to expose the fragile little details each witness conceals so carefully with a well practiced lie, they soon discover that uncovering the truth can come at a very big cost. So there I have Surveillance. Next, I have one of two out of Will Ferrell's filmography that I will ever watch of his.
Dude, he's fucking. There's some great movies of his up there.
Sorry, there's only two that are good.
Nope.
Will Ferrell, Maggie Gyllenhaal, Dustin Hoffman, Queen Latifah, and Emma Thompson in Stranger Than Fiction.
It was alright.
This and Elf were his only two good films. Sorry.
Nah, that's not true.
It is true.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Not in the least.
No, I don't. But here we go with one of the sniper movies.
I mean, the one that
I
you
guess
mentioned isn't even that great of his films. It's okay. Elf is great.
it's the best out of all of his stuff, and Elf is a second. Sniper, Ultimate Kill. Chad Michael Collins, Billy Zane, and Tom Berenger star in this.
Last movie
And
you like, but you don't like Will Ferrell. Weird.
I'm sorry, he's just not funny. But for the most part, when he does his more serious films, then he's a little bit better. For the first time, Brendan Beckett, Richard Miller, and Sergeant Thomas Beckett join forces in Colombia to take down a brutal drug cartel. When a deadly sniper with advanced, never before seen weaponry targets local special agent Kate Estrada, our elite team is in for the ultimate battle in this explosive, game changing action thriller. Now, I'm not sure if this is related to the sniper movies, because I know there's like 4 or 5 of them out there. I'm pretty sure that they're trying to put this in with the other ones, you know. So
the only Will
not sure whether it's as good as the first, but
Land of the Lost. I love the TV show and the way they made it goofy and ridiculous. I wasn't happy. The Bewitched was okay, but Land of the Lost that was unnecessary. That should not have been turned into a goofy movie. I wish they would make a movie where it's more serious than the TV show was, and or even imagine the TV show, because that was one of my favorites as a kid. I fucking love that show. Um, that movie did not do it justice whatsoever, not in the least.
next I have Jennifer Aniston, Maxine Bonds, Edward Burns, Cameron Diaz, John Mahoney, and Mike Migolone in a movie called She's the One.
Seen it?
I have not. I guess it's directed by Edward Burns. So I guess I'll check that out eventually when I get a chance. Next, I have Sheborg.
She bought.
Yep, Sheborg. It's directed by Daniel Armstrong, and this is a Wild Eye release.
This is futile.
An alien fugitive crash lands on Earth and begins turning people into cyborgs that feed on animal flesh. Dylan and her best friend Eddie have to team up and stop the Sheborg before
Or
the whole town is assimilated into monstrous machines of destruction.
okay, so they got. Now was this before Star Trek or after?
That is definitely afterwards.
So it's a weird, weird board like mutated film.
I can tell you it's an independent film because it's on Wild Eye.
So you need to tell me that, dude. They're too
But
small. They figure they won't get sued.
here is a film that Severin, the boutique label I told you about, put out. It's in the vein of, you know, films like
What's the name?
Cujo. It's called Saint Bernard. It's in the vein of films like Cujo, with Jason Dougray, Katie Sullivan, Bob Zamuda, and Warwick Davies.
Saint Bernards are actually good dogs. This is coming from someone who doesn't like dogs. So why would they make it Saint Bernard the evil dog?
His award-winning FX career spans both Grindhouse with Brain Damage, Frankenhooker, and the Leprechaun series, and Art House. Now, writer-director Gabe Bartalos brings his own years in the making vision to the screen as an unhinged orchestra conductor named Bernard. Jason Dougray of Skinned Deep graphically descends into a surreal odyssey of chaos, psychosis, and fucked up shit that looks cool as hell. Warwick Davies, who played Willow, and the notorious Andy Kaufman cohort, Bob Zamuda from Man on the Moon, co-star with a performance by punk legends The Damned in this must-see for the truly adventurous, transferred from the original negative and unleashed beyond the underground festival circuit for the first time ever, is Saint Bernard. So I'm looking forward to checking this movie out eventually. I know it's in the vein of Cujo, but what the heck. Next, I have a film or a mini series from BBC called Relic. Starting at the end with a prime suspect caught, the series moves backwards in time through the string of gruesome murders, gradually unraveling the truth. We follow the enigmatic, unrelenting, and charismatic DCI Gabriel Markham, Richard Dormer from Game of Thrones, as he is propelled into an obsessive hunt for a serial killer who left a mark on him both physically and mentally. As the clock ticks back and his personal and professional lives unfurl, we explore the painful psychology of a man disfigured, while the shock waves from the crime ripple out in reverse. Sounds interesting, though. Relic. Next, I have a film that was put out, and it looks like Dread Central actually helped produce this movie. Um, there is something out there called the horror pack, where if you pay like a certain amount of money per month, you get like sometimes you get new releases, sometimes you get old releases from like this club called the horror pack, I guess. This is a Blu-ray that has a specific um, label around the disc that they probably made. They make these things specifically uh, for the packs. Sometimes you get like older movies that have been repackaged, and they, I guess this is a reversible. But they've become so much so known that they actually are able to do this for certain movies. And I guess in a sense they've become kind of a boutique in a sense, but more by word of mouth than anything else. And this is a movie called Red Letter Day. The cover that I had showing at first was the special, uh, I guess, insert. That's what it's called, insert, that they made for it. So, and this is a independent movie that if I remember correctly, a small town is involved where a family uh, a family has just moved to a neighborhood, and I guess they've all been sent letters of people that they are expected to kill, and they're expected to do it,
Or
or else,
or what?
or they get killed themselves. And it's an interesting. It kind of reminds me of like The Purge, except they're all sent these letters, and you know, it's weird. But next, I have Jason Statham in a movie called Redemption. Haven't seen it yet, but it has a tagline of "Not all roads lead to salvation," and I guess it's directed by Stephen Knight. I guess he plays an ex-special forces officer in it, and honestly, some of Statham's movies, to me, remind me of the same thing that you tell me about um, John Wayne. You know,
Really?
the,
That's
uh,
weird because I like Jesus Statham movies.
I like him, but after a while, when you've seen so many of his roles, then you start seeing the same shit. You know,
Yeah, that's the difference. I don't like John Wayne.
and it's not that I don't like Jason Statham. I like him. I like
It's
him
different
in
because I
most
don't like
everything,
John Wayne.
but he has some independent movies out there, just like Bruce Willis does, where I don't know. I just see some similar roles, and though they're entertaining, they're like I will always enjoy Crank and Crank 2.
I mean, I don't think I've seen those. It's just, it's just that's the movies he gets cast in. I mean, who knows? Maybe he can do other stuff, but he doesn't get cast in them. So,
But yeah, next
I
I
mean,
have
when you play a certain role, I mean, that's what he was a great 007, but yeah.
next I have from the director of Scarface and The Untouchables. I have Brian De Palma's Redacted on DVD. I'm not. I think I picked this up at Dollar Tree, and it's from was put out by Magnolia Entertainment. So yeah, I know that a lot of people look at Brian De Palma films a lot. This looks like a Gulf War film. I'm not sure whether I'll enjoy it or not, but
Okay.
the cover looks cool. It's just I'm not sure whether I will enjoy it. I just picked it up just because I saw Brian De Palma on it, and I know he's like huge in the cinematic world, I guess. Next, I have a movie that has John Picard and Christian Slater in it, and I know it's an upgrade from a DVD that I have called Playback. It was put out by Magnolia. I can't read the director because it's so dark and red, but it has a tagline that says, "Picture evil, it knows you're here." Julian enlists his friends to film a reenactment of the town's gruesome Harlan-Dial family murders for a school project. He asks social outcast Quinn, an employee at the local news station, to assist with video equipment and research. During Quinn's examination of raw video footage of the Dial family farm, an evil spirit is unleashed with a menacing agenda. As Julian's friends start disappearing, local police officer Frank Lyons, played by Christian Slater, receives the order to investigate. As the secrets of the past are unveiled, the dark entity threatens to consume everyone in its way. So, here I have Playback. What do you think? Does that sound interesting at all?
Hmm.
Next, I have another 3-film collection put out by Echo Bridge Acquisition Inc. With films that are called Pimped, Riot, and Executive Target. Usually, Demore Sarah, played by Ella Scott Lynch, decides to have a fling with charming Lewis, played by Benedict Samuel. Unbeknownst to Sarah, Lewis has sinister plans in store for her. Riot, in a stateside confrontation with the IRA, Major Alcott, played by Gary Daniels, and Williams, played by Sugar Ray Leonard, uh, must infiltrate a riot-torn inner-city landscape to rescue the kidnapped daughter of the British ambassador to stop the street thugs and gangs who are escalating the unrest for their own criminal purposes. An executive target stars Keith David, Roy Scheider, and Michael Madsen. Michael Madsen. Villains led by Lamar plan a high-stakes attack on the president's motorcade, having unwillingly forced professional stunt driver Nick James into the role of their wheelman by kidnapping his wife, but they may have miscalculated in counting on Nick to go along with their scheme. So, like I said, I think what they did is they took their archive and just started filtering them out in triplets.
Right.
This was my one of my full moon pickups from.
Hey, Mo might be trying to get in.
That's fine. He can come in whenever he wants.
Oh, he's not back. I didn't know if he was backstage or not, so I said something.
All right. Let me jump in. uh, which this is a Blu-ray of the movie Panther Squad. It is directed by Peter Knight and put out by Brooks International Pictures, and it stars Sybil Danning, Jack Taylor, Karen Schubert, Donald O'Brien. Up, and here we go. You picked a good time to come in, Mo, because I was showing off my my Panther Squad copy here. Let's see. Can you hear us? I don't hear you for some reason. All right, he'll probably be coming back. It's probably the thing that normally he has to change or some shit. There we go.
Nope. Still can't.
Can you hear us? Okay, there's definitely something wrong with your audio. I don't know what it is. There was something that you had to change the one time. I'm not sure what it was.
Can you hear us?
I know he can probably hear us. Yeah, see, he's giving us the thumbs up and the Dirty Harry sign. So,
Alrighty.
but yeah, Panther Squad remastered from the original 35 millimeter negative, and I guess it's part of the Euroscene collection. But it was sold on Full Moon Features, and I have not opened it yet, so I have not seen it. I'm not even sure if it had a DVD release. I think it might have back in the day, but maybe it only had like a VHS release, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My mother used to have a ton of tapes. Mostly recordings off of TV and stuff. I don't know whatever happened to that she had, but yeah, that would have been really huge, way bigger than the DVD collection.
But in any case, next I have Javier Bardem and Penelope Cruz in a movie about Pablo Escobar. And it's a film by Fernando Leon de Aronoa. And okay, it was put out by Millennium Films. In the early 1980s, Colombian journalist Virginia Valencia begins a tumultuous love affair with Pablo Escobar, played by Javier Bardem, the world's most feared drug lord. So I haven't seen that movie yet, so looking forward to checking that out. Next, I have a Blu-ray DVD combo pack of the first. Okay, this is not the first movie. This is like the third movie in this trilogy of Nazi zombies, basically. Outpost Black Sun. And this was put out by XL Raider Films. And it says the Fourth Reich rises. The year is 1945, the closing stages of World War II, and a German scientist is working on a frightening new technology that has the power to create an immortal Nazi army. Flash forward to the present day, and a NATO task force is deployed to Eastern Europe, where a sinister enemy is mercilessly killing everything in its path. But this is no ordinary foe. It is a superhuman army of zombie Nazi stormtroopers. Defying overwhelming odds, a small band of soldiers venture deep behind enemy lines to uncover the source of this evil. All right.
What about now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. I don't know what the fuck it means. I literally didn't change anything. I just closed everything and then opened it.
Not a problem.
Anyway, it was cool how that full moon beckoned me and to hear that Panther Squad. Is that Sybil Danning is in that, isn't she?
Yep.
She's got her tits all over a really good Fred Olen Ray movie that I think both you and Krol would enjoy called The Phantom Empire. Definitely.
And most of these releases I have, at least in these piles that I've been showing, I've already shown on your channel. So
right.
I haven't even gotten to the ones that I haven't yet. So
yeah, I figured I'd come over and return the favor since you jumped on a couple of streams with me for pickups recently. I've got my little stack that I haven't shown yet on mine.
I just showed Outpost Black Sun, which I think is the third film in this Outpost trilogy.
Right on. Looks cool. Like some Nazi fucking zombies or something.
After I get done with this stack, I'll let you jump in with some of your pickups. Sound good?
Oh yeah, mine should go fairly quick. I only have like that Make Flicks haul, so.
And then Nicolas Cage and Robin Tooney in Looking Glass. I have this on DVD, but someone had it on Blu-ray, so I said fuck it. So, and it very much reminds me of, like on the scale of like Vacancy. Or something.
Fuck yeah, I love Vacancy, dude.
There was a cool peeping window in the motel, so you could tell it was a seedy place.
Right.
Next, I have a DVD copy of Lights, Camera, Dead from SRS Cinema.
That's cool. It kind of reminds me of like a Herschel Gordon Lewis poster.
Yeah, it's a shot on video thing from the 90s. I like it. Next, I guess this is the European release version of Jack the Ripper. I guess this is a
comes
sample.
in one of those little jewel case style cases.
Yeah,
that's so
I
weird
guess
how
this
they
is a
do
sample from Severin. And it
I
came
think a lot of
as
Asian
a bonus.
countries put out movies like that too.
It came as a bonus to the Severin release of Jack the Ripper.
Now, is that the one with Klaus Kinski?
No, this is actually a black and white version.
I think the Klaus Kinski one is just called The Ripper as well.
Yeah, that's that one's actually currently being sold at Full Moon Features.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you can get it as part of the fucking. Oh God, I forget his name now. That one dude's collection.
But yeah, I'm looking at the names here, and it looks like it stars Lee Patterson, Eddie Byrne, Betty McDowell, Ewan Sullen, John Le Mesurier. And it's produced and directed by Robert S. Baker and Monty Berman. So
there you go.
Yeah, that is actually unopened, so I have not actually watched it yet.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten a new Jack the Ripper series with all of with how hot like all these serial killer biopics are now. Like I get that they would have to make most of it up, but it would still probably do great on Netflix or something.
Well, there's been so many shows that do Jack the Ripper in the show. I mean,
but doing it as a biopic,
it's been a woman, it's been an immortal, it's been a vampire. Jack the Ripper's been like everything. He's very big into pulp culture. It's like
right, but he
they
tends to be
still have
tossed
no
in
clue who
there
he
in
really was.
the same way any other literary figure might be. Like, uh, it'd be cool to see like a biopic about Jack the Ripper, even
What
though
was
it would
that?
again be
What was that?
fictional.
That damn. What was that? There was a dark movie, Doctor, that was Jack the Ripper.
Oh, From Hell.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, that was a good.
I'm not into serial killers, but I do like the Jack the Ripper story for some reason. All the stories that I've seen.
It's gnarly.
So,
It's got almost like a folklore quality to it. Like because he wasn't caught and he was just this almost like a creature that came out of the night. It's very vampiric, the
yeah,
Jack the
exactly.
Ripper
That's
thing.
why it can be put into all kinds of shows and all kinds of speculations of what Jack the Ripper really was, because he was never
Right.
caught. So, it throws him into like a myth. I mean, yeah, he was real, but or was it? Maybe it was more than one. Maybe there was one Jack the Rippers. Maybe there was, maybe that's why they weren't caught, because it was a bunch of them.
I think that's more than likely the case, but
well, who knows? Or I mean, who knows what it was? And then of course, you get those movies where they say, "Oh yeah, Jack the Ripper was a vampire or some kind of immortal or some shit like that." It's funny. It's fun to
yeah,
play
it's got a
with
lot of
it.
potential
Yeah,
because not a lot's known about it.
yeah, definitely. Great story tool. I mean, it wasn't good for the women that were killed, but yeah, good for story years later.
Next, I have a Vinegar Syndrome release of The Pleasure is Forbidden in High School Fantasies.
Oh, wow.
Adults only, an emotional and physical turn on. Big cast, big music,
Damn,
big
Dave.
story.
That's quite the selection.
I guess this is directed by James Bryan. And I guess it's in the similarity to like because I shared on here earlier one called
Thousand Nights, 1,000 Pleasures.
Well, that one too. That one was from Vinegar, but Frat House was too.
Oh
So,
yeah, and don't forget that National Lampoon's
Frat House.
whatever it was called.
So is it like one of those
Yeah, it
old
was
school
called
nudie
National
cutie
Lampoon
movies or
Frat House.
whatever?
Freddie is the school nerd and can't seem to score a date with any of the girls, let alone with heart throb Mary Lou, played by Renee Bond from Frankie and Johnny Were Lovers. Who would rather go out
Mary
with
Lou.
class clown and bad boy Buddy, played by Rick Lutz from Taxi Girls, who himself is more interested in playing practical jokes with his best friend Moose. But their harmless pranks only get them into perpetual trouble with their stern teacher, who has her own special way of dishing out corporal punishment.
Oh,
With
wow.
senior prom around the corner, Freddie decides that he needs to get a date with Mary Lou and becomes determined to win her affection at any cost. The first hardcore feature directed by exploitation filmmaking demigod James Bryan from Don't Go in the Woods, the Executioner Part 2. High School Fantasies is a fun, fast, that's geared as much towards the drive-in circuit as it is the raincoat crowd.
That makes sense. The raincoat
Raincoat
crowd. That's
crowd.
fucking hardcore, dude. That is so
The
greasy.
rainbow crowd.
It's like motherfuckers creeping into dime theaters on the fucking down in like cent or whatever that fucking square, Times Square, like to watch gross fucking porn. So it sounds like it's like just an old school boner comedy.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, I got Tom Berenger and Michael Perry in Eddie and the Cruisers.
Yeah, can't go wrong there.
That's a classic.
And of course, I also have Eddie and the Cruiser 2.
Never
Eddie
seen that. Somehow never have gotten around to it. Need to though.
So, well, and it's not often that you actually see them like separate from a double feature,
Right.
because normally you'll see them together in like one set. So I thought that was cool.
Eddie and the Cruisers needs like a Criterion or something.
Next, I have a Code Red Blu-ray release of Devilfish.
Never seen it, but I've always thought the poster was fucking funny.
Directed by Lamberto Bava.
Yeah. Old Italian fucking fish flicks.
Next, I have Avalanche Sharks.
Yeah. Can't go wrong with those
directed by Scott Wheeler.
We're going to be doing Sharkula on fucking Flockaholics here soon. Krol should see that. He likes vampires. What's better than vampire sharks?
Right?
No. All I got to say is no.
But yes.
Right. Without a slip cover, which is fine with me, is Auntie Lee's Meat Pies from Vinegar Syndrome.
Ooh.
My mind is telling me no, but my body's telling me yes.
That's pretty much exactly how I react to shark movies, you know. Well, the bad ones, you know. There's like obviously ones like Sharkula that are meant to be like tongue-in-cheek, crappy B movies, you know.
You think?
Yeah, stuff like The Shallows. That's like a proper shark movie.
Auntie Lee and a quartet of voluptuous nieces are known for making the tastiest meat pies around, all from Auntie's top secret recipe, which calls for a most unusual type of meat, human. In order to acquire the juiciest flesh, the girls employ their lusty charms, luring unsuspecting male strangers into a carnal and deadly trap in which they're chopped, quartered, and minced. Everything is going just peachy for Auntie's little family, despite the occasional misbehavings of Larry, their simple helper. But when the girls lure a freaked out rock group over to have for dinner, things run the risk of getting out of control. And what about the perpetually snooping police chief Cole? Taking a simple premise and turning it into an increasingly hallucinogenic nightmare, culminating in a surreal and bloody final act, Joseph F. Robertson's The Crawling Hand, Auntie Lee's Meat Pies heaps on gruesome kills with a healthy side of pitch black humor, graced with a cast as strange as the film itself. Among them, Pat Morita from
Mr. Miyagi.
No, wow.
Michael Berryman from The Hills Have Eyes.
Fucking A, man.
Erotic film star Terry Weijo, Euroslee's stalwart Werner Pochath from Terror Express.
I'm sure I'll get real familiar with her later tonight.
And starring Karen Black from Trilogy of Terror.
Yeah, can't go wrong there.
And House of a Thousand Corpses as Auntie Lee.
Mama Firefly.
Vinegar Syndrome and its 4K transfer from the original 35 millimeter.
That sounds like a movie you'd make us watch on Sunday, Dave.
It sounds like a fucking good time. It sounds like it's like one part I Drink Your Blood, one part.
I didn't say I wouldn't like it. I'm just saying it sounds like.
No, I'm just saying it sounds like it's like one part I Drink Your Blood, one part Bordello of Blood, and one part like Motel Hell.
This is a Dollar Tree pickup, starring Sienna Miller, Christina Hendricks, Aaron Paul, called American Woman.
There you go.
With a tagline as "All she wants is an answer." Directed
American
by
Woman, stay away from me. Dude, it took me like three fucking Hunger Games movies to realize it was Lenny Kravitz playing Cinna in those movies. I was like, holy shit, that is Lenny Kravitz after like the movie.
Next, I have American Conjuring. With a tagline of "She's Waiting for You." And it's directed by Dan Walton and Dan Zachary. Put out by ITN Distribution with E1 Entertainment.
There you
Looks like it might be entertaining for at least the night. And then a Blu-ray of 101 Seconds. Never seen it. Looks like it's a recent horror movie. It's looking like it's okay. It's Sky Fitzgerald is the director, and it features Stephen King.
There you go.
Okay, 101 Seconds. I don't accept the mass shootings have to be part of American life. And I guess that's a tagline that Stephen King said. So
yeah, sounds like it's probably. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? I'm leery of anything rooted in real world politics or social issues or stuff because it's just what is it about, like a school shooting or something?
It says on December 11th, 2012, over the course of 101 seconds, a shooter centered Clackamas Town Center Hall in Oregon.
Damn it. That's a real thing that happened not that far from me, dude.
And opened fire with a Stag 15 assault rifle. He killed 2 people and injured 1 before taking his own life.
Yeah. Right after
3 days later, Sandy Hook Elementary School seized our hearts and ignited firestorm of national debate. 101 Seconds intimately documents 2 family journeys from grieving survivors who hopeful gun safety advocates, even as they are confronted by the reality of gun politics. And I guess Stephen King has something to do with it.
I'm sure it's a great watch. I wasn't trying to knock it, and I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I don't like, social or political horror or movies like that. That even doesn't even really sound like it's a horror movie. That just sounds like it's fucking depressing. But I'm sure it's a great watch. It's just stuff like that bums me out, like when it's too rooted in reality, and that sounds like it hits real close to home because I remember that shit when it happened, so it's the older I get, and especially having a kid that's like getting to be in like high school age, I think about school shootings a lot, or just public shootings, and it's a bummer. So I'm like halfway intrigued to watch that, but I also know that that's the type of thing you sit down to watch knowing that it's going to make you feel like shit.
Yeah,
like you're going to be depressed afterwards, So just
I guess
chamber up like a good comedy to run after that school shooting flick so that you don't ruin your whole day.
At this moment, I'll let you take the floor with your stack.
If you want to show 1 or 2 more real quick while I hit the bathroom, that would be awesome. And then I can just drive through this stack here. So I will be right back.
All righty. Next, I have this is another Echo Bridge Acquisition Corp and a release. This one looks like it's a family film. It's called Paws to the Rescue. Looks like it might be fun. It looks like it's directed by Henry Char. And it has a tagline of "These criminals don't stand a chance." So it looks like it might actually be a little bit fun.
Occupied, so I guess I'll be doing that later.
Alrighty, did you want the floor now?
Sure, yeah, sure. We'll run through these.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go grab something to eat real fast, but I'll be back in time to catch most of it.
Okay.
So what do you have in store for us next?
Just a ton of rad shit from MakeFlix. That's pretty much where all my shit came from this month. I've been kind of trying to hold off on buying as many movies right now because I've got to put money into various home improvement projects over the cooler months. It's good to make use of that time when you can do manual labor like that without it being hot. So I've been just holding off, trying to be real, conservative with my movie purchases. I've got, 6 movies in this stack here, plus a box set to look at, which I guess we can run through last, along with my Dead Next Door bundle. But the first film, really almost all of these actually, are J.R. Bookwalter films, because I've been just trying to work on getting his collection done. It's easy to just collect at random when you're collecting schlock or independent horror and stuff like that, and end up skipping over tons of shit by rad filmmakers that you would probably really benefit from having in your collection. So lately, especially in the past few years, I've made it a point to try and focus in more on individual directors and whatnot. Looks like we lost Krol. So I'm just here by myself. Yeah. But anyways, it's important to focus in on certain directors and check them off the list so that you can complete their filmographies. Is Krol in the backstage there, or did we lose him for good?
Oh, he's in the backstage.
All right, welcome back. So anyways, a couple years back, I started trying to get more focused, as I'm sure Dave remembers, and I started, getting like all the Don Dohler movies or the Fred Olen Ray movies, or more recently I've been working on the Chris Seaver movies, and then Joe Sherlock, and then most recently I've been working on the J.R. Bookwalter collection. So to that end, we have Robot Ninja Baby. This is a fucking classic right here. Absolute fucking crazy action fueled fucking splatter fest of a film. It's been a couple of years since I've watched it, but I always remember really enjoying it when I would see it. And now having it restored on this badass, Makeflix edition Blu-ray is pretty exciting. It's a 2K film scan of the original 16mm AB roll cut negative with a dynamic new 5.1 sound remix. VHS era video store classic Robot Ninja slashes its way onto Blu-ray together with 2 audio commentaries and over an hour of behind the scenes extras. So tons of stuff that obviously I was not able to enjoy about Robot Ninja when I was just like watching it on the fucking internet back in the day. So that's a good start with the JR stack. Then after that, we've got a signed copy here of Skinned Alive, which is, I don't know how you put it, I guess kind of his version of it even says it right there. Rob Zombie popularized the hillbilly horror subgenre with films like House of a Thousand Corpses and The Devil's Rejects. But John Killo and JR were doing this shit like over a decade earlier with Skinned Alive right here.
I got you missed it, but I got a signed autograph of The Birds from Alfred Hitchcock.
That's fucking sick, dude.
Yeah.
This isn't signed by Hitchcock, but it's signed by John Killo and J.R. Bookwalter. So that's pretty cool. I didn't even actually know that was a signed edition when I bought it. I thought the only one that I was getting signed was Dead Next Door, but it turns out that almost every one of them was signed, including Ozone, which is sort of like JR's, venture into the body horror subgenre of weird mutants and creatures and mutations and deformities and splatter. It looks like a super good time. This one I'm not familiar with at all. Same thing with Skinned Alive, other than I saw trailers for them when I was, making my list of JR movies to buy, and they just looked fucking awesome. They're both the types of movies that I think if I'd rented them back in the day, they would have became instant classics. So looking forward to checking this out. Again, painstakingly restored from the original Super VHS-C camera masters, with all the sound and commentaries that goes along with it. This is actually a 2-disc set, so it includes hours of vintage and newly prepared bonus materials. The original 1994 home video version, which I absolutely love that Makeflix does that most of the time. They'll include like the original VHS cut of the movie on there, along with the restored like HD modern cut of it, which is just cool. If you're a fan of, vintage media, like a lot of us are, it's nice to be able to pop it in and watch like the old shitty VHS version of it that you remember, or just even with that, you know, see how it looked back in the day were I to have rented it at the time. So that's pretty neat. And then before we get to our sort of final bit of this stack here, we do have a whole box set to look at, which we will do, but I'm just trying to power through this JR stack. One of which isn't a JR film. This is Ghoul School. Actually, I think JR might have produced this or something. It's Timothy O'Raw that actually wrote and directed it. No, he wrote, produced it, and directed it. I actually have the Camp Motion Pictures Splatter University version of this that is just the loose disc in a paper sleeve, and it comes with a comic book. I just bought this because I wanted a version that was easier to pull off the shelf and watch. The other one's more of a collector's item, and this does look like it has a lot more special features than the camp version of Ghoul School. So there's that. Not a JR movie, but we'll get it out of the way real quick so we can get back into the fucking JR movies with Polymorph. I think that this is written, produced, and directed by JR. And yeah, I'm actually not even sure what it really is. I watched the trailer for it real stoned before I fucking put it in the cart and just bought it, bro. It says, called deep into the forest to help search for a fallen meteorite. A group of interns instead discovers an isolated cabin with a dead body inside and a lethal gang of drug runners there to protect their investment. But the dead body has risen again, and it holds a dark secret that will soon reveal itself. So it sounds like it's like, you know, a drug cartel movie mixed with like Evil Dead and done on a low budget. And that sounds like a real good time. So I'm sure I'll enjoy it. But the final item or items in this stack is something I was very fortunate to be able to get my hands on. And there still might be copies of this left. So anybody out there watching, or, you know, either of you guys that have interest in this kind of shit, you know, get out there, because only the first 150 copies come with the bonus stuff. But that is J.R. Bookwalter's 1989, I want to say, fucking zombie chunk blower classic, The Dead Next Door. This is one of the best zombie movies ever made. Are you familiar with it, Dave?
I am familiar with it.
Zombieland is better.
Zombieland's not even in the same category of zombie film as this type of shit. This is, to say it's the best, I mean, if we're looking at in terms of best made, no, it's very much a lower budget, like grassroots, locally produced fucking zombie epic. It's in the spirit of like Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead and that era.
I would have to say that The Dead Next Door is like J.R. Bookwalter's like shining achievement.
It's one of his masterpieces for sure, dude. If not his, you know, magnum opus, in my opinion. He was never able to get together this shit to make a movie on the same scale as Dead Next Door again. I mean, this is one of those rare examples where some local indie horror kid was able to rally the entire fucking community behind doing this zombie movie with them. And then he got Sam Raimi and the guys from Evil Dead to like produce it. And then they did a dub of it. So the original dub has like God damn it, Bruce Campbell and I think Ted Raimi and all those guys are like doing voices on the original dub because they had issues or something with the fucking original audio. So back in the day when you would see Dead Next Door on VHS, it was dubbed over like a kung fu movie kind of. But it was fucking Bruce Campbell and Ted Raimi and shit doing the voices. And then obviously, you know, with this, you get not only the original VHS dub from back in the day, but you also get somehow they were able to take the original cast audio and clean it up and then restore the original audio of the movie. So for the first time, I'll be able to watch Dead Next Door without the dub, which might be weird because I'm real nostalgic for that dub. But I'll be able to watch it without the dub, and I will be able to watch it with the dub at my leisure, as well as a whole shit ton of extra features and whatnot. If you liked, you know, Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, you kind of owe it to yourself to see Dead Next Door at some point. I mean, it's probably still the best example, in my opinion, of like a grassroots zombie movie that doesn't just feel like a shot on video project or something. You know, it feels like a proper zombie film. But as part of the first 150 orders, you know, I got the signed slipcover here for it. signed by JR. And then I also got a fold-out poster of that same artwork from the new slipcover, which is pretty cool. It's definitely getting framed and going on the wall back there at some point. Or I don't know if I'll frame it. I might just put it up with poster gum. We'll see. But it's pretty neat. You know, I like the artwork. It reminds me of, like, you know, Garth Ennis Crossed, that comic series. So that's pretty neat. But the coolest thing that came with it is the doctor's hat from the movie. The sweet trucker cap. It says, "Once I thought I was wrong, but I was mistaken." The dude just wears this through the fucking whole movie.
I say that shit all the time.
Yeah, man, this is such a cool thing. And it's a super well made. This might be the best made trucker cap that I've ever got, dude. It's like double riveted on the back, and the stitches are all like fucking heavy duty. Like, even with my shitty camera, you can see how fucking heavy duty the stitching is on that. It's no joke. This is like way better than the trucker cap that I bought from Full Moon. And like I said, it might be the best quality one that I've ever bought. This hat on its own is probably worth the $30 that they charged for the whole bundle, you know. So pretty fucking cool. Super happy that I managed to make the cut. But I'm a huge fan of Dead Next Door. I mean, even Dave, I'm sure, remembers me mentioning it many times over the years. It's one of those movies that I absolutely fucking love. So as soon as they announced like this anniversary bundle, of course I'm gonna fucking buy it like day one, you know. So that's it for that. If you want to show a couple more, Dave, before we jump into my box set, that's fine.
Sure.
But that
I
concludes,
can do that.
you know, the bulk
I still have
the Make Flicks order. After this, we have a pretty sick box set we're gonna look at, but that's all I really got for the month.
Yeah, I just needed to eat, man. Being 4 hours on this thing, I was like, oh. But anyways, so next I have a vinegar release.
I'm probably gonna get lunch myself.
Hattie Hearst.
There you go.
It has a tagline of her own story. So I'm wondering if this is a documentary.
Maybe, but if not, it's probably a biopic. And if either way, you're in good company with that snag.
Yeah, it's got Natasha Richardson, William Forsythe, Ving Rhames, Francis Fisher, Jodie Long.
Names.
Yeah, so it sounds like it's a biopic, maybe.
In 1974, Hearst Publications heiress Patricia Hearst, played by Natasha Richardson, was kidnapped by a group of radical revolutionaries named the Symbionese Liberation Army.
Oh, shit.
As her ordeal dragged on, Hearst slowly began to transform from unwilling victim into an accomplice to her kidnapper's cause.
Those are those fucking
Resulting
look at
in
me.
a
I'm the
notorious
captain now, motherfuckers.
Violent crime spree that shook the very fabric of American culture and soon began to beg the question of how much her involvement was, in fact, forced. So
right, that all rings a bell. Actually, I know I've heard the name before. That's like one of those old '70s crimes, though, right? Like,
yeah, 1974.
Yeah, you know, weirdly, it's so odd how like only crimes from the '80s and the '90s are but I guess that's just how history works, right? Like those are old, but they're not so old that all of us that are alive now don't remember them happening. But then like shit from the '60s and the '70s you don't hear about as often anymore. But when we were kids in the '90s, you heard about it all the time. You know.
I'll be right back and go grab some food.
All right, dude.
Sounds good. Next, I have a vinegar release of the movie Party Line.
There you go.
And as you might or may well know that vinegar releases has kind of become known for their slipcovers. So, not that it matters, because I don't care if I get it or not. But
I like them if the art's different. If the art's not different, they're just wasting my time and space. You know.
William Webb directed this movie, and I guess this is what it is about. Brother and sister Seth and Angelina live a secluded life in their family's beautiful Beverly Hills mansion. But these upper-class siblings share a dark and violent hobby of using sexually driven party lines to meet and lure lustful strangers into a deadly menage a trois. The climax of which is a razor slash to the throat. With the victim count steadily rising, Detective Dan is under the gun to crack the case. But when the girlfriend falls prey to the maniacal duo, Dan goes rogue, taking his own violent measures to dispense justice. Juxtaposing a slasher film setup with police drama and erotic thriller plot points, William Webb's Party Line is a forgotten oddity, bringing the late 80s slasher craze with the soon-to-rise early 90s Skinamax obsession.
Okay, that's right on both our alleys, bro.
Starring Leif Garrett from Devil Times 5, Sean Weatherly of Baywatch, Richard Roundtree from Shaft, and Richard Hatch from Battlestar Galactica. And stylishly photographed by renowned visual effects cinematographer John Hunek of The Terminator. So, I guess this is a 4K scan. That High School Fantasies one was a 2K, by the way. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. But, yeah, those are two Vinegar Syndrome releases. And I'll show off this third one too that I have sitting here. This one is another Skinamatic film. David Niven stars in it, and it's called Old Dracula.
There we go. That looks fun.
And it is an Orion Pictures release, but it was directed by Clive Donner, and it stars not just David Niven, but Teresa Graves, Jenny Linden, Nikki Henson, and Peter Baelish, which I've heard Peter Baelish before, but I'm not sure from where. Count Dracula
like we're both thinking of Peter Baelish from Game of Thrones. Yeah.
Count Dracula has converted.
Like, oh shit, Littlefinger. What?
Converted his castle into a tawdry tourist attraction as a means of luring in unsuspecting visitors and draining them of their blood. But his dream is to find the perfect blood type needed to resurrect his bride Vampira.
Do you ever see what is it, Andy Warhol's Dracula, where he tries to like lap up the period blood?
Yeah. When one of his latest guests turns out to have blood that's a perfect match, Dracula is over the moon until a lab error results in an unexpected change to beloved Vampira. She's been unintentionally transformed into a soul sister. Determined to restore his wife's original skin tone, Dracula travels to London in search of the girl responsible for the mishap, much to Vampira's dismay. A creative mix of vampire film comedy and a hefty dose of social satire from the acclaimed director Clive Donner of What's New, Pussycat. Old Dracula was first released as Vampira and stars award-winning thespian David Niven, the Pink Panther, alongside cult character actress Teresa Graves from Get Christie Love, featuring gothically tinged cinematography by Anthony Richmond of Don't Look Now and Candyman. Vinegar Syndrome presents the early 70s British favorite in its US Blu-ray debut 2K restoration for that one. So, why don't you show us your box set?
I was hoping Krol would be back, but he takes fucking forever to get lunch sometimes, so who knows?
Well, if you want me to continue,
unless you're just grabbing a pre-made thing, you know. We can jump into it. We can jump into it. So basically, The next item I have here is, it's kind of double dipping in a sense, but for collector's purposes, if you're into collecting this type of stuff and completionism, you know, it was worth the buy, especially considering it was discounted. I think it was like $70 or whatever because of the sale. But that is the Skull-Faced Astronaut 10-pack from Sterling Entertainment. This, I basically already have the films from this set as part of the Skull-Faced Astronaut collection from Sterling Entertainment. So 6 of the 10 films that are in here are already in there on Blu-ray. And then, you know, the other 4 I have in this stack back here. But buying this set not only got me the box with the fucking dope artwork and all that stuff, but it has them housed in a convenient box, you know, that I can also add to my collection there of Sterling boxes. As soon as I get that, you know, American Giallo box set that he just announced, I'll have all of them and I'll be up to date. But that box it doesn't look that rad, so I'm waiting for it to be discounted a little bit before I pull the trigger on it. This one, however, I know is full of quality because I've seen most of the movies that are included in it. Unfortunately, I don't believe this one is signed. It is signed by David Sterling inside. That's kind of, you know, par for the course with him. He usually signs all the boxes. But I am planning on taking a lot of this stuff to Crypticon in 2023 and getting Joe Sherlock himself to sign it. Joe Sherlock, for those of you that don't know, is the man behind Skull-Faced Astronaut. He's the director of all of these films, and you get quite a stack of them in there for your pleasures. There is
and
10
before
in
you
total.
do that, I suggest that you go and get the Joe Sherlock stuff on SOBHorror.com. So,
I
so
still
that
got
you
to
can
grab
get it
this.
all.
Yeah, that's pretty much the last of the stuff that's readily available of his that I need is that stuff off SOB Horror. But if you're looking to just, you know, break into his filmography here, you could do a lot worse than this 10-pack. There's some bangers in here for sure. One of which features a good friend of ours, which we will get to. But we're going to just start off going through them here real quick. First up, we have Underbelly, which is like kind of a departure from his normal shit. Joe usually does like straight up horror, sci-fi stuff, and this is like a crime thriller kind of a movie from the sounds of it. I haven't actually checked it out yet. I've had the single copy on its own for a while. But even those have different cover art. I'm not going to pull it down right now, but the copy of Underbelly that I bought from him at the convention, like the standalone one, doesn't have the rad, you know, retro VHS style covers. So, you know, that's one reason to buy the 10-pack as well if you're just into alternate cover art. After that, we have Beneath a Dead Moon, which is an anthology. Joe is kind of famous for doing anthology films and doing them real well with lots of big tittied women and awesome fucking weird creatures and real cool music. And I imagine this is no exception. Also one that I have not seen yet. But then we're starting to get into stuff that I have seen, which is Twisted Fates. This is one that is another anthology film of sorts. Girl starts babysitting this house or whatever. She's house sitting, and I'll just read it. A trio of suspenseful horror stories, each with twisted plots and heaping helpings of babes and bloods. They explain all of it, basically what takes place. But if I remember correctly, the basic gist of the film is this girl is house sitting and like seeing these visions of these different stories or whatever. Pretty cool. After that, we have an absolute fucking Sherlock classic with Blood Creek Woodsman. This is a favorite of a lot of us in his filmography, not least of which is our buddy Boris, who shows up in one of the movies that we'll be taking a look at in this stack here. Blood Creek Woodsman is basically his, send up to like revenge films and slashers and Friday the 13th Part 2 with the good burlap sack action. Weirdly enough, we were just talking about that in the Schlockaholics episode that I did before I got in here. Burlap sacks are fucking scary, bro. And then after that, we have Drifter, which is, pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Mysterious drifter hides out in a vacant house, much to the realtor's chagrin. The drifter is losing his mind with bloody consequences for handymen, painters, and others who show up at the house. But why? That is the question. It looks like this, they kind of do a dual cover thing on some of them too, which is neat. That's the Drifter poster most people are used to seeing. So it's cool that that's on the back. Then after that, we've got Odd Noggins, another just weird, wild, and fucking wet, weird, and wild fucking anthology from the mind of Joe Sherlock there. I mean, that cover should tell you all you need to know. A lot of these movies feature, well, I'm not going to get into that. There's certain ladies in Sherlock's stable of talent that I'm a huge fan of. I'll just put it that way. And I imagine you would become one too if you watch his films. We got another anthology here with Beyond the Wall of Fear. Sherlock's anthologies, especially these stranger ones that he does, I'm a huge fan of because he incorporates lots of influence from like H.P. Lovecraft and old pulp stories and like crappy schlock that he would watch on Channel 11 late at night as a kid. And it's a cool amalgamation of shit. It's not just him doing Creep Show over and over again. It's, his anthologies have a special magic to them that I've never quite seen anybody else, be able to replicate. This is the one here with our boy Boris in it, Dark Zone 13. He's right there on the cover, actually, creeping up behind that gal with the hood on.
Let me see again.
No, actually, there's a much better picture of Boris right there. I think you've seen the artwork versions of him, but that's like the actual.
Yeah, yep. I can't really see it that well.
And I'm also an executive producer on that film.
Yeah, that is true. Dark Zone 13's fucking rad. I think basically the conceit of it is that it's supposed to be tales from this old pulp magazine that went out of print, but these are like lost tales from the magazine kind of a thing. And then he ended up following that up with a sequel, Dark Zone 13 Part 2.
Was Boris in that?
I don't think so. He might be
Not
via stock footage or something, but
I
haven't
did
seen this one yet.
I did executively produce that one too.
Yeah, I've not watched that one yet. It's on my list of things to watch in the very near future. But then after that, we got yet another fucking anthology, which is Channel 99, one of his better ones, I think. The whole gimmick of it is that it's basically all these people are watching like this late night movie on this local cable channel. We all remember that shit, local channel fucking 11 playing fucking shitty schlock and like Godzilla movies every Saturday kind of a thing, and everyone's watching it, and then there's like all these fucking twisted, weird, creepy, strange events going on around it, and you don't know if it's like caused by the movie or that's playing on Channel 99 or if it's all part of the movie that's playing on Channel 99, which is just a very unique gimmick for an anthology film. Great example of how Joe does that shit in a way that most people don't. So there it is, all 10 films in there. When you consider that easily, well, really every single one of them other than Underbelly, Blood Creek Woodsman, and Drifter are anthologies, then it's even more movies. I mean, it's like a ton of fucking short little episodic anthology movies all bundled into this 10-pack here. And for even at full price for $100, can't go wrong with that, especially given the presentation with the beautiful box and all that stuff. But you can cop it during a sale for like $70 or $80. It's worth pulling the trigger on for sure. So that's pretty much it, man. Again, this was kind of double dipping because I do technically own all these movies, but I didn't have the box. I didn't have them with these covers. And now that I've got these all in this box, I can take the 4 loose ones that I bought from him at the convention and include them in our Schlockaholics giveaway that we're going to be doing in the near future. So that's pretty rad. And now I can take this and put it up here where it belongs.
Do I qualify to try for it?
I mean, yeah, you're not. Yeah, anyone does. It's a bunch of schlock, though. I'm just gonna warn you about that right now.
Oh, I know, but
it's way bigger than the other ones, bro.
I told
They're
Boris
DVDs. I didn't even think about that.
I told Boris I have to try to watch this movie. So.
Oh, I think you'll like them. I mean, you just have to watch them with you got to grade them on a curve, but you've been doing this with us long enough now to know that. This does not fit up there, so I'm gonna have to figure something else out. I didn't take into account that the DVD boxes were going to be like, you know, a solid fucking third bigger than the Blu-ray ones, but you know, I'll get that sorted. Yeah, man, I think you'll enjoy it, and there's a wide variety of stuff in that bundle that we're going to be giving away too. So anybody that gets it is basically going to inherit an immediate fucking indie horror collection. You know, I think it's up to like 30 movies now or some shit at this point. We started putting this stuff aside for the B movie bundle before we even did the first Slockaholics episode because we knew that we wanted like a solid B movie bundle to give away. We'll probably do it when we hit like some type of milestone. I don't know, 25 episodes or 100 subscribers or something like that. But that's it, guys. Like I said, real conservative this month. Normally I would have like 2-3 hours worth of pickups on my own, but I've been trying to rein it in a little bit and only get stuff that I need and stuff that I really want. I did last night almost buy Dementia 13, the Vestron video Blu-ray. It's like Francis Ford Coppola's theatrical debut, and it's supposed to be this rad, twisted horror movie. But it's just, I don't know, man. I'm trying to, I mean, that I just want because it's part of the Vestron Collectors series, not necessarily because I have any connection with the movie. So maybe I'll get it if I can get it for like $6. I'll be right back.
I feel you on that. So next here I have an independent movie called On the Third Day, which I'm trying to see the director. Looks like it's Daniel de la Vega, and from what I understand, this is from a different country. I think it's trying to remember. I thought it was Czech, or I could be wrong. It could be Polish or Poland or something like that. But while on a trip with her young son, Celia has a car accident. 3 days later, she finds herself wandering a lonely road with no sign of her child and no memory of what happened since the crash. Cecilia's desperate search for her son leads her on a wrenching and tumultuous journey to face off against a religious fanatic who holds the shocking key to it all. And I watched this, and it was actually really, really good. So,
what was it? You just showed me the
On
cover.
the Third Day.
Oh, okay. Well, that boy looks like he needs to see a fucking dermatologist. He's got some shit going on with that skin there.
Next, I have an action film that I haven't watched yet, but it's got Scott Adkins, Amir Carrera. It's called No Surrender. Not sure what's in store for me there. It's directed by Peter Mimi. I guess Alexandria, Egypt, 1940. 3 young Egyptians come to the aid of an Egyptian woman who is being attacked by 3 British soldiers. One of the soldiers, the nephew of the British military governor of Alexandria, is arrested and thrown in jail. When the governors demand to have his nephew released fail, the British military surround the police station and begin an all-out assault. It's up to one man, General Youssef al-Mazrit, to defend his prison and protect his people, and with one simple rule: no surrender.
So, oh, I'm sold, dude. I mean, I love like siege movies, like Assault on Precinct 13 style, and that sounds like that's kind of what that's going for. So I'd be into it.
Next, I have a independent movie called Nightmare Shark.
Does it come to you in your fucking dreams?
Like your darkest fears will run deep. Looks like it's looking for the director. Sometimes they have the director in some funky place, but I guess this was put out by Sci-Fi Channel in association with Dynamic Television. And it stars Tony Amendola, Bobby Campo, Rachel Brooks Smith, and Thomas Ian Nicholas. I know who it was edited by, but it's not really showing the director. But it was produced by Isaiah Laborde and Griff first. A group of shark attack survivors who, having been plagued by shark-related nightmares, agree to take part in an experimental drug trial in a last-ditch attempt to make them stop. What seems like a solution becomes a whole new nightmare when they uncover the sinister plan to bring this nightmarish shark out of their dreams and into the real world.
Fuck yeah, so it is Freddy Shark. That sounds fucking rad, dude.
Freddy
See, that's the thing, okay? For somebody like Krol, it might seem perplexed. Like, why would these guys... Well, I think you know us well enough by now to know exactly why we watch garbage shark movies like that. It's because they're fun, you know, because they're such shit. Like, Sharknado will always be king of the garbage shark movies because they were the OGs of, like, intentionally making garbage shark movies. But there's just something fun about them, man. It's the ultimate beer and popcorn experience is just watching one of these random dollar store shark movies.
Is because I don't drink beer and
it has that's more of an expression. You don't need to drink beer. I mean, it's just like late night shit fest like entertainment, you know. You don't even need suspension of disbelief isn't even a factor. You need to just suspend all taste, you know, and then they get fun. Like,
got that right.
Yeah.
Next, I got John Waters' Multiple Maniacs on Blu-ray.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with any John Waters stuff.
No, you can't. And it stars Devine, David Lockery,
it's divine.
Mary Vivian Pierce, Mink Stoll, Cookie Mueller, Edith Massey, and it calls it a celluloid atrocity.
Yeah.
This is a film from 1970, and I know I need to collect some of the other John Waters stuff on Criterion, but this isn't bad for having just a little bit of the John Waters stuff.
Is it like multiple movies on there?
No, it doesn't have any other John Waters movies on it, but it has a ton of extras, and it's a 4K.
That's a missed opportunity not to include a couple other ones.
Yeah, they've been releasing. Criterion has been releasing all of his films singularly. So with
John Waters is the original filth master. Really, he's filth master general right there. That guy fucking. He pioneered a lot of what we enjoy about greasy exploitation and like extreme cinema, I guess, you know. Very much so. Without John Waters, you wouldn't have Human Centipede. He opened the door for all types of weirdness when it comes to making movies.
So next,
which I'm always a fan of, you know.
Next, I have Michael Bataki, Reggie Nalder, and Jose Ferrer in Zoltan, Hound of Dracula.
That looks familiar in the title.
Kino Lorber release of this film, and it is directed
that cover
by
art is
Albert
fucking
Band.
badass. That's like a thrash metal cover or some shit.
It's a 4K transfer. There's more to the legend than meets the throat. When the Russian army unearths the vault of Dracula, they accidentally unleash his undead human slave, played by Reggie Nalder of Mark of the Devil, and the Count's vampire hellhound, Zoltan. But these friends need a new master and head for Los Angeles to find Dracula's last living descendant, family man Michael Drake, played by Michael Pataki from Grave of the Vampire, with the help of an international vampire hunter, Inspector Bronco, played by Jose Ferrer of the Sentinel. Ken Drake destroys Zoltan and his pack of blood-crazed devil dogs before man's best friend fetches the final soul of the damned. Also known as Dracula's Dog, this ferociously fun horror film was directed by Albert Band of I Buried the Living in Goalies 2. And features...
Wait, you said Albert Band?
Yeah.
That's Charles Band's fucking father, dude.
Yep.
I Buried the Living is one of my favorite movies, which just has nothing to do with the full moon thing. I liked that like before I even really latched onto them. But yeah, Albert, that's Albert, man. He directed Robot Wars. We've done discussions on his other movies. That's fucking cool.
And
Maybe that's why it sounds
features
familiar.
makeup efforts by Academy Award winner Stan Winston of Parasite and Aliens.
That's fucking amazing, dude. That's a hidden gem, it sounds like, right there. Stan Winston effects with Albert Band directing it. That sounds like a good time.
So next I have what looks like a family film. It is called The Ultimate Goal. And I guess the one thing I can say about this, even though I picked it up at a Dollar Tree store, is that there are not that many soccer films out there. You know, I mean, I remember
will always be
the
my
Big
favorite.
Green. Yes,
yeah,
I remember the Big Green, but
that's the shit.
I don't really
like
remember
the Mighty Ducks for soccer. It made me like briefly give a shit about soccer for like the first 2 weeks of the summer.
But I guess this has a
maybe I'll try that. Yeah.
I guess this has a tagline of "He was young but unstoppable: the story of inspiration." I guess this was directed by Dan Metcalf, and the number one ranked youth soccer team in America are about to age out and head off to college. Their coach of 9 years, Dan Metcalf, has decided to take the team to England to take on the top professional U18 football teams before their final games in America. The DMSN Academy players have never traveled abroad together, so this trip proves to be a journey of brotherhood, adversity, and a passion in this group of youth's work to overcome all before moving on to the next phase of their lives. So even though it says soccer, it mentions football. I don't know what the fuck. Anyways.
Well, you know, I guess it is actually football. We're just, as North Americans, we're used to...
those crazy ass UK people call fucking football soccer.
So next I have
we call it soccer. I think everywhere else it's football.
No, fuck them. We're the right ones.
No, we don't even use your feet half the time in fucking American football, dude.
Zombie Island Massacre.
Nice
which
on that
I'm trying to remember. I swear to God that this was another. Yep, I was right. This was a trauma film release.
Sounds about right.
John N. Carter directed it. A group of Americans on what they assumed would be a relaxing and fun-filled vacation in the Caribbean soon find themselves trapped in the island wilderness after their tour bus breaks down. Alone and stranded, the group begin to fall prey into an unknown voodoo mask wearing assailant who bumps them off in various nasty ways, ranging from decapitation and evisceration to impalement. As the surviving members of the group frantically search for help, they begin to suspect that not all of them might be who they claim they are, and that one of them might be a cold-blooded killer.
Dude, that's so rad that it's called Zombie Island Massacre, right?
Yeah.
But they're taking it like old school, where it's not it's voodoo related,
right?
That's surprisingly smart,
Yeah.
I would imagine that somebody gets brought back as a zombie, or that it's at least implied that that's what's going to happen or something, just to tie it into the title. But the fact that that's neat. I'm willing to check it out just because of that. I'm sure it sucks,
the production
most of those
of
movies like that trauma picked up.
The production of which is still somewhat shrouded in mystery, was produced at the height of the 80s slasher craze and features all of the genre hallmarks, including gruesome death, gratuitous nudity, and entirely original-looking killer guys, Along
Is it
with
shot
a
on
score
video?
by- Huh?
Does it look like it's shot on video?
It is definitely shot on video. That I do know.
I'm down.
Along with a score by John, our favorite, Harry Manfredini.
Oh,
from
dude,
Friday the
yeah, he
13th.
did do some of those fucking jobber scores for like old trauma movies and shit.
Previously viewable only in dark and drab video source editions, which mask its impressive special effects and
That's their nice way
surprisingly
of saying
colorful
Mill Creek sets.
cinematography by Robert Baldwin of The Exterminator. So I guess this was a 2K transfer from the 35mm original negative.
I gotta be completely honest, and it's probably because I don't have 4K capability, I would assume. I haven't noticed the difference. I mean, I've got some Blu-ray where it says it's a 4K scan, and it's like, and I've actually compared this with Hidden Fortress. They look the same. I mean, when I watch my DVD, it's like, yeah, it's not quite as sharp as the Blu-ray because obviously it's a DVD and not a Blu-ray, but it's like, it's the movie, the film restoration itself, you can tell is still really crisp, you know.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, I'm not knocking it. It's just unfortunately I can't make the most of it. I'm sure if I had a 4K TV and a player, those 4K transfers would pop even better, and it would be like, oh, okay, I see what they're getting at, you know. Because I've heard certain stuff looks great, and Full Moon is starting to do some 4K releases of movies that are near and dear to me, like fucking the Trancers movies are getting 4Ks, and several of the Puppet Master movies have 4K releases. So I'm considering getting, when we eventually get a TV, because I already have a player that'll do 4K, but it's like our TV won't. So when that happens, I'm sure I will dip in on some 4Ks for sure.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad price anymore either now.
Right. Yeah. We're hitting that point now where like 3 years ago, I would have told you like, I have no interest in it, you know, but now it's like, it's getting affordable. So probably in the next year or two, you'll see me buying certain select stuff on 4K. I'm not going to be one of those people that upgrades everything because not everything deserves it. For instance, Back to the Future is not, that Blu-ray is hard to watch, man, because you could see all the seams of the effects. Maybe there's certain movies that shouldn't be cleaned up past a certain point, you know.
Right.
I think I would rather watch my DVD version. What's that?
Better. I said surprising Back to the Future didn't come out better.
You would think it would too, right? But like, I'd prefer watching my DVD version of it on an older TV than I do the new Blu-ray set that I have, just because it like makes it all look weird. It looks like Halloween makeup and shit. Like when you watch the Blu-ray of Back to the Future, you can totally see like the lines where Doc's old makeup like ends on, I mean, it's on Christopher Lloyd, you know. And I never noticed that my whole life, so I didn't need to see the seams of Back to the Future.
Yeah,
I could have lived my whole fucking. They couldn't have digitally corrected that or something.
Yeah, it's kind of messing up. Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab my pizza.
All right. Next, I have. This is a Scorpion releasing film. So it's got some extras on it. Scorpion releasing is another one of those boutique labels for various films. And Mom is the name of the film.
There you go. I remember that poster.
Call her mad, call her a monster. Just make sure you call her once a week. Is the tagline.
Yeah, I was just heading down there.
What's that from, like the 80s or late 80s, 90s? Or am I thinking of a different movie?
Mark Thomas Miller, Art Evans, Mary McDonough, Gene Bates, and Brian James in the movie Mom.
I just remember that image. I don't think I've ever seen the movie, but I've seen that fucking poster a bunch.
But I guess it's got brand new like audio commentary and with director Patrick Band and an interview with the co-star Murray Ayers. So I've got this on DVD. Don't get me wrong, but I'd still like to check it out on Blu-ray eventually. Do
you ever have those movies?
Had it
like
in mind.
Honestly, go ahead. Sorry.
I've had it in my to videotape about section for like many months here. So and I videotaped it on your channel. It's just it needed to happen here. So
yeah, well, for sure. I've got to show mine off eventually on my channel as well, but it'll probably be like, I don't know, after my birthday or whatever, so I can put whatever I get.
And I'll actually probably be ending after this stack here because I have 3 more tall stacks over here to go through, and I swear I've been on the air for like close to 5 hours, and I'm still not done yet.
Just keep going, man. I'm hanging for a bit. I mean, it's, at this point, you're almost 5 hours deep. Anybody that's going to watch this is going to watch it in chunks, and that's fine. You're documenting this shit. If we want to come back and watch this in the future just for the memories, that's where it's at.
All right. So,
and you can watch it because you missed days, summer days.
I'm gonna go back and watch your pickups and stuff. So that's like 2 nights worth of work for me, probably, of like popping in and watching this 10-15 minutes at a time.
Yeah, there's like I had like good 50 movies, movies, TV shows. So
we're gonna beef up that fucking physical collection.
Long haul, I've got quite a bit to get through.
Krol's fucking smart enough too. He is only buying shit that he likes, like or
this was my mom's
this
was my mom's inheritance thing that I went through. So some of it was stuff I liked, some of it was stuff I don't like, and some of it was stuff I want to see.
That's a little different, but I'm talking in general with
how
it seems like you're the type of dude that will buy movies you fucking like, and then stuff maybe you've seen through us that you're like, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that in the collection, kind of a thing. Like, whereas people like Dave or myself on occasion, I'm trying to break the habit, are definitely guilty of buying, like, here's a fucking 10-pack of trash that you're gonna probably
I
never
must
watch,
have it,
but you're buying it because it's 10 shitty movies.
Yeah. Dave is definitely
$5,
Dave is definitely bad for that.
I am horrible with it too, man. Or I was until like the last year is when I've really, just this year is when I've finally kicked the habit. But
like
that being said, I love seeing Dave get them because I can live vicariously through that. You end up watching them. There's those nights where you're like, I can't fucking decide what the fuck I want, so I'm just gonna pull out this random fucking 20-pack of movies and just start playing movies on it and see what happens, and that's where you find some cool gems. But
I just shake my head, and then the thing that you guys buying multiple copies of things, shake my head again.
Hey, if you like something, I mean, it's like a comic book or something. I mean, or like an album.
There's one thing you missed. Like, I bought my mother Big Bang Theory, seasons 1 through 7. So now I have it back. I was looking for 8 through 12, whatever seasons there were, and they didn't seem to have it anywhere. So I was like, fuck it, I was gonna buy the complete box set, which I was planning to get when she got back from the hospital, but never made it back. So I said some point I'll buy the box set, so in memory of my mom, and plus I love Big Bang Theory myself. She's the one that told me about the show and got me into watching it. So,
dude, I can't stress it enough. I mean, like, with larger series like that, it's more convenient than ever to collect whole shows in one go. And
movies, that was all they had available. It wasn't even done like, I mean, it might have been.
I get it. You weren't doing it intentionally. It was just the most convenient option. But my point is, like, people should start doing it intentionally. All your favorite shows, if you can own them in those convenient, like, one pop box sets, you should. Because
I agree.
With movies, it's a little easier. If a movie's ripped off of all the streaming sites, you can find it some fucking where on the internet and stream it real quick. But a whole series is a little bit more annoying to have to do that with. So if it's like a show that means something to you on any level, it's good to fucking have it, because especially now, like I said, it's more convenient than ever. You just spend.
Well, if you notice, I've been trying to buy TV series. Like I bought Xena and
Game
I bought
of Thrones,
Buffy, and I've
Game of
been
Thrones
looking.
is 100 bones now. I'm gonna fucking get it next payday.
I've been thinking about a few other series as well, like the Arrowverse. I mean, if I get Arrow, I'm gonna have to get the whole Arrowverse. You know, you can't just get.
I was kind of coming to that because you had talked about getting them, and then when I was at Walmart last night, I noticed that the Game of Thrones set is down to $100 now. So I'm not joking. We'll be getting that next payday, but the Arrow one is still 70. I'd like it to come down to 50, but I know when I was looking at it, I was like, but as soon as you buy that, you're gonna have to buy the other stuff too.
Yeah,
because it is a verse, right? It's a
the
like
good news is the other
MCU.
one should be a little cheaper, except for maybe the Flash, because the Flash is still going. It's ending this next season is going to be the final, but Flash is still going. So you're probably gonna want to wait to buy that anyways till it's done. And but Supergirl had less seasons, and DC Legends Tomorrow had less seasons, so they'll probably be cheaper. And Black Lightning only really had one crossover, but I still like the show.
I think I fucking have I know I have the first 4 seasons. I think I have 2/3 of the show of Arrow already because Brandon just sent me all his single season sets. I assume after he got the complete series.
Yeah.
So I'll have those up for grabs to someone when I
eventually
get it.
You can either continue on with those or just buy the box set. But yeah, like I said, it's probably better. And plus, I know with you, room is an issue. Room's an issue for me because I just don't have room, and you just have a billion other movies. So
yeah, it's a problem. That's one of my home improvement projects over the fall and winter here is building some movie store style shelving all around the basement here so that I can finally get.
So you said you're gonna build me one too?
Yeah, dude. It's not that hard, really. It's just an issue just getting the lumber and putting them up. I mean, and there's a reason video stores were arranged that way. It's the most efficient way to fucking house a bunch of movies, You got to make use of the wall space. Unfortunately for me, that means being very selective of what posters I have framed and up. I think the fucking 8 that I have up are going to be the only ones that I have room for because if I do my plan right, the rest of the walls are going to be all movies. So that's a bit of a bummer, but that also means that I can just collect framed posters and the thing and just every now and again swap out the fucking 8 that I have up,
That's like I'd eventually I'd love to well, I'm definitely going to buy the Star Wars set, have all the Star Wars movies.
The theatrical posters or
I'd love to own all the Marvel movies, DC movies and shit. But yeah, that's definitely something that I'll have to wait for. I'll either have to order from Canada or wait for it to come here. Because I'm not gonna.
Unfortunately, they didn't see fit to bless us with those full phase box sets down here, which bums me the fuck out. I don't understand.
Well, I'm thinking if they have it there, then maybe we'll get it. If not, again, it'd be cheaper to still order from Canada and pay the bigger delivery fee than to
buy them individually.
Sure. So,
welcome back, Dave. You make you order a pizza? I know.
No,
one got me thinking about it.
Did you see the pizza in the chat? I took a picture of my pizza.
I'll check it out in a minute, but
it's
I'm already hungry
style.
just thinking about it. So.
It's barroom style onion pizza.
Fuck yeah.
The weird thing about it is I don't like onion pizza except from this place. This is the only place I'll touch the onion pizza. I actually prefer the onion pizza to anything else.
You used to get those frozen ones.
For the Cape Cod.
Oh, so the same. You've been talking about those for 10 fucking years almost.
Yeah, this is from the actual restaurant.
He's loyal, dude, to the fucking.
Yeah. This is the one in the actual restaurant. The frozen ones were okay, but you just can't cook them like they can, dude. You don't have the oven they have, I mean,
you used to dig on them in the AQ days, man. I remember you always talking up those fucking onion pizzas. And I've never experienced it. I fucking, I've always thought about it. Where the fuck can I get? Why don't we have that out here? Why is that an East Coast thing? Anyway, sorry, Dave. I saw you over there, a fucking chamber and a pickup. Show it to, whip it out for us.
All right. Next, I have a Dollar Tree pickup called "Merry Christmas, Baby."
Oh God, Dave. What are you doing?
I would call it an urban film because it's an all-black cast.
I don't know.
More
It has
Schlock.
the tagline of Welcome to the Family. And it's directed by
It's more Schlock.
Rhonda F. Baraka.
That's not even schlock, bro. That's just trash. But Dave's always buying like Hallmark movies and shit, so it's fine. To each their whatever gets.
Like I said, he buys whatever he sees. It's just
Next, I
no
have
filter.
I think that's it.
an Asian action film. Would have to say.
Hey Dave,
Parenthouse.
you want to buy a bunch of Jehovah's Witness videos I got?
No thanks.
You
In a
sure?
city of violence.
You do a good price.
In a city of violence, one man will stand up and fight. It says badass martial arts film, nonstop awesomeness. Do not miss it. It's a magnet releasing film. It says the best martial arts film of the decade.
See, stuff like that, you can never go wrong with shit like that, or like those action movies you showed earlier, because even if you only watch it once, it pays. It's worth the price of admission is covered. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna see a little bit of ass kicking or get a few laughs out of it. I don't know how you get. Do you guys ever watch those fucking terrible Hallmark Christmas movies? Is that like a thing you do?
I've seen them.
My mom does it, but that's because my mom doesn't know how to fucking work the TV, so she just gets stuck watching.
I like
them,
a few Hallmark
Even she's
films.
not doing it by choice, bro.
My mother did it by choice, but
this is an intervention, Dave. What the fuck is up with the Hallmark Christmas movies?
There's nothing wrong with them.
Do you actually watch them?
Anyways.
Is my question. Like, do you and fucking Tammy sit down and like, let's watch this fucking urban Christmas movie? Like, that's gonna happen.
No, that's actually probably one that I will probably watch myself.
My roommate's mother, she watches like every friggin' Christmas Hallmark movie there is in existence. It's like every time I went by, there was always a fucking, no matter what time of year, there was a fucking Christmas movie on.
Everybody has their vices, I guess.
I'm like, dude, it's summertime. Why are you watching
guilty
the
pleasure
Christmas
shit
movie?
right there?
Yes, we have gone on and discussed this next movie already, but it is also part of my newer, part of my stack of pickups that I have not videotaped about. It is called Attack of the Killer Donuts.
Nice. I need to grab a copy.
It's a film from the UK. If you do not know anything about it, it's directed by Scott Wheeler, and it's pretty fun. It's
fun one.
on the level of like Critters.
There's definitely
Critters meets Dunkin' Donuts.
There's definitely some good kills in it.
Yeah, it's a fun time. I mean, I watched it, and I'm gonna get it at some point.
So
I don't know if I'd say on the level with Critters. It's similar to Critters.
That lady that's exercising before she eats the donuts.
I've been seeing the Mermaid's Curse,
And the donuts eat her. Which is fucking hilarious. And those stupid cops.
Rebecca Finch, Tom Hendrick, and Tony Manders in it. And it is a really crappy movie, but it does have a good backstory in it. Other than that, it's crap. So
I'm a sucker for mermaid stuff, if I'm honest.
It is directed by Louisa Warren.
Can't go wrong with mermaids.
Is she related to those fucking Amityville people or whatever?
You can go wrong with mermaids, trust me.
No, you can't go wrong with mermaids.
Yes, you can, and that movie sucked.
Oh, I'm sure.
I don't believe you.
The mermaids aren't what made it suck. It's the mermaids in general are awesome, but you can make a crappy mermaid movie for sure. It's hard to beat that Animal Planet documentary from back in the day.
Next,
or mermaids, fact or fiction. They're real. Like everyone thought mermaids were real for a couple of years.
Yeah, real.
I have a very
early right in my imagination.
This is a very early Unearthed Films Blu-ray, and it's very out of
dragons.
What is that? When the dead go to
where the dead go to die.
Not to die.
It's directed by Jimmy Screamer Claus.
Okay.
Where the Dead Go to Die revolves around a troubled group of children living on the same block. They are haunted by a talking dog named Labby, who brings them on surreal hell rides between different dimensions and time periods. On the night of a lunar eclipse, he informs
Actually, that
Tommy
sounds
about
fun.
the devil fetus living inside his mother.
Fuck
The
yeah.
same night, he attempts to help Ralph court the girl across the street, who is an unwilling participant in her father's child-born tape trading ring. Add in a memory-stealing junkie living inside an abandoned church, and you have 90 minutes of pure mind-melting insanity.
That sounds actually like a really, really fun time. Title's a bit of a mouthful, but
oh yeah. Next, I have a Code Red Blu-ray, which, as you know, Code Reds are often out of print as fuck.
I was just about to ask
their whole
what the fuck
deal.
does Code Red mean? So I didn't
they're
know.
one of those boutique. I wouldn't even know if I'd call them a boutique label because they don't really do like super fancy releases of them, but they're kind of a boutique label, and their whole deal is putting out obscure shit like Weekend Murders, and then having it be limited enough that it goes out of print almost immediately, and then gets a decent markup. I don't think I've ever seen any of the Code Red stuff be insanely expensive on the second-hand market like Scream Factory stuff or anything.
Correct.
It was Dane or someone put a link in Etsy. It showed Nightmare on Elm Street, like all the movies.
I need to buy
and
that.
it has a
wait. It doesn't include the movies, dude.
It's a box to put your movies in.
It's just the boxes.
Because Friday the 13th, Halloween, even Hellraiser, Phantasm, all those franchises have like dope box sets, but for whatever reason, New Line has always fucking just drug their feet when it comes to that shit. So there's not like a badass deluxe Freddy box set, but we all have Freddy releases that we could put in a dope box like that.
I don't.
And put it next to, well, I mean, you know what I mean. In general, most horror people do. Or you could easily, we could get you the movies individually on Blu-ray. We could get you the movies individually on Blu-ray, and then you put them in that box, and you've got like a dope collector's box of the Freddy movies to go next to the dope Friday the 13th one. And
I don't know how the Friday the 13th, but I don't really care about that.
I think you would enjoy it if you had the set.
You missed it. Remember they had the director's cut, uncut director's cut version of Rob Zombie's Halloween.
That actually just came out in a dope Scream Factory box set as well, so you can get
the first. She didn't get Scream box. It was just the original Halloween, original Rob Zombie Halloween.
Right.
But it's the director's cut, so.
There you go.
Anyways, Weekend Murders has a tagline of "At least they knew the butler didn't do it. He was the first body they found." Directed by
plot twist. It really was him. He was.
I know. I movies where they've done that where the person they find a body and then they're not really dead, and then they're out killing everybody else, and you don't suspect them because they're dead.
Yeah, it's a perfect cover.
Yeah.
A large English family meet at the family estate for the reading of their father's will. Each expects to be a recipient of a tidy sum, but apart from the local constable, played by Gastoni Motion of The Godfather Part 2, and a few other small awards to help, the entire estate goes to the favorite daughter, Anna Maffo, or played by her. No sooner than the will is read, murder is in full force. First the butler, then several members of the family.
Okay. There's a lot of those older movies like that where it turns into
Scotland Yard inspector who sees it as an open and shut case. However, it does not turn out that easily. In this Giallo, directed by Michelle Lupo and also starring Peter Baldwin of I Married a Monster from Outer Space, Evelyn Stewart from Kill Baby Kill, and Giacomo Rosie Stewart from The Night Evelyn Came Out of the Grave. So,
dude, yeah, there's lots of those, man, where it's like basically fucking they take the game of Clue and they turn it into a Giallo movie. And it's always about some inheritance or like somebody's dead husband or something like that. They're fun Italian flicks to just throw on. I don't think I've ever watched any of them more than once, but while they're going on, it's like fun whodunit stuff. And Scream definitely took some cues from shit like that, which we neglected to mention in the discussion. But yeah, those old Italian whodunits influenced a lot of horror that we got over here in later years. Precursors to the slasher films in the truest sense, you know.
Next, I have Dario Argento's
Wax
Mask.
Severin
release.
I don't think I've caught that one before.
I can't read it because I'm not going to open it just yet. So there you have it.
It's an Argento flick. I'm sure there's plenty of colored gels over fucking lights and you know.
What movie are you watching tomorrow?
We are watching Kid Galahad, I think.
Sounds right.
Yeah. It's
How's that?
Elvis Presley and Charles Bronson in one film.
I'm sure it's infinitely less cool than it sounds, but
next I have the Kino Lorber release of Truck Turner.
Yeah, surprising why they didn't have any Elvis movies.
There you go.
In 5 minutes, the sun goes down in the ghetto. It stars Isaac Hayes.
In the ghetto.
Sold. As soon as he said Isaac Hayes. And read that.
Directed by Jonathan Kaplan.
I don't know, man. The Elvis and John Wayne stuff, it's all like, I have memories of it because of my parents, but
Elvis is way better than John Wayne.
I guess, but it's all just bullshit, like grandparent stuff to me. I don't know. Elvis movies feel like they're just propaganda to buy his albums, you know.
Of course.
I'm sure it'll be interesting, though. Who knows? Maybe I'd become a fan of it. I'm sure most of them are so fucking garbage that I'd probably be laughing through most of the movies, you know, much like a lot of those John Wayne movies. I try to watch some of those now, and it's like, this is dog shit, man. I don't know how my dad was ever sitting through some of this stuff because it's the same movie we've seen a bunch of times already. But the same thing happens with movies I love too, like the Zach Beachy movies. You could argue a solid quarter of the 26 movies they did are just recycled plots from other movies they've done. So the criticism could be leveled at other stuff too, even horror. But I don't know. I guess that's more interesting than like old dudes in the desert on horses, you know. So.
Next, I have Vincent Piazza, Patricia Arquette, and Michael Imperiali in an executively produced Martin Scorsese and Dean Devlin film, directed by Nick Sando, in a film called The Wannabe.
There you go. Patricia Arquette's
looks
always
like
fun.
It's an action flick of some sort. Next,
I'm not trying to fucking rag on John Wayne either. John Wayne's a institution of fucking movie making and shit. Just I think you can only make so many of those the same kind of movie with anything before they start feeling kind of samey. You could argue the James Bond movies suffer from that at various periods as well. So it's not just unique to Westerns, that problem. So you just make too much of something.
Still better than John Wayne movies.
Next, I have a Severin release of a movie called The Uncanny.
I like the way he's looking at that cat.
And that's got Peter Cushing, Donald Pleasance, Ray Milland, and Susan Penhaligon.
Damn.
The film is directed by Dennis Hercux? Yeah, it's like Herqux. And it's from the year 1977. So definitely gonna check that out eventually. not that I like steel books, but this is a cool thing. The Slumber Party Massacre steelbook.
I got that recently myself. Yeah, I got that same steelbook not that long ago.
What's a steelbook?
From Dane, I think.
A steelbook is just
like
the name of the metal that they make these casings, and they put art on it.
Yeah, you never got like a DVD or a Blu-ray where it's in like a decorated tin style case.
No.
Instead of like that's basically what it is. It's just that. They're cool. There's people that are like big about, they go wild for the steelbooks. For me, I don't, because simply space. Steelbooks, they look cool, but in reality, my movies are going to go on the shelf and they're going to fucking sit there until I pull them off the shelf to watch them, and then they're going to go back on the shelf and fucking sit there. So the only thing you're ever going to really see is the spine of the movie most of the time.
I get that
steelbooks are
they look cooler, but if you don't have a way to display them, then there's not really much point to.
Right. And when you have movies packed in as hard as a lot of us do, like steelbooks, that extra little, I don't know how many, it's probably a fraction of an inch, but you notice it. Like, when you have a steelbook in a line of movies, I've had to take them out before because it's like it makes the whole fucking thing uneven at the end. Or it just won't fit on the shelf because that a couple of steelbooks in there, that extra little quarter of an inch or whatever adds up to like the thickness of a movie case by the time you get to the end of the shelf. So it's problematic for large scale collecting. But if you're like a super huge fan of a movie, I could see getting like all the releases, and that steelbook would be like that icing on the cake, and you make like a little display of like all your releases of Legend or whatever, So they have merit, is what I'm saying, but I try to avoid them for logistical reasons.
Next, I have a Vinegar Syndrome release of a movie called The Severed Arm. And it has a tagline of "There's a psycho loose with an X," his trademark. It is directed by Thomas S. Alderman, and it is about, while camping, a group of friends become trapped in a cave. Desperate and starving, they draw straws to decide which one should suffer the severing of his arm. Oh
fuck yeah, dude.
But no sooner than making this fateful amputation, they're rescued. Though their unfortunate victim has been driven hopelessly mad by the experience. Years later, the survivors have all moved on with their lives. That is, until someone with a very sharp axe to grind begins stalking them and chopping off their arms one by one.
I have to fucking see this. That might be the coolest backstory for a slasher movie I've ever fucking heard, dude. No.
5 victims cannot stop him, cannot escape the slashing fury.
That's the most understandable and gnarly backstory for a slasher ever, maybe. They chopped off his arm to eat it, bro, and then they got rescued, and they're like, we'll pass. And he's like, you know what? Fuck you. And he's
sorry, lost your fucking arm, but
Another Vinegar Syndrome release.
He overcame adversity. He was a one-armed slasher, very much like the one-armed drummer of Def Leppard. He pushed through and he mastered his craft despite his limitations. I've heard of that one.
It's an inspiration. It's an inspirational movie.
The Candy Snatchers, another Vinegar Syndrome release, directed by Gwerdan Trueblood. Candy, a teenage heiress to a large fortune, is kidnapped by a trio of small-time criminals on her way home from Catholic school. After burying her alive in an unmarked grave, the trio attempts to extort Candy's father, a wealthy jeweler, for a hefty ransom. But what seemed like a simple, straightforward kidnapping soon spirals out of control and with violent consequences. And Candy's only hope for survival is a young mute boy who knows where she is buried.
I'd for sure read up on that one somewhere because I remembered that like her name was Candy as well. I'm gonna have to check that out. That's another, what is it, Severin?
Actually, Vinegar Syndrome this time.
Yeah.
So next I have Halle Berry in The Rich Man's Wife.
Good one. I remember enjoying it.
This is a Kino Lorber release. It's written and directed by Amy Holden Jones.
Wasn't it based on a book or some shit? I remember like my aunt renting it when it was.
I know it's got Peter Green and Clive Owen and Christopher McDonald. But yeah, I think it was based on a book too. Trying to see if
a lot of those movies back then that were based on like the shit the same housewives
almost
that watched,
everything
like,
is based on a book.
Discovery would be reading. Well, you know what I mean, though. There was like a huge in like the late 90s, early 2000s, or mid 90s through the early 2000s. There's like a huge run of movies that were all based on like books that those lonely housewives that watch a bunch of investigative Discovery, like serial killer stuff, would be reading. You know, so it was those, they would turn all those novels into movies for a while. I feel like there's like a trilogy of them they did too. The titles will come to me. Anyways.
Next, I have Brendan Fraser, Ashley Judd, and Viggo Mortensen in The Passion of Darkly Noon.
I feel like I know that title, but I don't know that I ever watched the movie. That cast is super intriguing too. Yeah.
Darkly Noon, played by Brendan Fraser, is the sole survivor of a military-style attack on an isolated religious community. Stumbling through a forest in a daze, he is rescued by the free-spirited and enigmatic Kelly, played by Ashley Judd. Darkly finds himself feeling strange new desires for Kelly as she nurses him back to health, only to watch her jump into the arms of her returning mute lover, Clay, played by Viggo Mortensen. Lost in the woods with only his fundamentalist upbringing
into his arms
to make sense of his unrequited passions. Darkly Noon descends into an explosive and lethal rage.
That sounds interesting, dude. Actually sounds super fucking intriguing.
Somebody was talking over it, so I didn't hear it.
Makes me. Oh, well, my apologies, sir.
I'm deaf.
I think I made like one comment, but I'm pretty sure most of it we heard. Anyways, there's also IMDb, so it. Good.
Next, I have Ewan McGregor, Greta Scacchi, Pete Postlethwaite, and Richard E. Grant in a movie called The Serpent's Kiss.
Old Obi-Wan Kenobi. I think the movie, I don't know if I had heard that title of that movie, though. The Passion of, what was it? Darkly Noon was the last movie. I think I was thinking of Scanner Darkly, that like animated movie that Keanu Reeves did. That was super fucking weird too. I don't know if.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was a trip. But that one I'm definitely going to be looking into.
Look for Boris, Dave.
Okay. Don't ask why I have this. I guess this was sent as an extra at the time, and I guess this is a 13-episode thing called The Secret World of Santa.
All right. Okay.
Do not question me. Do not question me. I said
sure they sent it to you when you bought it.
Throw it in that tote where it's going to stay.
I didn't buy it. It was sent.
Sure.
What did you say about
Boris? Leave you, Dave.
I have not seen this one. I don't know why I have it. Maybe because I haven't seen it. Because I always try to check out his movies, but I always fail in liking them. Will Ferrell and Amy Poehler in The House.
I like some of his movies quite a bit.
I like all of his movies.
I only like two of them.
Land of the Lost was the exception.
I liked Land of the Lost.
I love the TV show. He fucked up. The movie was fucked up. Oh, I can't blame him. I'm not blaming him. It just
he was
the whole
fucking
concept
great
was
in it, but
the whole concept was stupid. They fucking ruined
They
the
changed it pretty hard.
They ruined it.
But I always
They
fucking like him talking shit to Chaka in that movie. That's so
They-
fucking funny. Like, I imagine if I was to deal with a caveman, that's how it would be.
They ruined the magic of the show.
I think it was mostly for a different crowd, though. Unfortunately,
Exactly,
with a
for a different crowd.
yeah,
Because they fucked it up
they're
for
just
the crowd.
taking
That
the
it
loose
should have been.
ideas of the stuff. Even Jumanji, I felt as fun as that was. It wasn't
Jumanji
really
was
what
great.
I wanted. That's not what I wanted from Jumanji, but it was a lot of fun.
I enjoyed it.
I guess we meet in the middle on that one because it wouldn't have been what my preferred remake of
like
Jumanji
I said,
would
Bewitched
be,
was okay. I didn't have that big of a problem with Bewitched, but yeah, Land of the Lost.
I think it's just important to accept that first and foremost, they're really trying to lure us in with nostalgia, but then sell the shit to a new crowd of people. So there's always going to be that modernization or different, changes made with them, unfortunately.
Oh, that would have been fine if they modernized it, but they made it as stupid a comedy that it shouldn't have been.
Oh, what, Bewitched?
No.
Oh, hello.
I was gonna say, I always thought that was funny. Were we watching different shows?
Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost. I get you, dude. Hey, Boris.
But, I mean, Bewitched, I was okay as a comedy. I didn't hate that.
Are you allowed to talk tonight, or are your parents fucking sleeping next to you?
Well, they are not sleeping yet. They are downstairs still watching a movie or something.
Okay, dude.
I don't know.
Friday,
they might
the beat on that ass. Fucking wake them up.
Well, if you have any films to show off, like independent or otherwise, this would be a good chance for you to do so. So maybe
you missed Mo's box set.
Get your Joe Sherlock stuff together and show it off.
Oh, well, let's see what I can do. And whoa, you are going to show me something.
Yep. Let me just get through these two titles here, and then I figure you guys can chat and show and you can show off some stuff. So right here I have The Devil's Honey, which is a Severin release.
The Devil's Honey. I like the sound of that.
So look at those tits. Some honey fucking on those bad boys right there. Look at that glistening in the sun.
Lucio Fulci, the master of zombies.
Oh, is that a Fulci movie?
Yeah, it's a Lucio Fulci film. It stars Rhett Halsey, Corinne Clary, Blanca Marcellacci, Stefano Madia, Bernard Saray. Lucio Fulci is actually in it.
A lot of outside of straight horror hit and miss.
I have one more here, just real fast. Morgan Freeman and John Cusack in The Contract.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, is he like?
So, I think
cover intrigues me. The way Cusack was looking at him.
What I need to do is need to make a quick run. So if you guys can talk here for
we're
little bit, a little bit, keep the stream running. I'll be back before you know it, and I'll have more to share.
All right.
Oh, that sounds like a hoot.
And a nanny.
Nice one. Well, okay, I've just set my laptop in a place where I can access my Joe Sherlock collection easily. So if you want to see some more eccentric stuff from my collection, let's see. Did I tell you guys about a short movie called French Kiss?
Called what?
French Kiss.
No. Well, I mean, you might have, but I don't remember it.
It's an old short made by Joe Sherlock where the actress who played Total Evil in The Seekers, she also played in that short movie, and Well, I have that on DVD. It's just a
Is
little.
that Felicia Pandolfi chick?
Yes.
From this gem of a set right here. You see this, Boris?
Oh, the Evil Maker. Yeah,
signed by John Bowker right there. 23 of 30.
Yeah, the anniversary edition.
I gotta get Joe to sign this at the next convention.
Well, yeah, you should. Well, okay. The French Kiss DVD is somewhere deep inside here in this.
Yeah, boy.
Deep inside, yeah.
This cabinet where I have a lot of stuff, as
That's
you
what
can
she
see.
said.
Balls deep.
But what I actually wanted to show you is at one point I bought I bought a set of photos from the set. Joe sold them to me, and see this.
Yeah, that's rad, dude.
Thank you. So yeah, I have several photos of her here, but
you got a lock of her hair on there too.
Oh, that would be interesting, but
Well, that what he's not
unfortunately,
telling us is he's stalking her.
I wouldn't really be able to do something like that, even if I wanted to. Although,
she's
funnily,
around, bro. We can find her for you.
Oh, really?
You can socially stalk her. You know that, right?
How?
Facebook, Twitter.
Oh,
She's
well.
everywhere.
Instagram. She might have an OnlyFans. Times were tough during the pandemic.
Yeah, she might have an OnlyFans. She might have an OnlyFans, dude. You can see her naked. Doing some sexual things. Tends you.
Well, as far as I know about her, I really doubt she does anything like that. Although I guess you never know. But
I don't know. You gotta make that dollars.
No, those are cool, dude. I love candid on-set photos like that or behind-the-scenes stills. What you have right there is a one-of-a-kind piece because Joe is, just a Oregon boy like me, man. He lives not that far from me, and he just makes these movies for fun and documents him and his friends doing it. So you actually have like a piece of his family photo album, basically, right there.
Yes, but look at this. Do you see this steak she's holding here?
Yeah, nice fucking chunk of wood.
Yeah, it was a movie prop, something to kill a vampire with in the movie. Now, aside from those photos, I have look at this.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, it's the actual steak from the movie.
That's dope.
Sorry, what?
I said that's dope. That's awesome.
Thank you. And funnily enough, was it you, Krol, who asked, "Do you have a lock of her hair?"
No, Mo did.
Oh, you. I don't have a lock of her hair, but since she was holding this steak in her hands, and if they spent some time making that movie, maybe her hand was sweating on this steak, so maybe I do have her DNA here.
I love it.
Get that to Shelby. He can make you a whole copy.
I didn't have to lead you into that one. That was great.
Sorry, whoa, what did you say?
Nothing. That's awesome, man. That's fucking super fun.
No, I didn't hear what you said. I got curious. What did you say?
Oh, I was like, I didn't even have to fucking lead you. I didn't have to, get that one out of you. You just admitted to it, and that's awesome. Yeah, man. I mean, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not like you're I don't know. As long as you're not following her to the bus stop or anything, we're good.
From Croatia. Yeah, but
no, that's
who
dope,
knows?
though, man. Those are one of a kind. I mean, you
Yeah,
and my buddy Cody are really into, it seems like, having those types of collectibles, which I wish that I had the mind to, think of that stuff. I'm very much
maybe.
more the media itself is what I collect, but there's certain other stuff, like with Full Moon, I dabbled into, like, not screen used stuff yet, but I definitely have bought in, like, weird, fan memorabilia. Like, I have a piece of the castle where fucking Ghoulies was shot, I have a little thing of the dirt from the castle grounds as well, from where Ghoulies was shot, and that's kind of cool.
Indeed.
So, I've thought about delving into stuff like that more. It can get expensive if you're not careful, though. But thankfully, if you're dealing with just like more indie stuff like Joe Sherlock shit, Joe's gonna sell it to you for a fair price,
Oh yeah.
For him to
And
even do it, he needed the money for a real reason too, like to make another movie or whatever.
Yeah. Now
There it
here,
is.
yeah, The Seekers on VHS, and it never officially came out on VHS. I actually managed to get one of the few VHS copies that were made for friends and family back in the day.
That's dope, dude.
Thanks.
I still need to get it on DVD.
Oh, well, you definitely should. I actually think that DVD is out of print, so you should definitely
No, Joe
get
does
it.
them up periodically through his website. It's just you just got to jump on them. I need to get the Skullface astronaut T-shirt and the hat as well from Joe.
Oh, I have those. Yeah, you should get them if you don't have them already.
Yeah, I need to grab those off him. I tried to buy some from him at the convention, but he didn't have the shirt in my size, and he was sold out of hats. So there's also a dope Skullface astronaut enamel pin that I want to get as well.
Oh yeah, I recently saw those pins. Maybe I'll get one of those too.
You should get one, dude. You need it.
Oh, I've just found something you might like to see. Uh, are you maybe familiar with Joe's horror anthology called the Trailer Park Double Wide Trilogy of Terror?
No.
I've heard tell. Yeah, no, I don't have it yet.
Well, yeah, I do have it, but the reason I'm mentioning it now is, you know how in Joe's movies there is often a scene of some character watching TV and there is another Joe Sherlock movie on TV.
Yeah, I love it.
Uh,
I love the in-universe
Oh,
plugs
does
of
he do
his
that?
other movies. Yeah, or some dude. There's even one time where fucking I forget which anthology it is, but like at the beginning, you see, I think it's Channel 99. You see them watching this movie on the TV, which is like another Joe short that he did for another film. But then at the end, it turns out that they're inside of the short that they were watching. Like he doesn't fucking play around when it comes to those anthologies. He's a master of it. That's why he does so many of them. He's just always
can't
like
wait to see that.
a very proactive filmmaker. Like he'll go out and shoot these little bits that he knows that he can use for anthology movies. Just always. He was just doing another one not that long ago, and I think he's working on like 6 movies with fucking David Sterling. So
Indeed.
We've got a lot of Joe Sherlock coming out over the next couple of years that we can be excited about.
Oh, definitely. So the reason why I mentioned the Trailer Park Double Wide Trilogy of Terror is because in one short in that anthology, you can see one character watching an old movie of his that he never officially released. Well, actually, not many people even know about that one existing. It's called Star Chasers. It's very old. Like the first time even tried to make anything. It's really goofy, really amateurish. But yeah, I managed to get that, and if I can find that somewhere
That's dope,
around.
dude.
Oh, here it is. I designed this cover for Star Chasers myself, and not sure how well you'll be able to see this on
Yeah, it's coming through good
webcam,
on my
but
end.
thanks.
It's awesome, man.
Do you see? Do you see this here? Uh,
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, so in the movie, this was something like an alien magazine that some alien character was reading. And look, uh, I actually got that.
That's fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, dude, we gotta. Did Cody? I forget when we were in that last stream with Cody. Did he show you the paintings that he has from the Joe Sherlock movies?
I think so. Yeah, he showed me one of Mr. Birch.
Yeah, and he's got one of like that weird, like big bug-eyed troll type creature or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you and Cody fucking definitely are on point when it comes to collecting that shit. That's so rad that you have that, dude. I think
Thank
Joe
you.
is one of those like indie filmmakers that like Krol you would get into, you know, just because of his sensibilities. I mean, the movies aren't going to blow your mind on a technical level, but then the more you watch him, it's like he really makes the most out of this stuff, and the storytelling and the vibes. That's really what it's about with Joe Sherlock stuff, is that vibe that he creates with it. It's the strange, like EC Comics, Tales from the Crypt, like sci-fi weird kid sort of thing. And he's all our senior. I think Joe's probably like 5 years older than even you, Krol. But I mean, he just pumps all that same stuff that we all love into all of it. And the fact that he leans so hard into anthologies makes it fun too. You know what anthology movies are, right, Krol? Like Creep Show and shit like that.
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah, where it's like a movie, but it's like really like 3 or 4 short movies in the movie with like wraparound shit that makes it all connect, kind of, you know.
Yeah.
That's sort of his main thing.
I like the anthology better than the ones that are just like a bunch of random ones that don't have any connection.
Oh yeah,
yes,
just
yeah.
remembered
because the connection what makes go, oh shit, you know, usually it's
yeah,
like
Joe's great about making them fit together in an interesting way. What's up,
yeah.
Soon,
because then you can just not have any nachos.
I'll come up for some nachos in a bit.
That's good enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna get some stuff too here in a bit.
Hanami.
Because
Want anything?
Krol says hi. Also, he said happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday to whom?
Nami, his daughter.
Mine's tomorrow.
It's your daughter's birthday. Oh, well, happy birthday to her.
Technically mine too. I think you live in the future or some shit, so it might be my birthday there right now.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, what time is it there right now?
Over here, 1:36 a.m.
Yeah, so my birthday there right now. You're living in September 25th. We're currently still in September 24th. Isn't that fucking wild? That's like some weird Twilight Zone shit, right?
Well, I'll still get there before you do, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
we'll
by
catch
the
up
way,
to you, Boris. We just gotta. The Earth's just gotta rotate a little bit.
Yeah. Sorry, what did you say?
Bunch of nonsense. Doesn't matter. What else you got in your stack over there, buddy?
Well, are you maybe familiar with a short movie? Well, not that short. It's half an hour by Joe Sherlock named Eater.
No, see, you're probably way more knowledgeable. You and Cody on his shorter form stuff. I've only got into Joe because of you, and really you, Dave, and Cody are the reasons that I started watching the shit. And then it just was like destiny because he's from Oregon, dude. All the movies are shot and made over here. Him and John Bowker, I mean, they all live like 2 hours away from me, you know. So it was just destiny, and immediately I got hooked. But so far I've only collected, I guess, like the stuff in the box sets and then Evil Maker. I really got to get on getting a lot of his older shorts and anthologies and shit off of like SOVhorror.com and stuff.
Oh, indeed. Now about this
dude,
movie.
I think Krol's gonna fucking love some of them, dude. Some of those fucking shorts or some of those bits in the anthologies are so fucking funny or like strange. And then Joe's one of those rare indie filmmakers who makes almost all of his music himself too. It's not just a bunch of stock sourced music. So Joe is like sitting there with GarageBand and a synthesizer, like making old 80s style jams, you know.
Yeah,
and it adds such a cool vibe to the whole thing.
That's cool.
I bet you if Krol watched one at first, you would be like, "This is garbage," you know. But then the more you watched it, and you're like, "Oh, I recognize that dude from the other short," and then you start getting into like the charm of the people that are involved in it, and then that vibe starts like seeping in that Joe creates. It's so cool, dude. It reminds me of like that feeling of like reading like an issue of Tales from the Crypt or something, you know, where it's, but then you mix that with like strange spacey sci-fi like Steve Miller Band acid trip vibes, and that's essentially Joe Sherlock in a nutshell. And then you mix like H.P. Lovecraft and all types of weird, you know, Lovecraftian horror in there, and then like a little pinch of Twilight Zone here and there, and you know, like strange fucking late night cable movies, and it's just got enough seasoning. It's like the KFC 12 herbs and spices kind of a thing or whatever. Like Joe's developed this recipe for his movies that just really, really works every time, and it helps that he has the same crew of people that he makes most of them with. So you see, you know, people that you enjoyed from his other movies come back, and you know, the next one and the next one and the next one as different characters and shit. Which I'm always a huge fan of, you know, indie filmmakers that have like their stable. That's probably why I like the Chris Seaver stuff so much, because you end up feeling like you're like part of this friend group that makes these movies, because you see them doing so many different things across all of the movies, you know. It's a special thing.
Dude.
You know, in terms of mainstream stuff, I don't think people really were acquainted with that style of casting until Adam Sandler. I'm sure Krol knows what I'm talking about, where you see like the Adam Sandler movies, and it's like, fuck yeah, you know, there's that guy from the other one.
Yeah,
that's basically what. Yeah, that's basically what goes on with the Joe Sherlock or like the Chris Seaver movies. Is it's like, oh fuck yeah, there's my, you know, my dude from the last movie is like in this is some other crazy character, you know.
Yeah, it makes more sense with them because you know they're small filmmakers, so you know they have a limited budget. You know,
it all comes down to the same principle, though. I was watching a
Adam
podcast
Sandler
with Nick
just does it
Swartzen.
on you know, like Adam Sandler could probably get anybody doing his films, but he just, you know, puts in the
he
people
likes that crew of people.
Yeah,
I just recently watched a podcast with Nick Swartzen, who's like a dude. He wrote Grandma's Boy. He plays like the Terry, the guy on Reno 911 with the roller skates and the short shorts. You know, but basically he was explaining it like the reason Sandler does that is because he despises working with douchebags, basically. So he has his crowd of friends that he knows he can rely on to have fun making movies with, and that's all he gives a shit about. And I can respect that all day.
Totally.
You know?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, great.
And that's the same reason dudes like Joe do it. That's the same reason dudes like Chris Seaver do it. It's because you can rely on those people. You've built a rapport with them. Why fix it if it's not broken? Like, just, you know, do a new project with the same people and have fun instead of having a miserable time with people you cast because they might be right for a role or whatever. Write roles for your friends instead, so that they're always right for the role, like Adam Sandler does,
Exactly.
You could argue dudes like Joe, I mean, Sandler might have even lifted that from like independent stuff because he's a big fan of like weird metal and video games. And,
I can see that. I mean,
like he probably saw that going on in the
like
indie scene.
Everybody knows Adam Sandler does it because Adam Sandler is fucking big. But yeah, he probably did get it from indie stuff. And
alrighty, sorry about that, guys.
No
That's
problem.
fine.
Boris, you got some more Sherlock deck that you want to whip out, or any other?
Actually, yes, I do have a few more things I'd like to show.
Pull them out, my dude.
Sure thing. Lay it on us, man.
Goods.
Thank you. So, not
Came
sure
here
if
for a
you
show.
guys
I'll slip
have
a couple singles in your G-string when you're done. Just get it out there and do it.
I don't have anything like that. I'm sorry.
Butt cheeks will work. You can clench them, I can just pinch the bills. Yep, that's the proper
Not
response.
sure if you guys have heard about. Sorry, I was talking at the same time as
it's my
you.
fault. I'm being an idiot.
No, what
Werewolf
did you say?
That I said, if you don't have a G-string, your butt cheeks will work. You just clench the bills, just pinch them, carry them away that way.
Yeah. Now about Werewolf Tales, do you know anything about it?
I know that. Okay. Yes and no. I've been confused by it for a time because I have Beneath a Dead Moon, which uses stuff from that maybe, or is the same movie, or I'm not sure what the situation there is. They seem to be connected in some way because they share cover art and things like that, but I'm not sure what's going on with them. So if you could explain that would be dope.
Yes, I can explain it. This anthology, as it is, Werewolf Tales, I think it eventually never got released. I don't know why exactly.
It got released on a very limited VHS copy, but Joe is ashamed about it, and does not think that it's worthy of a release. So what he did is he took it and rearranged it and added some new segments, and boom, you got Beneath the Dead Moon, right?
Right. And the way I
much.
understand it, he did a similar thing on a much more extensive scale with Odd Noggins. There's like the 2001 version of Odd Noggins, and then there's the version that comes in the box sets, which is the one where he basically remade the movie.
Odd Noggins is a different story. In Werewolf Tales,
same
actually,
concept.
Not
principle,
sure.
I guess. You know what I mean? Where he's like, I don't like the original version of it, so I'm gonna do a new version of it. Right?
Yeah, but when he made Beneath a Dead Moon, he re-edited these two shorts that are in Werewolf Tales, Dark Bite and Nowhere to Hide. He re-edited them from the same footage.
Exactly.
But Odd Noggins is remade
he went
entirely.
The extra distance, and actually remade it, which is... I'm a fan of that, dude. I would love to remake the short film that I did back in the day. Especially now, like knowing what I know now, I would love to redo that. It's just unfortunate that some of the people aren't around anymore. But I'm a huge fan of directors that are willing to revisit their stuff and remake it and try to make it better on their own without like Hollywood needing to do it, Don Dohler was a big practitioner of that as well. He made the Alien what's the Alien Factor. He remade that twice. He did it with Galaxy Invader, and then he also did it with Night Beast, and eventually got it perfect, and I like the 2015 version of Odd Noggins a lot. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the original version of it, but I would like to.
No. I don't know. I can, since you already know it exists, I can ask Joe if he would be okay with me sharing the old version with you.
Yeah, dude, I'd love to fucking give it a watch. I really like Odd Noggins a lot. That's one of my favorite like anthologies of his. It's just so strange, you know.
Yes, and when I discovered Odd Noggins, the original was pretty much sold out already, so I was really lucky to get a copy of the old version, which I have right here too.
I kind of wish that the version that came in the DVD set was the 2001 version, so that it would be different from my Blu-ray set. We'll be showing that to you in a second. I actually have to step away for just a moment, but if you want to show these guys a couple
Too
of
bad
things,
too bad Makeflix didn't do like they did on the like the Dead Next Door, where they had the original
with
dub
both
or whatever.
cuts, yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
sick.
Because Joe Sherlock really missed an opportunity for those of us who are into like the shot on video stuff and see where he came from. You know, I believe that there are evolutions to a filmmaker, and yeah, though Joe Sherlock may think, oh, this film was elementary to my directing. I still think it shows an aspect of him and a level to where he is now, you know. So
Yeah.
Did you have anything else to share?
Well, we're just gonna show this to
Me?
Boris again real quick. This is that
Oh,
box set.
oh, let's see that.
Yeah, this has got all types of shit in there. Kind of surprised you're not on the box art there, but you are prominently featured on the box art of the other one that we showed you in the last stream. But this one, you know, obviously we'll just pull out the Dark Zone 13 because that's the one that you're in. But unfortunately, I think it's this version or the standalone version of Odd Noggins that actually I think uses the cover art from the old one. Yeah, this one doesn't. But I've seen the standalone version of it with the cover art from the old movie on it, and I wonder if that isn't the one. But see, there you are, Boris. Down there in the
bubble. Nice.
Yeah, and you're prominent. You're like the main photo on the back as well.
Nice.
So, pretty fucking rad, dude.
Who is that hooded creature? Jesus Christ.
He's pale as fuck.
Is that Obi-Wan from the dark side?
I'm gonna have to put the bill to
actually a lot of people said I looked like Palpatine there.
I can see that. One of these days I'm gonna have to foot the bill to ship you over some items for you to sign for me, Boris, because I would really like to have those on there with like you and John Bowker and Joe's signatures and shit. Jewel Siren as well. She's my main girl from the Sherlock verse, and goddamn, dude, I could watch a Jewel Siren all goddamn day. So she's like my Felicia Pandolfi or whatever. Like I would for sure buy her underwear. You know, it's fucking send them over. Lock of her hair for sure. I put that ginger shit right in there of the little photo album. I don't give a fuck. She's hot.
You mean Fellatio Fondle Me? I'm just
yeah. Jewel Siren is like my version of that girl for Boris, I guess. You know,
a lot of people.
Oh come on, Boris! You don't think I knew your pet name for
her? Do you hold that steak sometimes under the sheets at night?
Bloody hell!
While you're gripping another fucking length of wood, if you know what I mean.
I think I do, but funnily enough, there is a song by a band named The Constellations. The song is named Felicia, and it's about a hooker.
That's the destiny. That's the universe telling you something. Huh? Yeah, Joe's got women for everyone in his movies too. I think that was the first thing. I think the first discussion that I remember being turned on to Joe Sherlock and John Bowker through was you guys did, I think, a double feature where you did like The Seekers and then you did like Drifter not that long afterwards. I think that was right before or right after I first had done some Delusions of Grandeur episodes with Dave. But I remember listening to you guys talk about it when I was at work vividly, like I was delivering mail and listening to you and Dave talk about either Drifter or I know you did The Seekers, I feel like.
Yeah, we did The Seekers. It was one of our earliest discussions. I think the second
and then I feel
one,
like you did the Drifters as well. If we
the
go back
first
and watch
one,
that stream, the Drifter one, I feel like I was like on that one is where I started commenting to you guys from work and like making jokes while you guys were discussing the movie.
Possibly.
But both of them turned me on to Joe, especially, and obviously John Bowker. They're kind of a package deal.
Yeah.
And it helps that he's in the same state you live in.
That too. Both of them. But
yeah,
like the
really
main thing
cool.
that drew me in was the fact that there's women for everyone in the Joe Sherlock movies. You know, you like skinny hot chicks, Krol? There's plenty of those getting naked and showering. You like, you know, thicker, more natural women? Plenty of those getting naked and showering. You like even fat girls? Plenty of those getting naked and showering.
Oh yes.
Everybody gets to get naked in a Joe Sherlock movie. It's not just,
in Drifter, in Drifter, you even get to see Bob Olin naked and showing an Elvis Presley tattoo on his
Boris,
butt.
you tell me you're naked in that movie?
Under the robe, yeah.
No, don't worry, you won't have to see me naked if you watch Boris.
I like just knowing you're naked under there. I don't need to see it. I like just imagining.
No, I wasn't really naked under the robe.
Stop ruining my fucking narrative here, Boris. Okay, just go with it.
Sorry.
You were nude under there. If we're being real, we're always all naked under our clothes all the time. So, I mean, you are technically in a constant state of nudity. You just wrap it up on occasion.
True. And we are also all bloody under our skins.
Unless you wear underwear like I do.
I stopped wearing underwear years ago, dude. I exclusively wear fucking board shorts, or I mean, it's swim trunks. Like I fucking wear like these badass floral swim trunks, and I just cut the netting out of them, and that's what I wear instead of boxer shorts. Telling you, man, it's a fucking great existence because even more so that like, yeah, with boxer shorts you can just drop trow and be like in some shorts real quick. But there's always that risk that your dick's gonna flop out of that little slot in the front of them for like your wiener, you know. But with if you do the swim trunks route, you can drop trow like even in public, and you're just then wearing another thinner, more breathable pair of shorts, you know. So I adopted it, like I said, years ago, and it's fucking great, man. Like instead of pulling off my pants and it's like just some regular boxers, it's like badass flamingos or fucking neon crabs or awesome pineapples or something. With a drawstring, I could fucking swim 10 laps like as soon as I'm fucking naked, basically. Go ahead, Boris. You got that old school copy of the Evil Maker.
Yeah, well, the movie never officially came out on VHS, so yeah, this is another rare VHS copy that I managed to get that was originally made just for friends and family. And I also got Abomination the same way.
Yep. I love those covers, man. Those are the ones I use to make the thumbnails for our eventual discussions on them because I just love the DIY cheapness of those cover arts. It's so rad.
Yeah, Joe made this. This is actually an original cover. This one wasn't made by me.
Give Krol a quick rundown of what Evil Maker is about. I think that would be a good movie too for him to be introduced to the universe with, maybe.
Well, the Evil Maker is basically about 4 women, high school friends, who it starts out with one of them being depressed about separation from her husband, who apparently turned out to be an asshole. And then those 4 decide to go to the coast to distract and have some fun. But on their way, the car breaks down and they get stuck in the middle of nowhere. And they find some apparently abandoned house where they could take a shelter until they figure out what to do. But that house turns out to be haunted, and messed up shit starts happening.
Sounds interesting.
It is. There are some interesting plot twists there.
And they get naked.
I hope so. Maybe not that early.
There are some boobs in the movie. They don't all get naked, but 2 of them do show their boobs.
Dude,
Nice.
you're going to appreciate so much if you start the Joe Sherlock journey, because later it becomes a running joke to see how many shower scenes they could put in a movie. So just every fucking buddy gets naked in certain Joe Sherlock movies. You know? It's so fucking funny, dude.
Well, Felicia Pandolfi never got naked, unfortunately.
Well, because she knew everyone wanted her to. I think if she came into the Joe Sherlock mix now, she'd be naked in there like everyone else.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little mystery. That girl's fucking hot enough. I'm fine imagining it. And we have Jewel Siren getting naked in every other Joe Sherlock movie for those of us that appreciate that.
Yeah. Now there is one interesting thing I'd like to say about this VHS. Have you noticed, Mo, on this double feature you have of Evil Maker and Abomination? When you watch Abomination, it's like the aspect ratio is not 4:3, but it's like the top and the bottom of the video are cut off, and there are like
fucking
black bars.
Hey, dude. Why?
So
I haven't watched them yet, but that pisses me off so much when they do that.
Yeah.
Forcing it to be widescreen for some bullshit modern aesthetic. That's what the fuck, Joe.
No. Listen, this cropping wasn't actually done for this double feature that you have. It was actually done ages ago when Abomination was released on DVD.
So you're saying the one I have should be in the actual proper aspect ratio?
No, it's still cut off, but this VHS is the only version that contains the original without it being cut off, and I happen to have it.
Yeah, so you had me being hopeful for a second, but now I'm pissed again. That's fucked, dude. I hate when they force crop things. It does nothing for your experience, you know. Who cares if it's widescreen?
Yeah, I agree, but don't get me wrong, it's not Joe's fault. That was done by whoever made the first version of the DVD. But
yeah, well, if it's like that on this one that they just signed for me at the convention, then that's kind of fucked, you know. That means that they're still putting it out that way.
Yes.
Zombie love slave.
There's just no reason to ever forcibly change the aspect ratio of something. You know, if it's 4:3 because it was broadcast.
Yes, Abomination is the Evil Maker too.
Yeah, that's your chick, isn't it?
Yep.
Sorry,
She's
what?
In both of them.
That's your chick.
That's his chick.
She's in both of them and the Seekers.
That's the one
yes,
that he
she is.
wants to suck his dick.
He's gonna have her frozen in carbonite on his fucking Croatian wall one day, dude.
Oh, is that
He
that's a
like the
Croatian
Croatian version
reference?
of Mr. Freeze then.
She is hot.
Okay, it beats being
Okay,
down in a
please,
fucking
but
well,
I'm
putting
not
lotion on the
Jabba the
skin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but listen, I actually got this VHS transferred to DVD, so somewhere I have Abomination on DVD without the top and the
Yes, you
bottom
need to
being cut off.
digitize that and send it to me, Boris. I need to see it.
Actually, I think I may have already done it at some point. I just need to find it and I can put it up on YouTube for you as an unlisted video if you like.
Fuck yeah, I'd love to see it because that just it's one of my hugest pet peeves with any type of modern releases or transfers of anything. It should be original aspect ratio. I want to see it the way it was presented. I don't want to see it cropped so that it fits in my phone screen nicely. That's stupid.
Yeah, but
I want to watch it the way that it's meant to be seen.
Abomination was actually cropped as soon as it was originally released.
A lot of full moon movies are done that way too, but the point is, usually they shoot movies in widescreen. It's always been a thing. Even shooting it on VHS, is maybe the only actual fucking excusable time to shoot a movie 4:3. Most stuff, even full moon movies, they would shoot them on film, but they knew that they were going to crop them to 4:3 because they were straight to video movies. But that's why we get so many dope Blu-ray releases of full moon movies now, where it's in proper widescreen because they were originally shot in widescreen. But I'm just a fan of native resolution or native aspect ratio. It should be what it was shot as, or what it was presented as.
This is the first DVD edition of Abomination, which wasn't released by Joe. It was by some company named Brain Damage. And as soon as this DVD came out, Abomination was already cropped to kind of widescreen resolution. If you watched this DVD, there would be those.
Stupid.
Yeah, it is.
It's weird that the sequel would actually be taken instead of like the first one.
Yeah, that was.
It's odd, but
I do have the Abomination Evil Maker on a BCI Entertainment 4-pack thing, which is kind of weird.
Wait, on what?
It's a BCI Entertainment would put out like 4 films at a time. In fact, here's one from BCI.
BCI.
Yeah.
BCI. Oh, is it this one?
Brentwood Home Video.
Is this the anthology you have?
Yeah, that's the one that I have.
Yes, and the movie is cropped on that one too, right?
Yeah.
It's such dog shit when they do that, dude. I mean, it's it's because I think there was a time when widescreen, first hit and it was super fashionable, and you see it a lot with DVD releases around like
that too.
Yeah, but if you
that's the thing. Yeah, Krol brings up a good point. I used to think it was just because it was fashionable, but they still do it now.
And if you look at the back here, it's got
I hated it.
Sub Rosa Cinema back in the day.
Oh,
yeah, they're known to crop some shit and butcher it too.
Ooh.
Makeflix is the king, and as far as I'm concerned, of releasing stuff in any. I mean, when you buy these things, you usually get it in either version you would want, like a cleaned up modern one and an old school retro one presented how you remember. Dave, my friend, you got some mustard on your corner of your mouth there. Be the one to tell you about that.
You're saving it for later.
I was enjoying my food, thank you very much, and my food was attacking my mouth.
Like I said, you were saving it for later.
As long as you're not enjoying wounding us.
Right?
Was it?
That's no moon.
Well, in any case, I know you probably have some more stuff to show, Boris, but let's get some of the rest of this show on the road.
Yes, I could show a lot actually. And
well, why don't you get prepared with your next stuff while I share some more stuff? So
you can show some more. I hear my parents are getting ready for sleep, so very soon I won't be able to talk anymore. I will still be able to type in the chat and listen to you guys, but I won't be able to talk anymore.
Okay. Well, in any case, I have Carol O'Connor, Gene Stapleton, Rob Reiner, and Sally Struthers in the complete series of All in the Family. So I guess you could say I am pure meathead, dead from the neck up.
There you go.
I
think the mustache is coming next, boy. Brace yourself for this shit.
I picked that up from Walmart. So next I have this 1967 series called The Invaders.
Oh, nice.
Which I picked up for $20 at Mega Media. It's
an alien thing, a Cold War thing, or both?
It is a sci-fi series. It stars...
sorry, guys, just a moment.
It's 43 original episodes. It lasted 2 seasons. And Ray Thins was the main character. He played an architect who ended up seeing a flying saucer land in a specific spot, and everybody around him seems to just kind of quiet the whole incident, and it just continues in each episode. And it kind of reminds me of like Batman because of how it sets up the episodes. And it even has a narrator that says the invaders in color, like color is a new thing. So
it was.
New shit. Next, I ended up picking up the complete series of The Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Yeah, my mom was a fan of that shit.
Ooh. Stephanie Beaton.
I can't say I'm familiar. Is it like a Mork and Mindy thing, or I don't know. I know my mom has mentioned it before.
I did a trade with Tammy because I bought her the more compact set of Magnum PI, and she had the entirety of the seasons. So hers is more compact, and I took the big ones.
Ooh.
So that's the complete original Magnum PI.
Yep. Probably the largest showcase of mustache, magnificence in the history of mankind.
Yeah, and that had 8 seasons.
Cool.
Of course, I mean, Tom Selleck.
It's back, dude. Magnum PI is still going on just with a new cast. Bobby Lee's in that motherfucker. I'm curious to check it out just because I'm a fan of
Tom Selleck and Burt Reynolds, they must
have a couple of anime.
I think Magnum PI now is like an actual Hawaiian dude. So obviously they did the ethnic casting thing that they do nowadays, but it sounds like it's actually pretty fucking kick ass,
Oh, it is.
Like just a Hawaiian cop running around fucking kicking ass.
Yeah, I haven't seen all of it, but it is pretty fucking badass.
It was one of those shows. It was like Miami Vice. I would check it out. I would watch it. If I was watching TV and an episode was on, I would watch the whole episode, right? Kind of like MacGyver, but I never set out to watch every episode of them.
Yeah, same here.
Next,
like
I have a couple of Japanese anime.
Oh, good.
A Sister's All You Need.
I've heard that's good.
And then Space Patrol Lulu.
Why do I have a feeling
Complete
that...
series?
So,
So those I ended up buying from a girl who needed the money in the Animaniacs group that we're connected to. From Dane just recently, I got the Shout Factory version of the Return of the Living Dead.
I was hoping one of you guys in here would scoop that up. It's a good release. Great release.
The other film that I got from him recently, along with that same one, which I only got 2 from his. He keeps.
I need to get that Vestron Collections Return of the Living Dead Part 3. That's like my favorite movie in the whole series, and unfortunately, I don't have that one yet. Anyway, go ahead, Dave.
Okay, so John Cusack, Paul Dano, Elizabeth Banks, and Paul Giamatti in Love Mercy, the story of the Beatles, not the Beatles, the Beach Boys, Brian Wilson, I guess.
I feel like I might have seen that once, unless VH1 did a Beach Boys movie, but I remember watching one. There's like a whole bit where they even recreate him hanging out with Charles Manson and shit.
Next, I have a film that we recently went on about because they came from outer space to eat the living, is the Alien Dead.
No, they didn't. No, they did not.
And it's signed.
Nice. You got a signed one as well.
Probably one of the best movies about zombies because they do nothing zombies do. Normal.
Oh my god, the movie sucked dick. In a bad way.
It's an initial effort, man. I mean, it's better than all of our first movies combined, considering none of us have them. And Fred got way better after that. Like if you watched Squabs,
well, you could do better.
What's that?
And also on it is the second feature
we could
by
fucking annihilate Alien Dead.
The brain, the
we
brain
also have
leeches.
The benefit of modern tech, Good. Oh, the brain leeches. Yeah, that if you want to see where he really started, that's like some Super 8 shit with him using these little plastic things like ants that he would hold up in front of the camera as the creatures of the movie. It's super ambitious for being like a little kid movie.
Well, the thing about
the Alien Dead is him like getting his hands on camera and film. I mean, making a movie was much more complex of a process back then. So Alien Dead is really just Fred learning how to shoot and make a movie.
For many years, that was like the blockbuster movie that I saw as a kid. I saw it as 8 years old, and it was one of the only horror film. Yes, one of the only horror films that my dad ever rented for me.
Yeah, it was a staple of rental.
Blockbuster was the shit here in Wisconsin. Not Hollywood Video. Not any of these other fucking video stores. Blockbuster.
Hollywood Video? What are you, from California?
No.
See, we had more mom and pop stuff here, but we did have a Blockbuster for like 2 years. See, Blockbuster only lasted 2 years here, dude, because our fucking local rental like circuit was so strong that Blockbuster couldn't fucking hang, so they ended up tanking after 2 years here. Weirdly enough, though, the last Blockbuster is in Oregon. It's in Bend, but it didn't survive here. But we had, we had Hometown Video, which was the main spot. Then we had McNary Matinee if you were really desperate. And then we had Video Directors and Top Cat Video if you were like feeling a little like you wanted a bit better of a selection. Maybe play some pool, some Tekken 2 or whatever, some Street Fighter. you'd head into town to those places. And then if you were real, feeling just lazy, you'd go to Hollywood Video. So we already had 5 places here that were just banging business. So when Blockbuster came in, they got squeezed out immediately. Like no one was going to go just rent at Blockbuster because we all had built up loyal small town roots with all these.
We had Blockbuster and a billion mom and pop video stores. So
well, you're in a much bigger area. But
we had Movie Stop in Halifax. We didn't have all the video until like Blockbuster and everything else was going out. Like
when you come into a town of 14,000 people and they've all been renting at 5 other places for the last decade.
Oh, I know. I mean, 5,000.
Everyone went to Blockbuster for like a month, and then it was like, well, I can just rent the same movie at the video store down the street from my house and like see people that I'm friendly with, so I'll just go there instead.
So how's Bloodsucking Redneck?
Dave's got that house collection. What did Tammy get the fucking box set? Because we just got that for my dad not that long ago.
What, these?
Yeah.
These I ended up getting from Jake.
Yes.
How's Bloodsucking Redneck Vampires?
And I just said Tammy actually watched the show while it was on, so she didn't need this in her collection. Right. But me, I only caught it once or twice, and I like House the way that he.
Like I said, I knew you got it from someone who got those complete sets because House just came out with that box set where it's like the 2 complete sets in one set.
He ended up having all 8 seasons of House, and I was like, okay, fine, I'm getting those.
Bloodsucking Redneck Vampires. Well, if you read the synopsis, you might be expecting something different from what it actually is. Did you read the synopsis?
A sexy vampire and a familiar hideout from a vampire hunt in the small town of Backwest as it's gearing up for the annual Turtle Days Festival.
Yeah, well...
I love sexy vampires.
Well, the movie is a lot about some redneck humor, so if you like that, you might find it funny. I personally didn't understand much of its humor, but I guess that's because I'm not from the area. So I would say,
even if you are, it has its limits.
Yeah, you might be a redneck if.
Yeah, there was a period here in America where redneck humor was hot, and there was a lot of independently produced horror movies that reflected that. But I find most of them pretty not even hard to watch, just unenjoyable now because some of the jokes are funny.
It sounds like something I might like.
And did you watch Bloodsucking Redneck Vampires?
No. I imagine I would like it more than a lot of other stuff
and redneck,
just because
it's
Joe Sherlock, but Joe has a way of doing stuff like that makes it charming. I've seen a lot of stuff in the vein of that, though. Even Chris Seaver made some terrible ones that have some funny bits in them, I mean, it's not that I entirely don't like redneck humor. It's just it is very 2006.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't care when it was. I like it.
Bloodsucking Redneck Vampires was made in 2003 and released in 2004, if I remember correctly.
So exactly. It's right around that time period where they were doing a lot of that stuff, and it's fine. It's
redneck comedy tour.
Yeah, it's just not my bag. Rick and Morty is something I keep meaning to get into.
Rick and Morty ended up getting a copy of the first 4 seasons of it.
It looks amazing, dude. And what I've seen of it, I really loved.
But also got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the complete original television show.
Nice.
Not too long ago.
Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage
Heroes in
Mutant
the Half
Ninja
Shell.
Turtles. Teenage
Turtle
Mutant Ninja
Power.
Turtles. Turtles in the Half Shell. Turtle Power.
I think I know what part of Dave's Holly's in too, so we should be getting some other classic cartoons momentarily.
Cowabunga, dude.
He-Man, Masters of the Universe.
Oh, sweet, dude. Sweet.
And
She-Ra?
She-Ra, Princess of Power.
Damn straight. You gotta get.
And they all
you gotta get the
include
package
the
deal.
original television specials.
They include not
Nice.
only the original, yeah, they include the movie, and then they include like the holiday special and shit. And it does repeat on both sets, so it's the same exact movie and special on both sets. But the cool part of that is that what if you're a fan of one or the other, it didn't matter which set you got, you still got those as the bonus feature, which is rad. Because there are people that do prefer She-Ra. I'm one of them, honestly. I think She-Ra
like
is
both.
the better series. I do like both, but I think She-Ra is slightly above He-Man for me, just in overall quality. I see you got the Transformers set there too, Dave.
Yes. I ended up getting the original Transformers series. More than meets the eye.
So good.
15 DVD set. Pick that up too.
Do you have that G.I. Joe set that Walmart had out? I think it's all fucking Scream Factory too, or Shout Factory that does those.
I've got that set too.
Yeah, I got the G.I. Joe one, and then I also got the Voltron one. So
I need to get the Voltron one.
It's such an insane investment, dude. It's like $30 or $40 for like 125 episodes and like 3 movies or something like that. It's nuts. On multiple season packs too. Like in that Voltron set, it's the different, eras of Voltron are broke up into little individual box sets, kind of like the James Bond box set. There you go.
Ended up picking up Firefly.
Fucking A, dude.
The complete
We're
series.
Doing that on BoobTube Chronicles eventually.
Ended up picking up James Cameron's Dark Angel.
Nice. I was just talking about that in the chat.
Seasons 1 and 2.
Well, it's the only ones you need because that's the whole show, tragically. I fucking loved Dark Angel, dude. It doesn't hurt that it's set in like a futuristic version of the Pacific Northwest, but man, they bit some shit from that for Stranger Things too. No one can tell me otherwise.
Ended up picking up from Jake anime series volumes 1 through 6. No box for it, but My Buddha is what it's called. So not sure what it's about, but it looks like it's got some scantily clad anime chicks in it, so it might be interesting. Looks like there's some underwear showing, so might be cool to check out. Maybe behind closed doors.
What did you do? What did you do, David?
Ended up picking up Roswell seasons 1, 2, and 3.
The new one? The new one?
No, it's based on the same books, and I'm really looking forward to digging
Not the
into
new
them.
one. This is the old one.
I've never watched that. I only watched the new one.
That they're both based on the same books, but they're like different takes on it. So think of it like Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, or something.
I get it. I'm not saying I wouldn't watch the original.
Yeah. I'm stoked. I kind of ignored the first Roswell when it came out because I heard it got canceled. But now that I know that it was always intended to kind of be a limited series based on the book, it makes me more intrigued to check it out. And now that I know that there's a new series that's doing real well, is because that's getting some good numbers from what I've read. So
picked these up from Jacob as well. These are enemies. This one's called the Quasar of Stigmata. Cool. That's a complete series, I guess, from Sentai Filmworks. And then I know that this one was actually going around at the dollar stores, but I ended up picking it up from Jake as well. This is the complete collection of Blue Sky.
Nice.
La Cordia de Oro or whatever the heck that is. And then
I've been holding off on buying anime, which I shouldn't do. I really should start getting stuff that I want. Because when anime goes out of print, it can be a pain in the fucking ass. But it's just my anime time is so limited anymore. Like,
yeah,
I pretty
same
much
here.
take down, like, I'll take down a series or two every year. You know, so if me buying like all this shit, it's just stuff that like I'm never probably gonna watch. And if I like it enough after I watch it, I guess I could buy it later. But the problem is, like, you got to seize those opportunities like Dave's doing, because if you don't, then the shit goes out of print and then it becomes exorbitantly expensive to collect if you do like it, you know.
Ended up picking up the first two
Fucking
seasons of the
great
fourth
show.
Season of Friday Night Lights, the series, at Menards, and the other two I picked off of eBay.
Yeah.
Friday Night Lights. Have you seen it, Krol?
I don't watch that.
Have you? Well, so you haven't seen it then, because I don't give a shit about football. But Friday Night
Lights,
Lights,
alright, but that was enough.
What's that?
The movie was alright, but that was enough.
Oh, the show is so much better than the fucking movie was. The movie was good, but the show, like,
I got enough shows that I want to watch.
Cool. I mean, we can be all dismissive of it, but the point is that you'd be surprised. I mean, Friday Night Lights, like I said, I could give a fucking shit about football. It's just not my sport at all. But that show somehow managed to. It just is like it's a classic example of an ensemble cast making you give a shit about a situation that you normally wouldn't, because you're invested in the characters. You know, great cast of people. That went on to do a ton of TV and had been doing TV. I mean, it was just like an A-list fucking cast for that show. Loved it. Loved it. It's similar to The League. That's another show that I love that has to do with football, I guess. But I just I've never connected with it.
That was actually good.
The complete original Charmed series.
There you go.
I like both of those. They didn't have the compact box set.
They do. And that's the one that I'll be getting, because I don't have room for that. But kudos to you, Dave.
That's just a lot of fucking space right there.
That's half a shelf just for Charmed.
I ended up getting Babylon 5.
Yes.
The first through 5 seasons at Half Price Books. Found out the first season of that had some problems with it, so I ended up picking up a replacement for the discs. So that's actually back here, and
that's good.
Figured, yeah, that ended up being like $5-6, so that wasn't too bad of a.
As much as I absolutely love those old sets and I want to keep them forever, I think I might have to upgrade to those slim sets like you just showed there, because
I mean, the big sets look cooler, but goddamn, dude,
they are, and I've had them for so many years. I mean, Babylon 5 is one of those shows, is like the first ones I collected, you know, so it's right there with like Stargate, where I have those big massive sets of them.
Yeah, I had Hercules and Angel and
well, dude, the Stargate ones, like one season would be like this big, because I was buying them when they were like the single volumes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what mine were too. Hercules and Angel, they're all fucking huge.
These are some films I picked up from Dane, An American in Paris with Gene Kelly, Leslie Caron, Oscar Levant, Georges Guattari, and Nina Fock. Calamity Jane with Doris Day and Howard Keel.
Nice.
See, what you got to do is buy more of that shit, Dave, and infinitely less of the Hallmark bullshit. Yeah.
The Devil and Daniel Johnson, which is supposedly a phenomenal documentary or something like that. I don't know.
I bet if I came to Dave's house and we got super drunk, we could just skeet shoot like crap DVDs for days, like just out of his totes there. Like, okay, we're gonna just send all these fucking Hallmark movies to where they belong. Pull, boom, and then fucking his house would be like, there'd be half as many totes, because.
No. Kino Lorber released this. This has Marlon Brando in it. It's a film called The Nightcomers. That's also from Dane.
Oh, good.
You can just stream those Christmas movies, Dave.
Mrs. Miniver.
They know they're garbage.
With Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon.
Pidgeon.
I love how uncomfortable I've made Dave by mentioning his hoarding of
Gigi.
Walter Pidgeon.
Yep.
Why do I think he is Walter Squab?
I don't know, but you should check out exactly what I called this episode. Dick Powell and Linda Darno in Renee Claire's It Happened Tomorrow.
Oh.
This is on the Cohen Film Collection, which is a boutique thing for some things these days. It's a film from 1944. I believe that's a science fiction film of sorts. Film called Intimacy, a Kino release. This is now coming from a reviewer friend that I buy from time to time. Carrie Fox, Mark Rylance, and Timothy Spall in a movie called Intimacy. And the film is by Patrice Cheroux. Another Kino release. This one is called Immensity, a German folk song, and The Great Sacrifice. It's a double feature from Christina Soderbaum as an actress. During World War II, Christina Soderbaum came to represent for the German people an ideal woman, the embodiment of strength and beauty, as well as a paragon of fidelity and sacrifice. Immensity stars Soderbaum as Elizabeth, a woman in love with Reinhardt, a brilliant composer, but who instead marries someone more reliable. Years later, Reinhardt returns, and Elizabeth has a chance to be true to her one greatest love. In The Great Sacrifice, she is Else, a goddess of a woman who captures the heart of a married man by the name of Albrecht. Filmed in the rich, warm hues of Agfacolor, exquisitely restored by the Friedrich Wilhelm Murnau Stiftung, whatever that is. Both films are heavy with mood, highlighted by feverish dream sequences that give sublime visual expression to the character overweight emotions, whatever. I guess these were not bootleg copies, but review copies that were sent to him, and he never opened them. So,
nice.
Maybe they were just films that he just was not interested in from time to time. I guess this one is a musical called Victor and Victoria.
I know that one.
Ooh.
That's a Kino release. That's a German film. Another one called The Boat is Full. Also a Kino release. Film by Marcus Imhoff.
It all seems to be like this last script definitely. The theme is like old school cinema and like shit from around World War II or World War I. It looks like.
Yeah, something on that nature, but it's still neat to see some of these titles.
Oh yeah, those are historical films. It looks like.
Next, I have Louis Trenker in The Kaiser of California. Another Kino released film.
Yeah,
That's a
stuff,
cool.
I mean, I wasn't just trying to rag on your Christmas selections. It just feels like that's a lot of, stuff to have in the collection that could be just shit like this. You make more room for stuff like this if you have less of stuff like that.
I like some Christmas movies.
I like a Christmas movie too, but I don't know that I need like Christmas in the Ghetto Volume 7.
I know. You've been fucking me since we saw the Christmas movies, okay?
You both buy ridiculous movies. Shut up.
I do, but I don't buy in
This
bulk
is one
stuff
called
that,
The Great
like
Gabbo.
Yeah.
Also, Kino released, starring Betty Thompson and in James Cruise's film of this. Eric von Stroheim, I guess, is part of that. Next, I have Hans Elber's Port of Freedom.
Where the fuck are you
Also a
putting
Kino
these,
release.
dude? I feel like you've been just sticking movies in some place that doesn't. It's like it feels like where the socks from the dryer go. Like you've been putting movies up there for a long time. How are you not running out of room? What's above us?
He's got a fucking magic hole. He's got a fucking black
He's got a
hole
whole
up there.
army of gnomes like taking it up to the fucking attic and filing it into other rubber totes. Yeah, like
Another
Where
film
they're
called
going, dude.
Camille Claudel. Also a Kino release. A film by Bruno Knighten. A film called Buffet Freud.
If an owl dies alone in the forest, does anyone hear it hoot?
Hoot hoot. Sorry.
The film is directed by Bertrand Blier, and it stars Gerard Depardieu, Bernard Blier, and Jean Carmet.
Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna do Boris's route of just acting like I know who any of these fucking people are.
All right. Next, I have the Blu-ray. These are work print copies of Arrow, some Arrow releases. I have Mill of the Stone Women. I say work print copies because this is before they go to the actual.
Now, what do you do with these?
Shit, that's a copy of the Mill of the Stone Women.
Like, what do you do
I
with
also
those?
have.
Is there a purpose in getting the work print ones, or is it just something he's been sending you, like as a bonus?
Those were sent to me as extras. These were Arrow. Arrow sent them to him personally, and technically he can't really sell them to me.
Right.
So,
I mean, I'm not trying to police your collection or anything. I give a fuck what you put in your house, but
this is part
I
of
just
the.
wonder, like, if I got something like that, what I would do with it. I feel like I would use them as like a giveaway, or
I'll probably watch them eventually. I'll probably watch them eventually, and then I'll probably get rid of them eventually, because I'll probably get them for real and then get rid of them somehow.
I mean, I have a lot of screener tapes of movies too that were for like video stores back in the day, and I've been considering like what I should do with it. Is there,
well, this is disc A and disc B of Lies and Deceit. This has Count Avin on one disc. It has Inspector Lavardin on another. And
I think my thing is like I have like a screener copy of RoboCop, right? So I don't need 4 other screener copies of RoboCop. That's my problem. So I've because there was a time where it was like I saw stuff like that and I would be like, oh, I gotta have it. Like I would actively pay for it, dude. And I do like it, but Yeah, I think I need to get rid of.
This is a documentary from an Ohio filmmaker that I know by the name of Seth Breedlove.
You just ask somebody with their own collection with what you get rid of now.
This is the second film in the On the Trail of UFOs stuff, and I'm looking forward to more On the Trail stuff that he's going to come out with. I've been collecting his documentaries for some time now. Next I have The Godfather coda. This is like the really extended version of The Godfather.
Well, and it's trimmed and edited. It's a different presentation of The Godfather altogether. It's the same movie, but like something as vast as The Godfather, it's fascinating to me that they can tell such sort of different versions of the same story, but depending on how the movies are presented,
Super Jail
Godfather coda is one of the main things I want. Like if I could get that in my Christmas stocking, that'd be rad. Super Jail is amazing.
I know there's a second season of it out there on disc, at least. Bless you.
Thanks.
And this is a Shout Factory version or release of Dead Space, which I believe is a Roger Corman produced film, if I remember correctly.
I think so.
But it's directed by Fred Gallo. In the coldness of space, even hell freezes over. It's called Dead Space. Here are some more Kino releases. Machin in Uniform. Lil Fugitive.
If you shorten that to Lil Fugitive, that's like a fucking rap name. Right? It's out there. Sound like Lil Fugitive.
Here I have a Douglas Sirk collection with Two New Shores and it looks like La Habanera. I guess it has Zara Leander and Willie Burgle in one, and Zara Leander and Ferdinand Mary in another. Yes.
Hey guys, now I will still maybe be here for a while, but I won't be able to talk anymore. I'm going to have to type in the chat.
Okay, man. Sounds good.
We got to crowdfund fucking Boris's own bedroom.
Next, I have A Faithful Man, another Kino release.
Nice. I got actually till the end of this beer, and then I have dinner plans with my folks. So.
Then I have a movie called The Mountain.
Chinese food. It's gonna be delicious. That cover was intriguing. The Mountain.
It's got Ty Sheridan and Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
I guess it's a psychosurgical odyssey. Looks like it's a relatively newer film, too.
What time is it?
Next, I have Black Gavel.
I don't even know. When? What did you say?
Black
45.
Gavel.
9?
Gravel. Then I have The Man in Search of His Murderer. I did pick up Terminator: The Sarah Chronicles,
I wanted to
I
watch
really
that.
got-
I haven't seen that.
which
I gotta check that out.
I'm almost done with watching.
When you really think about it, it's about the only Terminator thing that's came out since ever, that hasn't been sort of shat on. Like, and most of it deserves it. A lot of the Terminator stuff is junk, but Sarah Chronicles, people were like hyped on that, and then it just sort of didn't go anywhere, unfortunately.
So this one
what
I
were you
picked
saying,
up.
Kroll? Hold up.
I said I like the Terminator movies, and I don't care what people's like.
Well, I like them, but me liking something isn't a verification of its quality within a franchise. I mean, I like fucking, well, it's all of us. I mean, taste is subjective, but when you get down to the nitty gritty, like a lot of the movies we love don't necessarily do the best service to the core of whatever franchise they're in. I mean, there's unfortunate sequels in terms of the
reason why I picked up Friday Night Lights the series.
There it is.
Friday Night Lights the movie.
Yep.
From Jake.
I actually think I might do that collection because I really did I loved Friday Night Lights. It's like Dawson's Creek. I could give a shit about, random kids in Maine, but there's something about the cast of characters on the show that just makes you like it, or Boston Public. Like, I never went to school in Boston. I have no really real connection to the.
I never went to school in Boston either.
But
I grew up in
Boston,
which I fucking hated.
Dude.
Picked up the 7 seasons of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
There it is. That's a fat stack, bro.
Damn,
you got
dude.
the movie sandwiched in there? Or is that the first season?
No, that's the first season.
Yeah, the first season was short.
Yeah, it's 13 episodes, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is
that's
short.
The only one that looks
that's short to us, back in those days. But now that's like fucking 3 episodes longer than most entire
and
shows,
picked up
4
the
seasons.
4 seasons of Angel.
There it is.
4. Where the hell's the 5th one?
There is no 5th.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
I think there is.
No, there
5
isn't.
seasons of Angel.
God
it was
damn
only
it,
4.
There's fucking 5 seasons. God
only
damn
4.
this fucking bulleted jackass.
Only 4.
5.
Only 4.
5.
You two are squabbling squabs.
5.
Okay, well, we're gonna verify it with the use of modern technology. Angel is 5 seasons.
It's 5 fucking seasons, dude.
The point is, okay, listen.
They never came out with a 5th season.
You gonna listen?
Really? Then why don't I have it?
I think you guys should look at those sets because if I remember right, one of the sets is a dual season set.
4th
I
season.
could be wrong, but I remember my series had like 4 boxes like that, but then one of them was like 2 seasons or some shit. And then my dad ended up losing one of them. That's the reason I have to rebuy Angel.
Nope.
Yeah, I lost a disc.
It doesn't say that it had a 6th season at all.
It doesn't have 6 seasons. 6th season is in comic book form. There's 5 seasons.
Well, they don't have 5 seasons on DVD. They have 4 seasons.
Yes, they do.
No,
I own them.
Let's figure it out.
In my fucking closet.
We'll go pull them out then.
In my fucking closet behind all this fucking junk. Yeah, not happening.
Anyways, it's entirely possible. Now there is a fucking 5th season.
I know it's entirely possible. I have it.
All right, but there's more civil ways to fucking just verify that. I mean, I'm looking at it on the internet right now. There is a 5th season set of Angel, even back in the big chunky box set days.
Already said that.
Right.
Huh. Interesting. I'll have to keep that.
I mean, I'm not saying you didn't.
No.
Yeah, my dad fucked up my Angel collection, and then I ended up giving the other seasons to people because back then it wasn't as easy to just run right out and fucking buy season 2 of Angel or whatever, So I was just like, all right, whatever. And
well,
I
all I
gave
ever knew
1 or 2.
that it had was 4 seasons because I completely at the time I was not into Angel at the time, so.
Oh, I loved Angel.
I watched it.
It's not as good as Buffy by any
I
measure.
watched some of it live, but I was working last
Oh,
night.
it's not
So
even
that's
close.
why I bought Angel first, so I could see all of it.
Yeah, basically, I think I was the same deal, Krol. Like, I'd never actually seen every episode of it, so when the initial sets came out, I just bought them so that I could actually watch.
Well, now
it.
I'm gonna
Big
have
ass,
to
huge fucking box
get
set.
the fucking 5th season. You fucking assholes.
Well, just buy the complete Angel set that's at Walmart. It's like fucking $60, and you get all 5 seasons.
Yeah, and it's the slim pack, not the fucking 20 fucking pound boxes.
Those are cool.
I have
again, we all have love for them, but
like I said, I'm missing a disc, so I'm gonna have to get a new fucking thing anyway. So I'll just get this one back.
And here's the rest of the lies and deceit.
I'll tell you what, if I get the slim pack, I'll send you my 5th season. That don't exist.
These are the rest of the lies and deceit discs with Betty and Torment as part of that set, which I may eventually pick that set up anyways.
Season 4 is where I'm missing the disc, so season 5 is good.
This one came from Dane. This one's called The Bandwagon. It's got Fred Astaire and Sid Charisse. This is another one of the Seth Breedlove documentaries. He did a documentary on the Mark of the Bell Witch.
Is that his last name or middle name?
Seth Breedlove?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his last name.
Odd.
Damn.
It was my great grandmother's, my grandmother's, and my sister's, and now a niece's middle name.
Next, I have Kiss Me Kate, which is a musical based on the Taming of the Shrew, with Catherine Grace and Howard Keel and Ann Miller. That one I got from Dane as well. This was the latest documentary from Seth Breedlove called American Werewolves. And soon to be out, from what I understand, he's doing something on the Jersey Devil. So, looking forward to that. But this was cool.
I'm not picking those documentaries myself.
Here is another On the Trail of UFO DVD of the stuff. This one's called Night Visitors. This is the only one that I have not watched out of this series, but it's pretty fucking cool. Also by Seth Breedlove. This is the last of the animated series that I picked up. Thundercats, the complete.
Awesome. Love Thundercats. Snarf, snarf.
Ended up picking up Geostorm.
So I have
that
to bounce, guys. Cool. I'm sorry, but I have to take off. I have to deal something. So.
Not a problem. I'm almost done.
No worries, man. Thanks for inviting me on for this fucking epic. This is probably one of the most gargantuan streams we've ever done. It's big.
Right?
I love it.
I've got Pro Bear.
You can chop this up easily.
We'll be talking about this next month. So.
I'll see you guys back soon.
Definitely, man. It's an anime movie. I guess the bonus features include short film prequels and an interview with the director, among more. This is evidently a new cut of the short film Meat Butcher Baby from a French-Canadian horror gore dude that I know. It's limited copy, 9 out of 50 copies ever made. Believe that the director of that, his name involves the word chaos. I picked up the sequel to Valley Girl. I put in to get a Blu-ray of this movie, and it's not even supposed to be out till October 4th on Blu-ray. I got an official Well Go USA information sheet for it and what it's about, telling me that I can't even review it until like the week of October 4th. But this is a movie called They Crawl Beneath. It's a little bit like Tremors, just a little bit. But it's of an underground parasite, and it is really fucking cool. I actually have watched it, and that's all I'm gonna say. I didn't say any spoilers. Did you hear any spoilers?
Yep.
Oh, hush. Next, I have a movie called Monstrous. This is the latest movie with Christina Ricci in it.
Christina Ricci?
Yep. Boris, calm down. I know you want to squeeze her honkers, but anyways.
Who, Christina Ricci?
Yeah, she's turned into kind of a hottie, but
I still know her as Wendy and
terrifying new horror awaits Laura and her 7-year-old son Cody when they flee her abusive ex-husband and try to settle into a new life in an idyllic and remote lakeside farmhouse. Still traumatized, their physical and mental well-being are pushed to the limit as their fragile existence is threatened. So, looking forward to checking that out. I have 3 more, and then we'll end this stream. So, hopefully you've enjoyed our shenanigans and what we've shown so far. This I picked up from Big Lots, along with Geostorm at the time. It's a martial arts movie called Shadow. It's a Blu-ray and DVD. It's directed by Zhang Yimou, and it's from the director of Hero and House of Flying Daggers. Next, I have a movie called Kidnap. It stars Halle Berry. And this movie was really kick-ass. It's about a mother who had her child stolen from her, and then she, like, followed and, like, really kicked some ass. So it's called Kidnap. And then last but not least, that movie that I just showed you that isn't even out until the 4th. Well, I hunted down a previous film that he did. I haven't checked it out yet, but it's the director of that film. His name is Dale Fabregat, and the movie is called Derailed. This isn't his only previous release, but I figured this is a good start to see where he's come from. So, did anyone here have any questions?
Nope.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for listening. Have a great day, and hopefully we'll see you next time when I show you what else is in my room. So, thank y'all for joining us, and hopefully you enjoyed this long 7-hour stream here on Delusions of
7 freaking hours, Jesus Christ.